proprietor and the capitalist, in which the economic basis of the conflict between them is clearly visualized. 2 and the 2 following passages will serve to illustrate the extent to which Marx had by this time come to understand the nature of the motive forces lying behind the transition from one mode of production to another. With the transformation of the slave into a free laborer, i.e., into a recipient of wages, the landlord is himself transformed into an industrial lord, a capitalist, a transformation which comes about fint of all through the intermediacy of the tenant Jarmer 3. The difference between capital and land, between profit and rent, and the difference between both of these and wages, industry, agriculture, and immovable and movable property, is still a historical difference, not founded in the nature of the thing, a fixed element in the formation and genesis of the opposition between capital and labor. 4. It is clear that the distance is not very great between the manuscripts of 1844 and the poverty of philosophy of 1847, in which the materialist conception of history and the labor theory of value once more appear in close association. Between 1844 and 1847, Marx's intellectual development was inseparably bound up with that of Engels. As mentioned above, Engels's influence had already exerted itself on Marx through the medium of the outlines of a critique of political economy, in which the germs of a surprising number of distinctively Marxian economic theories are to be found. But as from September 1844, when Engels spent some time with Marx in Paris, the influence became more personal. While in Paris, Engels wrote his contribution to the Holy Family, the first work in which he and Marx collaborated. This somewhat turgid critique of critical criticism contains an interesting section of Proudhon, in which a number of the leading ideas of Engels's outlines and Marx's Oeconomus Philosophisk manuscript are coordinated and further developed. When Marx was expelled from France at the beginning of 1845, and went to Brussels to live, Engels joined him there a month or two later. It was at this second meeting, apparently, that Marx first put before Engels, in fairly precise terms, the basic proposition of the materialist conception of history. This proposition, Engels later remarked, we both of us had been gradually approaching for some years before 1845. How far I had independently progressed towards it is best shown by my condition of the working class in England in 1844. But when I again met Marx at Brussels, in spring, 1845, he had it already worked out, and put it before me in terms almost as clear as those in which I have stated it here. 1. In the summer of 1845, Marx and Engels traveled together to England, mainly in order to establish new contacts with the British working class movement and to further their economic research. They stayed there for about 6 weeks. Marx apparently studied a number of books and extracts which were in Engels's possession, and such books as were procurable in Manchester. 9. Upon their return to Brussels, they decided, as Marx put it, to work out together the contrast between our view and the idealism of the German philosophy, in fact to settle our accounts with our form.er philosophic conscience. The plan was carried out in the form of a criticism of the post-Hegelian philosophy. 3. This work, The German Ideology, contains the first detailed account of the Marxian materialist conception of history. Although Engels was later to say of it, perhaps overmodestly, that the section dealing with Feuerbach, the first and most important section, proves only how incomplete our knowledge of economic history was at the time. 4. And although it does occasionally lay more stress on the economic side than is due to it, 6. It sets out quite unambiguously from the basic idea lying behind the materialist conception the idea that men, developing their material production and their material intercourse, alter, along with this, their real existence, their thinking, and the products of their thinking. Life is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by life. 6. There is no direct development of the labor theory of value in the German ideology, but a number of indications can be found of the form which that theory was eventually to assume in Marx's hands. In particular, great emphasis is laid on the division of labor in society, one of the chief forces of history up till now, as Marx and Engels call it in one place. 1. The core of the analysis in the Feuerbach section is in fact to be found in the account which Marx and Engels give of the contradictions which are implicit in the division of labor as such, 11 and of the various historical extensions of the division of labor between town and country, production and commerce, etc. A division of labor and private property, Marx and Engels argue, are identical expressions. In the one the same thing is affirmed with reference to activity as is affirmed in the other with reference to the product of the activity. 4. And the major historical extensions of the division of labor reflect changes in property relationships. For example, the separation of town and country can also be understood as the separation of capital and landed property, as the beginning of the existence and development of capital independent of landed property. 5. Noteworthy also in the German ideology are a passage in which the essential features of what Marx and Engels later came to describe as commodity production are delineated. 8. A number of hints of the concept of fetishism of commodities which was destined to play such an important part in the development of the labor theory. 7. And, finally, the following significant remarks regarding the method of political economy. If you proceed from production, you necessarily concern yourself with the real conditions of production and with the productive activity of men. But if you proceed from consumption, you merely declare that consumption is not at present human, that it is necessary to cultivate true consumption, and so on. Content with this, you can afford to ignore the real living conditions and the activity of men. 8. The German ideology was not published in the lifetime of Marx and Engels. Left by its authors to the gnawing criticism of the mice, after they had failed to find a publisher for it, it did not appear in full until 1932. Thus it happened that the leading points of the new theory were first presented scientifically, though in a polemic form in Marx's The Poverty of Philosophy, written in the winter of 1846-7. 9. This work, the last which properly comes within the period of early development being considered in the present section, is of some importance from the point of view of the history of the labor theory, since it contains Marx's first direct attempt to analyze the economic category exchange value from the viewpoint of the materialist conception of history. Proudhon's What is Property, which appeared in I 840, had received a favorable reception from Marx and Engels, who described it in the Holy Family as having achieved everything that the criticism of political economy from the standpoint of political economy can achieve. 1. Their attitude towards Proudhon's system of economic contradictions, 1846, subtitled Philosophy of Poverty, however, was extremely critical, and when Marx received the book in December 1846 he set to work almost immediately on a reply to it, which he called The Poverty of Philosophy. In a letter to Annenkov, written shortly after receipt of Proudhon's book, Marx sets out clearly the main grounds of his disagreement. Proudhon, mainly because he lacks the historical knowledge, has not perceived that as men develop their productive forces, that is, as they live, they develop certain relations with one another and that the nature of these relations must necessarily change with the change and growth of the productive forces. He has not perceived that economic categories are only the abstract expressions of these actual relations and only remain true while these relations exist. He therefore falls into the error of the bourgeois economists who regard these economic categories as eternal and not as historic laws which are only laws for a particular historical development, a development determined by the productive forces. Instead therefore, of regarding the political economic categories as abstract expressions of the real, transitory, historic, social relations, Monsieur Proudhon only sees, thanks to a mystic transposition, the real relations as embodiments of these abstractions. These abstractions themselves are formula, which have been slumbering in the heart of God the Father since the beginning of the world too. In The Poverty of Philosophy this leading thesis of the materialist conception of history is consistently maintained, and, in particular, Marx shows, to quote his own words, Ritep some time later, how confused, wrong and superficial Proudhon remains with regard to exchange value, the basis of the whole thing, and how he even mistakes the utopian interpretation of Ricardo's theory of value for the basis of a new science. 1. At first sight, the economics of Chapter I of The Poverty of Philosophy, the section dealing with the theory of value, seems to be almost wholly Ricardian. Again and again, both here and elsewhere in the book, Marx quotes from Ricardo in order to refute Proudhon or to dispute the latter's claims to originality. After an interesting discussion at the beginning of the work on demand and utility, based mainly on the traditional classical analysis, Marx proceeds to give an acute summary of Ricardo's theory of value, arguing that whereas Ricardo's theory is the scientific interpretation of actual economic life, Proudhon's is merely the utopian interpretation of Ricardo's theory. 2. Marx insists that Proudhon confounds the value of commodities measured by the quantity of labor embodied in them with the value of commodities measured by the value of labor, thereby, according to Marx, falling into much the same error as that of which Ricardo accused Adam Smith. 3. Ricardo is quoted extensively on the effects of competition, on money, 6. On inventions, 8. And, indirectly, on the effects upon prices of a rise in wages. 7. Marx accepts Ricardo's subsistence theory of wages without even mentioning that social element in wages which was destined to play an important part in Marx's later economic work and upon which Ricardo himself laid a certain amount of emphasis. 8. Similarly, the Ricardian theory of rent is accepted without serious question. 9. Although here there are definite hints of things to come. 10. There is no distinction between labor and labor power, and no serious analysis of surplus value. 11. And Marx's consideration of the modifications to the labor theory does not take him very far beyond Ricardo. 12. Nevertheless, even in the poverty of philosophy, Marx wears his Ricardianism with a difference. It is in this very work, where more than anywhere else Marx appears on the surface to be purely and simply a Ricardian in his economics, that the Copernican step which enabled him to move above and beyond Ricardo is decisively taken. The central theme of the poverty of philosophy is that the economic categories rent, profit, wages, exchange, value, division of labor, competition, money, etc. are not absolute and eternal, but merely the abstract expressions of concrete, historical and transitory production relations between men. And Marx makes it quite clear that in his opinion Ricardo as well as Proudhon was guilty of representing the bourgeois relations of production as eternal categories. 1. How, then, looked at from the viewpoint of the materialist conception of history, does the category exchange value appear? In the first place, value appears as a historical phenomenon. It presupposes exchange and the division of labor, to each of which has a history of its own. Exchange, Marx points out, has developed from the days when only the superfluity, the excess of production over consumption, was exchanged, to the present time, when almost all products are exchanged. 8. And the division of labor, 2, has assumed different forms in the course of its history, all of them originally born of the conditions of production and becoming so many bases of material production. 4. The category value, therefore, is applicable only in a society based on one or another form of the division of labor, and on one or another form of what Marx here calls individual exchange. In the second place, value appears as the expression of a production relation between men in such a society. The relationship which manifests itself on the market between goods which are the subject of individual exchange is in essence an expression of the relationship between the separate producers of these goods. The following passage from The Poverty of Philosophy, which occurs near the end of the chapter on value and in a sense sums it up, shows how closely Marx had then approached to this fundamental idea, which was his starting point in Capital. In principle, there is no exchange of products, but there is the exchange of the labor which cooperate in production. The mode of exchange of products depends upon the mode of exchange of the productive forces. In general, the form of exchange of products corresponds to the form of production. Change the latter, and the former will change in consequence. Thus in the history of society we see that the mode of exchanging products is regulated by the mode of producing them. Individual exchange corresponds also to a definite mode of production which itself corresponds to class antagonism. There is thus no individual exchange without the antagonism of classes. 1. It is fairly evident, I think, that Marx had by now arrived at the notion that the labor theory of value is in essence another way of stating the proposition that the mode of exchange of products depends upon the mode of exchange of the productive forces. Once this point has been reached, the period of early development of Marx's thought comes to an end, and the period of mature development, refinement, and application begins. 3. Marx's economic method. The materialist conception of history, then, was the starting point of Marx's subsequent economic researches, and dictated to a large extent the economic method which he adopted. It would be quite wrong to imagine, however, that Marx regarded the materialist conception as a sort of fixed and predetermined scheme to which the economic facts had willy-nilly to conform. Rather, he regarded it as a hypothesis which had to be tested by applying it to the economic facts, and his various economic works, notably the Critique of Political Economy and Capital, can perhaps most conveniently be looked upon as steps in this long and arduous testing process. Lenin puts this point well when he says that Marx, having expressed this hypothesis in the 40s, set out to study the factual, nota bene, material. He took one of the economic formations of society, the system of commodity production, and on the basis of a vast mass of data, which he studied for not less than 25 years, gave a most detailed analysis of the laws governing the functioning of this formation and its development. This analysis is strictly confined to the relations of production between the members of society, without ever resorting to factors other than relations of production to explain the matter. Marx makes it possible to discern how the commodity organization of social economy develops, how it becomes transformed into capitalist economy, creating the antagonistic, within the bounds now of relations of production, classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, how it develops the productivity of social labor, and how it thereby introduces an element which comes into irreconcilable contradiction to the very foundations of this capitalist organization itself. Now, since the appearance of capital, the materialist conception of history is no longer an hypothesis, but a scientifically demonstrated proposition. One may or may not agree with the judgment which Lenin delivers at the conclusion of this passage, but it cannot be doubted that his account of the character of Marx's economic researches is essentially correct. Marx and Engels emphasized again and again that their primary source material was the concrete facts of social life and development. We set out, they wrote in the German ideology, from real, active men, and on the basis of their real-life process we demonstrate the development of the ideological reflexes and echoes of this life process. This method of approach is not devoid of premises. It starts out from the real premises and does not abandon them for a moment. Its premises are men, not in any fantastic isolation or abstract definition, but in their actual, empirically perceptible process of development under definite conditions. This is an approach which is evidently opposed not only to that of the idealists, to whom, according to Marx and Engels, history is an imagined activity of imagined subjects, but also to that of the empiricists, to whom history is a collection of dead facts. 3. One must necessarily begin with certain general abstractions, but these must always arise from the observation of the historical development of men. And too much should not be expected of them. In particular, it should be remembered that they can only serve to facilitate the arrangement of historical material, to indicate the sequence of its separate strata. But they by no means afford a recipe or schema, as does philosophy, for neatly trimming the epochs of history. For these general abstractions, the leading propositions of the materialist conception of history constituted the hypothesis which Marx set out to test in the field of economics. Given this basic purpose, the first task as Marx saw it was to define and investigate the simplest and most elementary of the relevant economic categories, without ever. 1. Lenin, Selected Works, English ed., Volume 11, pages 420-2. 2. The German Ideology, pages 14-15. Cf. Venable, Human Nature, The Marxian View, pages 7 ff. 3. The German Ideology, p. 15. Ibid. 148. Resorting to factors other than relations of production to explain the matter. Having done this, One must then proceed gradually from the simple to the complex, building up the concrete whole from the separate abstract parts. And at every stage in the analysis, of course, the categories must be considered in their interdependence and in the process of their development, and the conclusions must be tested against the facts. As I have so far described it, Marx's method does not appear to differ appreciably from that adopted by any responsible social scientist in arriving at and testing a hypothesis. But there is rather more to Marx's methodology than this, so much more, indeed, that Engels went so far as to say that the working out of the method which forms the foundation of Marx's critique of political economy and, of course, of capital R.L.M. we consider a result of hardly less importance than the basic materialistic outlook itself. One within the framework of the broad methodological approach outlined above, Marx adopted what might be called the logical historical method, one of the most interesting and significant of the fruits of his Hegelian studies. The description which Engels gave of this method in a review of the Critique in 1859 has not been bettered, and it can be reproduced almost in its entirety without apology. Marx was, and is, the only one who could undertake the work of extracting from the Hegelian logic the kernel which comprised Hegel's real discoveries in this sphere, and to construct the dialectical method divested of its idealistic trappings, in the simple shape in which it becomes the only true form of development of thought. The criticism of economics, even according to the method secured, could still be exercised in two ways, historically or logically. Since in history, as in its literary reflection, development as a whole proceeds from the most simple to the most complex relations, the historical development of the literature of political economy provided a natural guiding thread with which criticism could link up, and the economic categories as a whole would thereby appear in the same sequence as in the logical development. This form apparently has the advantage of greater clearness, since indeed it is the actual development that is followed, but as a matter of fact it would thereby at most become more popular. History often proceeds by jumps and zigzags, and it would in this way have to be followed everywhere, whereby not only would much material of minor importance have to be incorporated, but there would be much interruption of the chain of thought. Furthermore, the history of economics could not be written without that of bourgeois society, and this would make the task endless, since all preliminary work is lacking. The logical method of treatment was, therefore, the only appropriate one. But this, as a matter of fact, is nothing else than the historical method, only divested of its historical form and disturbing fortuities. The chain of thought must begin with the same thing that this history begins with, and its further course will be nothing but the mirror image of the historical course in abstract and theoretically consistent form, a corrected mirror image, but corrected according to laws furnished by the real course of history itself, in that each factor can be considered at its ripest point of development, in its classic form. In this method we proceed from the first and simplest relation that historically and in fact confronts us, therefore, here, from the first economic relation to be found, the relation between the producers of commodities R.L.M. We analyze this relation. Being a relation already implies that it has two sides related to each other. Each of these sides is considered by itself, which brings us to the way they behave to each other, their reciprocal interaction. Contradictions will result which demand a solution. But as we are not considering an abstract process of thought taking place solely in our heads, but a real F1, which has actually taken place at some particular time, or is still place, these contradictions, too, will have developed in practice and will probably have found their solution. We shall trace the nature of this solution, and shall discover that it has been brought about by the establishment of a new relation whose two opposite sides we now have to develop, and so on. 1. This, then, was the method of the Critique, as it was also the method of Capital. No doubt it was occasionally carried to excess for reasons which Marx partly explained in his preface to the second edition of Capita, but in Marx's hands it proved on the whole to be extraordinarily fruitful. And it had one characteristic which was of some importance in view of the fact that it was being used in connection with the testing of a hypothesis. It required, as Engels remarked, historical illustrations, continual contact with reality. 3. Although the field covered by Capital extends American Samoa far as, and sometimes even further than, the historical boundaries of the system of commodity production, Marx was of course particularly interested in the analysis of one specific form of commodity production, the capitalist form. In this work, Marx wrote in the preface to the first edition of Capital, "I have to examine the capitalist mode of production, and the conditions of production and exchange corresponding to that mode. It is the ultimate aim of this work, to lay bare the economic law of motion of modern society 1. It was true, of course, as Engels noted, that in order to carry out this task an acquaintance with the capitalist form of production, exchange, and distribution did not suffice. The forms which had preceded it or those which still exist alongside it in less developed countries had also, at least in their main features, to be examined and compared to. But even so, Capital was far from being a treatise on what Engels called political economy in the widest sense, that is, the science of the conditions and forms under which the various human societies have produced and exchanged and on this basis have distributed their products. 3. Capital was primarily concerned with one particular human society. It dealt in the main with the origin, development, and decline of capitalist commodity production. Related to this was a further feature of Marx's economic method which deserves mention here. The use of the logical historical method in the study of any particular social formation does not necessarily mean that the economic categories ought to be arranged in the order in which they were determining factors in the course of history. Rather, their order of sequence ought to be settled by the relation which they bear to one another in the particular social formation under review. The point is, as Marx emphasized, that under all forms of society there is a certain industry which predominates over all the rest and whose condition therefore determines the rank and influence of all the rest. It is the universal light with which all the other colors are tinged and are modified through its peculiarity. 6. In modern bourgeois society, it has to be recognized that capital is the all-dominating economic power. 8. The capital-labor relationship is the dominant, determining relationship, and must therefore be put in the forefront of the investigation. The natural temptation to start with rent, a category historically prior to capital, must therefore be resisted, since in bourgeois society agriculture comes to be more and more merely a branch of industry and is completely dominated by capital. 1. It remains to give some preliminary indication of the manner in which Marx's methodology was related to his treatment of the labor theory of value. The main task which Marx set himself in Capital, as we have seen, was to explain the origin and development of the capitalist economic formation in terms of the developing relationships between men as producers. It had to be shown, in the case both of commodity production in general and of capitalist commodity production in particular, that a definite form of production determines the forms of consumption, distribution, exchange, and also the mutual relations between these various elements. Point 2. In this demonstration the labor theory of value evidently played a key role, since it is in effect a particular way of stating that social relations of production determine relations of exchange. 3. This whole question requires special consideration. A useful starting point, I think, is the following statement made by Marx in Wage Labor and Capital. In production, men not only act on nature but also on one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production, take place. These social connections and relations which men enter into with one another in production are evidently extremely complex, and one may look at them from at least two different angles. First, one may begin by drawing attention to the fact that in any society based on the social division of labor different individuals, or groups, are directly or indirectly assigned to different jobs, so that the activities of these separate individuals, or groups must somehow be mutually exchanged for one another. A basic distinction which is likely to impress itself on our minds if we begin by emphasizing this aspect of men's production relations is that between exchanges of activities which take the form of the exchange of commodities, and exchanges of activities which take other forms. The exchange of commodities, i.e., of goods produced for some sort of market by private producers more or less separate from each other one is a relatively recent phenomenon. Although it began, according to Marx's account on the boundaries of primitive communities, and although it existed in systems based on slavery and increased in extent Reemder feudalism, it was only Reemder capitalism that the relation between men as producers of commodities came to dominate the whole economic scene. Second, one may begin by drawing attention to the fact that societies can usefully be distinguished from one another on the basis of differences in those relations between men as producers, of which the property relations specific to a particular epoch are the legal expression. For depending on the character and mode of distribution of the means of production, men may organize themselves or be organized in many different ways in order to produce the things they require. Their mutual exchange of activities in any given period may be based upon relations of subordination, or of cooperation, or of a transitional and mixed character. It is these relations, according to Marx, which lend their character to the whole complex of production relations in existence at any given time, and which therefore afford the proper basis for distinguishing one economic system from another and for dividing the history of mankind into stages. In Capital, Marx was concerned not with the whole history of mankind, but rather with the development of the broad system of commodity production up to and including the stage of capitalist commodity production. And it was this capitalist stage, as we have seen, which was Marx's main object of concern. Now the period during which this development of commodity production took place was, of course, characterized by a succession of different economic systems, which can be differentiated from one another on the basis just described. But according to Marx's method, the starting point of research must be the study of the fundamental relation between men as producers of commodities, in its general and abstract form, as it persists throughout the whole period. The first task must be to analyze the nature of this basic production relation, and to show in broad general terms how it determines the forms of consumption, distribution, exchange in all commodity-producing societies. The second and main task, as Marx saw it, was to analyze the manner in which this broad and simplified picture of the way in which production relations determine other economic relations is altered and modified when the capitalist system of commodity production replaces the earlier systems. Once it has been understood that this is essentially what Marx was trying to do in his economic work, the question of the place of the labor theory of value in his system is virtually answered. The nearest that Marx came to answering this question himself was in his famous letter to Kugelmann of July 1868. Even if there were no chapter on value in my book, the analysis of the real relationships which I give would contain the proof and demonstration of the real value relation. The nonsense about the necessity of proving the concept of value arises from complete ignorance both of the subject dealt with and of the method of science. Every child knows that a country which ceased to work, I will not say for a year, but for a few weeks, would die. Every child knows, too, that the mass of products corresponding to the different needs require different and quantitatively determined masses of the total labor of society. That this necessity of distributing social labor in definite proportions cannot be done away with by the particular form of social production, but can only change the form it assumes, is self-evident. No natural laws can be done away with. What can change, in changing historical circumstances, is the form in which these laws operate. And the form in which this proportional division of labor operates, in a state of society where the interconnection of social labor is manifested in the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products. The science consists precisely in working out how the law of value operates. So that if one wanted at the very beginning to explain all the phenomena which apparently contradict that law, one would have to give the science before the science one. In this exceptionally important passage, Marx proceeds as follows. First, he emphasizes that an understanding of the subject dealt with and of the method of science is required if his theory of value is to be properly understood. He then goes on to point out that the social division of labor necessarily has a quantitative aspect, i.e., that it implies not only that the total labor of society must be allocated between the production of different goods, but also that these different goods require quantitatively determined masses of labor to be allocated to their production. Following on from here, he describes this necessity of distributing social labor in definite proportions as a natural law which cannot be done away with, but which may operate in different ways according to changing historical circumstances. The particular form in which it operates in societies where goods are produced as commodities, he then suggests, is precisely the exchange value of these goods, meaning by this not only that these goods possess exchange value because they are the products of proportionally distributed labor in such societies, but also, evidently, that the quantity of exchange value which a unit of each good possesses relatively to a unit of every other is dependent upon the relative quantities of the labor of society which it is necessary to allocate to their production. Finally, having thus made it clear that exchange value is a historical category associated with systems of commodity production and with systems of commodity production alone, he points out that the main task of the political economy of commodity production must be to work out how the law of value operates. One must not try right at the very beginning to explain all the phenomena which apparently contradict that law, as Ricardo had done. Rather, one should try to explain the phenomena which apparently contradict the law in terms of the operation of the law itself. To Marx, then, the task of showing how relations of production determine the forms of consumption, distribution, exchange reduced itself, in its essentials, to the task of showing how the law of value operates as commodity production develops. The particular way in which he went about fulfilling this task was largely dictated by the general methodological approach which he adopted, and, more especially, by the broad aims which he had primarily in view when writing Capital. He was not concerned to distinguish the way in which the law of value operated under capitalism from the way in which it operated under, say, feudalism, or slavery, or primitive communism. Rather, he tended to abstract in this connection from the specific features differentiating one pre-capitalist form of commodity production from another, and to concentrate on distinguishing the way in which the law of value operated under capitalism from the way in which it operated under all these earlier systems taken together insofar as they were characterized by simple commodity production in which the normal exchange was one of value for value. 11. What he was mainly interested in analyzing was the manner in which the introduction of capitalist commodity production modified the influence which the basic relation between men as producers could be assumed to have exerted upon exchange relations under simple commodity production. Under both simple and capitalist commodity production, he argued, the basic relation between men as producers of commodities, which persisted throughout the whole period of commodity production, exerted its influence on exchange relations by making the exchange ratios of commodities a function of embodied labor ratios. 3. The replacement of simple commodity production, in which the direct producers owned their own means of production, by capitalist commodity production, in which the direct producers owned nothing but their labor power, which had itself now become a commodity, did not mean that exchange ratios ceased to be a function of embodied labor ratios. But the introduction of capitalism did mean that the shape of the function was altered. Exchange ratios were related to embodied labor ratios in a different and more complex way. Whereas under simple commodity production the law of value operated so as to make exchange ratios roughly equivalent to embodied labor ratios, under capitalist commodity production it operated in a different way, so that although ratios were still ultimately determined by embodied labor ratios, the two were no longer necessarily, or even normally, equivalent to one another. I have emphasized this point here partly because it is necessary to grasp it if we are to understand the meaning of Marx's theory of value and the role which it played in his general system, but more particularly because it is of crucial importance if we wish to extract the essence of what Marx said from its context and reapply it to the present-day situation. For Marx, as we have seen, the task of showing how the law of value operates was virtually identical with the task of showing how relations of production determined relations of exchange. The particular way in which Marx went about this task was largely dictated by the fact that he was primarily concerned to contrast the basic characteristics of commodity production under competitive capitalism with those of simple commodity production. If, however, we are primarily concerned to contrast the basic characteristics of commodity production under, say, monopoly capitalism with those of commodity production under, say, competitive capitalism. The way in which we go about this task will be rather different. This is a problem which will be further discussed in the final section of the present work. 1. The concept of value in Chapter 1 of Capital 1 and Bourgeois Society, wrote Marx in his preface to the first edition of Capital Volume I. The commodity form of the product of labor or the value form of the commodity is the economic cell form. To the superficial observer, the analysis of these forms seems to turn upon minutiae. It does in fact deal with minutiae, but they are of the same order as those dealt with in microscopic anatomy 1. In Part I of Capital, under the heading Commodities and Money, Marx attempts a detailed analysis of this economic cell form, using the force of abstraction as his microscope. Referring specifically to this first part of Capital in his preface, Marx said, "Every beginning is difficult, holds in all sciences. To understand the first chapter, especially the section th.at contains the analysis of commodities, will, therefore, present the greatest difficulty. That which concerns more especially the analysis of the substance of value and the magnitude of value, I have, as much as it was possible, popularized." 11. I presuppose, of course, a reader who is willing to learn something new, and therefore to think for himself. 8. Every beginning is difficult, for one reason, because one has to be very careful not to give the science before the science, i.e., in the case of political economy, not to take as given right at the beginning economic categories which should properly be developed only at a later stage. Having already criticized Ricardo and Proudhon for doing precisely this, Marx had to be specially careful not to fall into the same error himself. Beginnings are difficult, too, if one's methodological approach cannot be stated in detail at the outset without appearing to anticipate results which are still to be proved. 1. And this particular beginning was difficult for at least two other reasons as well. First, because a considerable amount of the ground had already been covered in the critique, and second, because some of the passages on value in Marx's earlier economic works had been seriously misunderstood in working-class circles. Thus Marx had to decide which of the points only hinted at in the earlier book should be worked out more fully in Capital, and which of the points worked out fully in the critique should be only touched upon in Capital 2. And he had at the same time to decide which parts of the analysis he could afford to popularize without risking further misunderstandings. The analysis begins with a reformulation of the passages in the critique dealing with what Marx had there called the twofold aspect of commodities, that of use value and exchange value. A commodity, he writes, is, in the first place, an object outside us, a thing that by its properties satisfies human wants of some sort or another. Use values constitute the substance of all wealth, whatever may be the social form of that wealth. In the form of society we are about to consider, i.e., commodity-producing society R.L.M. they are, in addition, the material depositories of exchange value. 6. Exchange value, Marx proceeds, at first sight, presents itself a quantitative relation, as the proportion in which values in use of one sort are exchanged for those of another sort, a relation constantly changing with time and place. Thus exchange value appears to be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently an intrinsic value, i.e., an exchange value that is inseparably connected with, inherent in commodities, seems a contradiction in terms. But, he suggests, things will appear otherwise if we consider the matter a little more closely. 6. The passages in which he goes on to do this have been so seriously and persistently misinterpreted that they must be reproduced in full. The paragraphs are numbered for convenience. 1. A given commodity, example a quarter of wheat, is exchanged for X blacking, Y silk, or Z gold, and C in short, for other commodities in the most different proportions. Instead of one exchange value, the wheat has, therefore, a great many. But since X blacking, Y silk, Z gold, and C, each represent the exchange value of 1/4 of wheat, X blacking, Y silk, Z gold, and C, must, as exchange values, be replaceable by each other, or equal to each other. Therefore, first, the valid exchange values of a given commodity express something equal. Secondly, exchange value, generally, is only the mode of expression, the phenomenal form, of something contained in it, yet distinguishable from it. 2. Let us take two commodities, example corn and iron. The proportions in which they are exchangeable, whatever those proportions may be, can always be represented by an equation in which a given quantity of corn is equated to some quantity of iron, example L/4 corn equals XCWT iron. What does this equation tell us? It tells us that in two different things in L/4 of corn and XCWT of iron, there exists in equal quantities something common to both. The two things must therefore be equal to a third, which in itself is neither the one nor the other. Each of them, so far as it is exchange value, must therefore be reducible to this third. 3. A simple geometrical illustration will make this clear. In order to calculate and compare the areas of rectilinear figures, we decompose them into triangles. But the area of the triangle itself is expressed by something totally different from its visible figure, namely by half the product of the base into the altitude. The same way the XGE values of commodities must be capable of being expressed in terms of something common to them all, of which thing they represent a greater or less quantity. 4. This common something cannot be either a geometrical, a chemical, or any other natural property of commodities. Such properties claim our attention only in so far as they affect the utility of those commodities, make them use values. But the exchange of commodities is evidently an act characterized by a total abstraction from use value. Then one use value is just as good as another, provided only it be present in sufficient quantity. Or, as old Barbon says, one sort of wares are as good as another, if their values be equal. There is no difference or distinction in things of equal value. An 100 pounds worth of lead or iron is of as great value as 100 pounds worth of silver or gold. As use values, commodities are, above all, of different qualities, but as exchange values they are merely different quantities, and consequently do not contain an atom of use value. If then we leave out of consideration the use value of commodities, they have only one common property left, that of being products of labor. 1. In the first three of these paragraphs, Marx is really laying down the formal requirements of a theory of value. To begin with, he insists in effect that although exchange value necessarily presents itself in a pretty relative form, it is not possible to arrive at an adequate theory of value unless one assumes that differences, or changes, in relative values are the net resultant of differences, or changes, in the individual values of one or more of the commodities concerned, each taken in isolation. Marx does not state this specifically, in his deliberately popularized account he contents himself with showing by a simple illustration that the value relationships which commodities bear to one another in exchange are capable of expression in an absolute as well as in a relative form. Such an approach requires that some common quality inhering in or attaching to commodities must be selected as constituting the substance of value. This quality, Marx suggests, must be something which is capable of expression in quantitative terms, and which although contained in the commodity is never distinguishable from it. Here, as Mr. Dobb has pointed out, Marx is merely stating, again in popularized form, one of the familiar formal requirements of a theory of value, that the determining constants must express a relationship with some quantity which is not itself a value. 8. In the fourth paragraph, Marx disposes of the idea that the common something can be either a geometrical, a chemical, or any other natural property of commodities. Such properties, Marx says, claim our attention only in so far as they make the commodities use values, but the exchange of commodities is characterized by a total abstraction from use value. This argument has often been misunderstood. Bohm-Bawerk, for example, complained that Marx, having demonstrated no more than that the special forms under which the values in use of the commodities may appear were abstracted from in exchange, went on to infer from this that use value as such was abstracted from. What this in effect amounted to, said Bombauer, was a confusion between abstraction from the genus, and abstraction from the specific forms in which the genus manifests itself. But in actual fact Marx was not concerned at all, in this particular place, with what Bombauer called the genus, i.e., use value as such. He was concerned only with the special forms under which the values in use of the commodities may appear. These forms, he argued, were abstracted from in exchange in the simple sense illustrated in the quotation from Barbon, namely, as he put it in the Critique, that entirely apart from their natural forms and without regard to the specific kind of wants for which they serve as use values, commodities in certain quantities equal each other, take each other's place in exchange, pass as equivalents, and in spite of their variegated appearance, represent the same entity. For this reason, Marx argued, the common something cannot be a natural property such as weight, volume, etc. In the fifth paragraph, Marx says in effect that if we leave out of consideration such natural properties as these, commodities have in fact only one common property left which fulfills the formal requirements he has just been describing, the quality of being the products of labor. That this is what Marx meant by this much disputed statement is, I think, reasonably clear from the context. Marx was hardly so stupid as to fail to recognize that commodities possessed other common properties besides those of weight, volume, etc., and of being the products of labor. All commodities possessing exchange value, for example, were obviously appropriated by private individuals, were the products of nature as well as of labor, and were objects of utility. The question was, however, whether any of these other common properties were capable of expression in quantitative terms and were contained in and yet distinguishable from the commodity in the sense described above. It appeared evident to Marx that none of them were in fact capable of fulfilling these requirements, so that if weight, volume, etc., were excluded, the quality of being the products of labor was the only relevant common property left. If Marx had been writing Capital 20 or 30 years later, when the marginal utility theory was becoming fashionable, it is possible that he would at this juncture have elaborated his reasons for believing that the common property which commodities had of being objects of utility was not in fact capable of fulfilling the formal requirements. There are 2 points which he might appropriately have emphasized in the context of the particular argument we have been considering. First, that the utility of a commodity is not a directly measurable quantity, and second, that utility cannot possibly be regarded as an independent determining factor without a quite illegitimate identification of desire and satisfaction. As it was, he simply accepted the classical view, with which we are already familiar, that the particular estimates of the utility of a commodity made by the individuals who purchase it do not in fact determine its long-period equilibrium price, as is sufficiently shown by the fact that a change in the estimates made of its utility by the purchasers does not normally alter that price. Marx no doubt took it for granted, perhaps over-optimistically, that the more learned readers of the popularist sections would understand that this view was implied in what he said. Later in Part I, Marx makes it clear that his logical abstraction from utility at the beginning of the book is a reflection, as it were, of a historical abstraction. Exchange value, in Marx's view, is a historical category, appropriate only to the particular period in which goods are produced and exchanged as commodities. It is only when goods come to be produced and exchanged as commodities, in other words, that exchange value comes to develop a form of its own. When products first begin to be exchanged, they confront one another merely as use values, and the ratios in which they are exchanged are up to a point arbitrary and variable, since they largely depend upon the subjective estimates of the utility of the products made by the parties to the exchange. Eventually, however, as a result of the repetition and extension of exchanges, the products are transformed into commodities, whose use values become the material depositories of a new quality exchange value. And when this happens, there is a significant change in the manner in which ratios of exchange are determined. Marx describes the process as follows. The first step made by an object of utility towards acquiring exchange value is when it forms a non-use value for its owner. And that happens when it forms a superfluous portion of some article required for his immediate wants. Objects in themselves are external to man, and consequently alienable by him. In order that this alienation may be reciprocal, it is only necessary for men, by a tacit understanding, to treat each other as private owners of those alienable objects, and by implication as independent individuals. But such a state of reciprocal independence has no existence in a primitive society based on property in common, whether such a society takes the form of a patriarchal family, an ancient Indian community, or a Peruvian Inca state. The exchange of commodities, therefore, first begins on the boundaries of such communities, at their points of contact with other similar communities, or with members of the latter. So soon, however, as products once become commodities in the external relations of a community, they also, by reaction, become so in its internal intercourse. The proportions in which they are exchangeable are at first quite a matter of chance. What makes them exchangeable is the mutual desire of their owners to alienate them. Meantime, the need for foreign objects of utility gradually establishes itself. The constant repetition of exchange makes it a normal social act. In the course of time, therefore, some proportion at least of the products of labor must be produced with a special view to exchange. From that moment the distinction becomes firmly established between the utility of an object for the purposes of consumption, and its utility for the purposes of exchange. Its use value becomes distinguished from its exchange value. On the other hand, the quantitative proportion in which the articles are exchangeable, becomes dependent on their production itself. Custom stamps them as values with definite magnitudes 1. It is only when products are fully converted into commodities, then, that they appear stamped as values with definite magnitudes. The task of determining the exchange ratios of the products is then taken away from the parties to the exchange, who had formerly fixed them on the basis of their own subjective estimates of their utility, and handed over to the relations of production, which henceforth fix them in abstraction from purchasers' estimates of their utility. The quantitative proportion in which the articles are exchangeable, as Marx puts it, becomes dependent on their production itself. Many critics of Marx, from Bohm-Bawerk onwards, have discussed the argument contained in the 5 paragraphs quoted above as if it were, to quote a recent writer, Marx's proof of the labor theory of value. They have then tried to show that the argument, considered as such a proof, is quite unsatisfactory, and have generally concluded by suggesting that Marx used it as a sort of offida to cover a mere definition of value which was purely arbitrary and dogmatic. This type of attack seems to me to be misconceived. It is true, of course, that Marx began with a particular concept of value which he had arrived at fairly early in his economic studies. Value was conceived as embodied or crystallized labor. But this concept was very far from being arbitrary or dogmatic. As we saw in the last chapter, it was intimately associated with the particular hypothesis which Marx set out to test in Capital, the materialist conception of history. If the basic relation between men as commodity producers in fact determined their exchange relations i.e., the value relations between their products, it could only do so per medium of the relative quantities of labor which they bestowed on these products. The concept of value as embodied labor in effect expressed Marx's view that the economic process should be analyzed in terms of the social relations between men and men in the production of commodities. The concept in itself could not of course be proved by a logical argument of the type used to prove a theorem in geometry. But the theory of value erected on the basis of the concept naturally had to be proved. First of all, Marx believed it was necessary to prove that a theory of value erected on the basis of this particular concept, and this particular concept alone, was capable of fulfilling the formal requirements of a theory of value. This was essentially what Marx set out to do in the 5 paragraphs we have just been discussing. But this was far from being the whole of Marx's proof of the labor theory of value, as Bohm-Bawerk and his followers tended to assume. It was also necessary to demonstrate that a theory of value erected on the basis of this particular concept was in fact capable of providing a real solution of the problems which were put before it. The really important part of Marx's proof of the labor theory of value was contained in the subsequent sections of Capital, in which Marx applied the theory to the analysis of economic reality, and in particular to the problem of distribution. So far, in dealing with Marx's concept of value as embodied labor, we have ignored his important distinction between abstract labor and useful labor, a distinction which he regarded as the pivot on which a clear comprehension of political economy turns. Something must be said about this part of his analysis before we proceed further. Use value can be considered objectively as utility of the product, or subjectively as usefulness of the work. When it is considered subjectively in this sense, the concept of useful, or concrete, labor emerges. Useful labor, defined as productive activity of a definite kind and exercised with a definite aim, is the creator of use value, and is clearly a necessary condition, independent of all forms of society, for the existence of the human race. But the labor which finds expression in value, according to Marx, does not possess the same characteristics that belong to it as a creator of use values. The labor which creates value, as distinct from use value, is abstract labor, i.e., productive activity as such, from which all differences between the various kinds of activity have been abstracted. Just as, when we are considering commodities as values, we abstract from their different use values, so it is with the labor represented by those values, we disregard the difference between its useful forms. Labor, according to this view, possesses the same twofold nature as the commodity which it produces. This concept of abstract labor, or labor in general, Marx pointed out, is truly realized only as a category of the most modern society, where individuals pass with ease from one kind of work to another, which makes it immaterial to them what particular kind of work may fall to their share. But the abstraction expresses a relation which in fact dates back to the much earlier time when products first began to be converted into commodities. That was the time when, as Marx put it in the Critique, labor began to acquire its social character from the fact that the labor of the individual took on the abstract form of universal labor. Marx's point here is that whereas labor necessarily assumes a social character from the moment when men begin in any way to work for one another, the specific form in which this social character manifests itself differs from epoch to epoch. Under the patriarchal system of production, for example, when spinner and weaver lived under the same roof, when the female members of the family did the spinning, and the male members did the weaving to supply the wants of their own family, then yarn and linen were social products, spinning and weaving were social labor within the limits of the family. But their social character did not manifest itself in the fact that yarn, as a universal equivalent, could be exchanged for linen as a universal equivalent, or that one was exchanged for the other as identical and equivalent expressions of the same universal labor time. It was rather the family organization with its natural division of labor that impressed its peculiar social stamp on the product of labor one. But when commodity production began, the social character of labor began to manifest itself in quite a different form. When exchange has acquired such an extension that useful articles are produced for the purpose of being exchanged, wrote Marx, and their character as values has therefore to be taken into account, beforehand, during production, the labor of the individual producer acquires socially a twofold character. On the one hand, it must, as a definite useful kind of labor, satisfy a definite social want, and thus hold its place as part and parcel of the collective labor of all, as a branch of a social division of labor that has sprung up spontaneously. On the other hand, it can satisfy the manifold wants of the individual producer himself, only in so far as the mutual exchangeability of all kinds of useful private labor is an established social fact, and therefore the private useful labor of each producer ranks on an equality with that of all others. The equalization of the most different kinds of labor can be the result only of an abstraction from their inequalities, or of reducing them to their common denominator, viz., expenditure of human labor power or human labor in the abstract too. In a commodity-producing society, then, and in a commodity-producing society alone, the social character of each producer's labor manifests itself in the fact that this labor ranks on an equality with that of all others, i.e., is reduced to abstract labor. And the social character that his particular labor has of being the equal of all other particular kinds of labor, takes the form that all the physically different articles that are the products of labor, have one common quality, viz., that of having value. 3. Thus it is in their capacity as the products of abstract labor, according to Marx's view, that commodities most distinctly bear marks of the relations of social production, one peculiar to commodity-producing societies. The property of being the product of abstract labor is the property which above all reveals a commodity as the bearer of these relations of production. 11. 2. The refinement and development of the concept of value which emerges from the analysis described in the preceding section requires a certain amount of refinement and development before it can become capable of serving as the basis for an adequate theory of value. In accordance with the concept, all commodities, insofar as they represent values, are visualized as crystals of a certain social substance, a human labor in the abstract, and the magnitude of the value possessed by each commodity is regarded as being most appropriately measured by the quantity of this value-creating substance embodied in it, i.e., by the amount of labor time taken to produce it. But if we approach the value problem in this manner, we immediately come face to face with the obvious objection that if values were in fact determined and measured in this way, the more idle and unskillful the laborer, the more valuable would his commodity be, because more time would be required in its production. For to argue thus, however, Marx answers, would be to misunderstand the nature of that abstract labor which constitutes the substance of value. The labor that forms the substance of value, he writes, is homogeneous human labor, expenditure of one uniform labor power. The total labor power of society, which is embodied in the sum total of the values of all commodities produced by that society, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power, composed though it be of innumerable individual units. Each of these units is the same as any other, so far as it has the character of the average labor power of society, and takes effect as such, that is, so far as it requires for producing a commodity, no more time than is needed on an average, no more than is socially necessary. The labor time socially necessary is that required to produce an article under the normal conditions of production, and with the average degree of skill and intensity prevalent at the time. The introduction of power looms into England probably reduced by 1/2 the labor required to weave a given quantity of yam into cloth. The handloom weavers, as a matter of fact, continued to require the same time as before, but for all that, the product of 1 hour of their labor represented after the change only half an hour's social labor, and consequently fell to 1/2 its former value 1. This averaging process, Marx's argument implies, takes place in history before it takes place in the minds of economists. It is simply an aspect of that general historical process whereby, as the system of commodity production develops, each individual's labor is reduced to abstract labor. It need hardly be added that the normal conditions of production referred to here by Marx are exclusively technical conditions, and that it is quite legitimate, in the present context, to regard these conditions as being essentially independent of the values of the commodities consumed. 2. But another and rather more serious difficulty now arises: the famous problem of the reduction of skilled to skilled labor. Marx instructs us to measure the quantity of socially necessary labor required to produce a given commodity in terms of labor possessing the average degree of skill, prevalent at the time in the industry producing the commodity. But if we wish to use the Marxian concept of value as the basis for a theory which will explain differences, or changes, in the relative equilibrium prices of two or more different commodities, something more than this is evidently required. It has to be recognized that the average degree of skill prevalent in one industry at a given time may differ from that prevalent in another, and that the equilibrium prices of commodities produced by relatively skilled labor are generally higher, in relation to the number of hours of labor time expended in their production, than those of commodities produced by relatively skilled labor. The values of commodities, therefore, can be said to be determined by the quantity of labor required on the average to produce them only if proper account is taken of the different degrees of labor skill which are required, on the average, in the case of the different commodities. The most convenient method of overcoming this difficulty would of course be to reduce skilled labor to unskilled, or simple, labor, expressing the values of all commodities in terms of the latter. But we cannot legitimately do this unless we also provide a statement of the laws according to which this reduction is effected. And these laws, naturally, must explain the reduction without reference either to the wages which the skilled and unskilled workers actually receive, or to the ratios at which their products actually exchange on the market. Otherwise we should merely be doing what Marx once described, in another context, as moving in a vicious circle, determining relative value by a relative value which itself needs to be determined. 1 JN Chapter I of Capital. Marx does not attempt to resolve this particular difficulty. All he is concerned to do at this early stage in his argument is to demonstrate that the reduction of skilled to unskilled labor does in fact take place in the real world, and that this reduction is essentially an aspect of the general process whereby individual labors are reduced to abstract labor. The value of a commodity, he says in an oft-quoted passage, represents human labor in the abstract, the expenditure of human labor in general. And just as in society, a general or a banker plays a great part, but mere man, on the other hand, a very shabby part, so here with mere human labor. It is the expenditure of simple labor power, i.e., of the labor power which, on an average, apart from any special development, exists in the organism of every ordinary individual. Simple average labor, it is true, varies in character in different countries and at different times, but in a particular society it is given. Skilled labor counts only as simple labor intensified, or rather, as multiplied simple labor, a given quantity of skilled being considered equal to a greater quantity of simple labor. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. A commodity may be the product of the most skilled labor, but its value, by equating it to the product of simple unskilled labor, represents a definite quantity of the latter labor alone. 2. The different proportions in which different sorts of labor are reduced to unskilled labor as their standard, are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers, and, consequently, appear to be fixed by custom. For simplicity's sake we shall henceforth account every kind of labor to be unskilled, simple labor. By this we do no more than save ourselves the trouble of making the reduction. 3. What Marx is saying here is reasonably clear, and it is difficult to understand why the passage should have been so persistently misinterpreted. All that he says is that in the real world the proportions in which different kinds of skilled labor are reduced to unskilled labor are established by a social process of whose character the producers themselves are generally unaware, one which is surely a fairly evident fact. The question of the actual laws according to which the reduction is made is deliberately left over until later, the most appropriate point to introduce it being, in Marx's opinion, that at which the question of wages, or the value of labor power, comes up for consideration. If this were not clear from the quoted passage itself, it should certainly be clear from a. Engels' statement in Anti-Düring to the effect that at this point, in the development of the theory of value, the process by which skilled labor is reduced to unskilled has only to be stated but not as yet explained. 2. b. Marx's statement in the corresponding passage in the Critique that this is not the place to consider the laws regulating this reduction. 8. And c. the fact that Marx actually does consider these laws later on in Capital. The matter is reintroduced in the chapter on the buying and selling of labor power in Part 2 of Capital. In order to modify the human organism, Marx there says, so that it may acquire skill and handiness in a given branch of industry, and become labor power of a special kind, a special education or training is requisite, and this, on its part, costs an equivalent in commodities of a greater or less amount. This amount varies according to the more or less complicated character of the labor power. The expenses of this education, excessively small in the case of ordinary labor-hour, enter pro tanto into the total value spent in its production. For here, then, Marx makes it clear that training costs are a constituent element in the value of labor power. And in the following chapter he explains that labor power which has had these training costs expended upon it is not only itself of a higher value but also creates proportionally higher values than unskilled labor power. In the creation of surplus value, he writes, "It does not in the least matter, whether the labor appropriated by the capitalist be simple unskilled labor of average quality or more complicated skilled labor. All labor of a higher or more complicated character than average labor is expenditure of labor power of a more costly kind, labor power whose production has cost more time and labor, and which therefore has a higher value, than unskilled or simple labor power. This power being of higher value, its consumption is labor of a higher class, labor that creates in equal times proportionally higher values than unskilled labor does. Whatever difference in skill there may be between the labor of a spinner and that of a jeweler, the portion of his labor by which the jeweler merely replaces the value of his own labor power, does not in any way differ in quality from the additional portion by which he creates surplus value. In the making of jewelry, just as in spinning, the surplus value results only from a quantitative excess of labor, from a lengthening out of one and the same labor process, in the one case, of the process of making jewels, in the other of the process of making yam. One but on the other hand, in every process of creating value, the reduction of skilled labor to average social labor, example 1 day of skilled to 6 days of unskilled labor, is unavoidable. We therefore save ourselves a superfluous operation, and simplify our analysis, by the assumption, that the labor of the workman employed by the capitalist is unskilled average labor too. To Marx, then, the problem of the reduction of skilled to unskilled labor did not seem a particularly important one, partly because the distinction between skilled and unskilled labor was to some extent illusory, partly because the number of skilled laborers in his time was relatively small, but more especially because the solution of the problem appeared to him to be so evident. Skilled labor power being of higher value, because its production has cost more time. And labor 1, its consumption is labor of a higher class, labor that creates in equal times proportionally higher values than unskilled labor does. This key sentence was misinterpreted, somewhat willfully, one cannot help feeling, by Bernstein, who argued that Marx was here deducing the higher value of the product of skilled labor from the higher wage paid to that labor. But it is surely clear from the context that Marx was in fact doing nothing of the sort. He was simply saying, a. that the value of the skilled labor power was higher because it had cost more labor to produce, and b. that because it had cost more labor to produce, it was able to create a product of a higher value. Marx evidently regarded the labor expended on training the skilled laborer as being stored up, as it were, in his person, to be manifested when he actually begins to work. The expenditure of skilled labor, therefore, as Hilferding puts it, signifies the expenditure of all the different unskilled labors which are simultaneously condensed therein. 2. On the assumption that differences in skill are due entirely to differences in training costs, there is little difficulty, at least in theory, in reducing skilled to unskilled labor. One may simply calculate the amount of simple labor, including his own, which was expended in training the laborer, and then average this out over the whole of his expected productive life. If hours is his expected productive life, and T hours of simple labor have been expended upon him and by him during the training period, then when he starts work each hour of his labor will count, for the purpose of estimating the value of the commodity he produces, as 1 plus hours of simple labor. 3. The case where differences in the average degree of skill are due entirely to differences in natural ability, or to a combination of natural ability and training costs, however, is a little more difficult. Marx did not deal specifically with this case, possibly because he felt, as Adam Smith had done, that the difference of natural talents in different men is, in reality, much less than we are aware of. 4. Or possibly he assumed That the average level of natural ability was roughly the same in each industry, so that differences in the average degree of skill between one industry and another could be safely regarded as being due more or less exclusively to differences in training costs. This would probably be a reasonable enough assumption in the case of the great majority of industries, since there are relatively few specialist industries to which men of unusual natural ability are particularly attracted. If one were anxious to leave no loose ends whatever, I see no reason in principle why specialist industries of this type should not be grouped together and dealt with in terms of the sort of analysis which Marx, and Ricardo, reserved for agriculture. The labor theory could then be regarded as applying only at the margin in the case of industries normally employing persons of unusual and highly specialized natural ability. But it must be emphasized that such refinements are not really necessary in order to give the labor theory the requisite degree of generality. The discussion outlined above started from exchange value, or the exchange relation of commodities, in order to get at the value that lies hidden behind it. Having isolated and examined this value, Marx now returns to the form under which value first appeared to us, and subjects it to a searching analysis. The task which he sets himself in this part of his work is well described in the following paragraph. Everyone knows, if he knows nothing else, that commodities have a value form common to them all, and presenting a marked contrast with the varied bodily forms of their use values. I mean their money form. Here, however, a task is set us, the performance of which has never yet even been attempted by bourgeois economy, the task of tracing the genesis of this money form, of developing the expression of value implied in the value relation of commodities, from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline, to the dazzling money form. By doing this we shall, at the same time, solve the riddle presented by Money 1. There is no need for us to follow Marx's rather complex analysis of the elementary, expanded and money forms of value in any detail. Essentially, what he is trying to do here is to reveal the contradictions which result from the reciprocal interaction of the two sides of the value equation, and to demonstrate the nature of the solutions of these contradictions which logic and history and provide. The contradictions, as Engels said, are not merely of abstract theoretical interest, but, at the same time, reflect the difficulties which emerge from the nature of the immediate exchange relations, of simple barter, reflect the impossibilities in which this first crude form of exchange necessarily terminates. The solution to these impossibilities is to be found in the fact that the property of representing the exchange value of all other commodities is transferred to a special commodity Money 1. Marx's interesting discussion of the fetishism of commodities and the secret thereof, with which Chapter 1 concludes, makes explicit a number of the attitudes which underlie the argument of the preceding sections. Marx's thesis, briefly, is that many current errors and confusions over the problem of value and therefore over the problems of political economy in general are due to the fact that in commodity-producing societies the basic socio-economic relation between men appears disguised, as it were, as a relation between things. As a general rule, Marx writes, articles of utility become commodities, only because they are products of the labor of private individuals or groups of individuals who carry on their work independently of each other. The sum total of the labor of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into social contact with each other until they exchange their products, the specific social character of each producer's labor does not show itself except in the act of exchange. In other words, the labor of the individual asserts itself as a part of the labor of society, only by means of the relations which the act of exchange establishes directly between the products, and indirectly, through them, between the producers. To the latter, therefore, the relations connecting the labor of one individual with that of the rest appear, not as direct social relations between individuals at work, but as what they really are, material relations between persons and social relations between things. In other words, as Marx put it in the Critique, the relation of persons in their work appears in the form of a mutual relation between things, and between things and persons. 8. Just as in the religious world the productions of the human brain appear as independent beings endowed with life, and entering into relation both with one another and the human race, so it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. This, says Marx, I call the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor, so soon as they are produced as commodities, and which is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. 1. The categories of bourgeois political economy, Marx argues, are forms of thought expressing with social validity the conditions and relations of a definite, historically determined mode of production, viz., the production of commodities. Therefore, he says, the whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labor as long as they take the form of commodities, vanishes. So soon as we come to other forms of production. Marx reviews in turn the situation of Robinson Crusoe on his island, the European Middle Ages, with their social relations of production characterized by personal dependence, the patriarchal industries of a peasant family which produces articles for home use, and finally a community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common, a community in which the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community. He demonstrates that in all these cases the social relations of the individual producers, with regard both to their labor and to its products, are perfectly simple and intelligible. There is no possibility of the real social relations between the producers being disguised under the shape of social relations between the products of labor. It is only under the system of commodity production, and even there only in the later stages of its development, that the mystification becomes really serious. 8. As the use of money increases, and more articles become commodities, the mystification is heightened, reaching its maximum under capitalism. To the producers of commodities, Marx argues, their own social action takes the form of the action of objects, which rule the producers instead of being ruled by them. 3. And this has an important effect upon bourgeois political economy, which, according to Marx, although it has indeed analyzed, however incompletely, value and its magnitude, and has discovered what lies beneath these forms, has never asked why labor is represented by the value of its product and labor time by the magnitude of that value. Its formulae, Marx says, which bear stamped upon them in unmistakable letters, that they belong to a state of society, in which the process of production has the mastery over man, instead of being control-cl by him. Such formulae appear to the bourgeois intellect to be as much a self-evident necessity imposed by nature as productive labor itself. 1. It is true, Marx agrees, that political economy has now outgrown the illusions of the monetary system. But, he asks, does not its superstition come out as clear as noonday, whenever it treats of capital? 11. And in an amusing passage in Volume 3 of Capital, discussing what he calls the Trinitarian formula of modern political economy, in which land, labor, and capital are assumed to produce the income which accrues to their owners, he says that in this formula we have the complete mystification of the capitalist mode of production, the transformation of social conditions into things, the indiscriminate amalgamation of the material conditions of production with their historical and social forms. It is an enchanted, perverted, topsy-turvy world, in which Mr. Capital and Mistress Land carry on their oblong tricks as social characters and at the same time as mere things. In other words, the mystification which surrounds commodity production as such necessarily also surrounds the specific forms of commodity production, in particular the capitalist form. The life process of society, Marx asserts, which is based on the process of material production, does not strip off its mystical veil until it is treated as production by freely associated men, and is consciously regulated by them in accordance with a settled plan. 3. The application of the concept Marx, then, define the value of a commodity at any given time and place as the amount of socially necessary simple labor required to produce it, or, rather, to reproduce it, one at that time and place, and proceeded in Volume I of Capital on the assumption that commodities did in fact tend to sell at their values, i.e., that the long-run equilibrium prices of freely reproducible commodities tended under reasonably competitive conditions to be proportionate to the quantities of socially necessary simple labor required to produce them. It is important to note at the outset that Marx's theory of value, like those of Smith and Ricardo, did not pretend to explain any prices other than those at which supply and demand equilibrate each other, and therefore cease to act. 3. The prices in which Marx was primarily interested were those which manifested themselves at the point where supply and demand balanced or equilibrated one another. The very fact that the forces of supply and demand did actually balance at this point was taken by Marx as an indication that the level of the equilibrium price could not be adequately explained merely in terms of the interaction of these forces. 4. The relation of supply and demand could certainly explain deviations from the equilibrium price, but it could not explain the level of the equilibrium price itself. It was in fact precisely through fluctuations in supply and demand that the law of value operated to determine the equilibrium price. 5. Prices, then, might diverge from values in cases where supply and demand did not balance. And not only was the price form compatible with the possibility of a quantitative incongruity between magnitude of value and price, but it might also conceal a qualitative inconsistency, so much so, that price ceases altogether to express value. In other words, an object may have a price without having value. 6. This was particularly important, of course, in the case of land and natural objects. The mystery of the origin of the exchange value of mere forces of nature 7 would ultimately have to be solved, of course, per medium of the theory of rent, but in a first approximation the problem could be safely ignored. I.e., as Marx put it, landed property is taken as equals 0. 1. Just as Marx's concept of value involved an abstraction from utility, in the sense indicated above, so the theory of the determination of equilibrium price based upon it involved a similar abstraction from demand. In common with his classical predecessors, Marx assumed that changes in demand would not in themselves, on the supposition of constant returns to scale for the industry as a whole, bring about changes in the long-run equilibrium prices of the commodities concerned. 2. But this is not at all to say that Marx ignored demand. It remained true, as he emphasized, a. that a commodity had to be in demand before it could possess exchange value, b. that changes in demand might cause the actual market price of a commodity to deviate from its equilibrium price, c. that price under conditions of monopoly was determined only by the eagerness of the purchasers to buy and by their solvency, 3. and j. that demand was the main force determining the proportion of the social labor force allocated to any given productive sector at any given time. This last point was one of particular importance. If a diminution in the demand for, say, linen, brought about a situation in which the total quantity of labor actually allocated to the linen industry was greater than the total quantity which society required to be allocated there under the existing technical conditions, then the effect upon the price of linen, according to Marx, would be the same as if each individual weaver had expended more labor time upon his particular product than is socially necessary. Some critics have suggested that Marx, in making this statement, is in effect admitting that the quantity of socially necessary labor required to produce a yard of linen is partly dependent upon demand conditions. But Marx does not say that the change in demand will cause a change in the quantity of socially necessary labor. He says only that the effect of the change in demand upon the price of linen will be the same as if each weaver had expended more than the quantity of socially necessary labor on his product, which is of course something very different. All he is doing, in fact, is to make it clear that one of the conditions requiring to be fulfilled before a yard of linen will sell at its value is that the total quantity of labor allocated to the linen industry, and therefore the total supply of linen, should be just sufficient to satisfy the aggregate demand. In other words, supply must be equal to demand, which in Marx's view is just another way of saying that use value is a prerequisite of exchange value not only in the case of each individual commodity, but also in the case of the whole mass of commodities. Every commodity, writes Marx in Volume I of Capital, must contain the necessary quantity of labor, and at the same time only the proportional quantity of the total social labor time must have been spent on the various groups. For the use value of things remains a prerequisite. The use value of the individual commodities depends on the particular need which each satisfies. But the use value of the social mass of products depends on the extent to which it satisfies in quantity a definite social need for every particular kind of product in an adequate manner, so that the labor is proportionately distributed among the different spheres in keeping with these social needs, which are definite in quantity. The social need, that is the use value on a social scale, appears here as a determining factor for the amount of social labor which is to be supplied by the various particular spheres. But it is only the same law, which showed itself in the individual commodity, namely that its use value is the basis of its exchange value and thus of its surplus value. 1. The quantity of socially necessary labor required to produce a unit of any commodity, then, was by no means dependent upon demand conditions. Demand certainly determined the total quantity of labor to be allocated to the industry producing any commodity under given conditions of labor productivity, but it was this productivity, and not the demand, which determined the value of a unit of the commodity. And Marx often argued, in addition, that demand was by no means autonomous, but largely dependent upon the distribution of income to and the actions of the producers themselves. 8. This being another reason why any theory of value which started from the demand side was necessarily doomed to failure. When Marx embarked upon his preliminary, Volume I, analysis of the laws governing the production of surplus value under capitalism, then, he proceeded on the assumption that commodities tended to sell at their values in the sense defined above. Now it can easily be shown that under developed capitalism, once an average rate of profit has been established to which all individual rates tend more or less automatically to conform, exchange ratios will not in fact tend to be equal to embodied labor ratios unless the capitals concerned are similarly constituted, i.e., in Marx's terminology, unless their organic compositions are equal. 8. If we assume that commodities tend to sell at their values, in the Marxian sense, under developed capitalism, then, we implicitly assume either that organic compositions are equal or that rates of profit are unequal. But the actual tendencies under capitalism are towards the inequality of organic compositions and the equality of rates of profit rather than the reverse. Why, then, did Marx conduct his preliminary analysis of surplus value on the assumption that commodities tended to sell at their values? The reasons underlying Marx's procedure here should become fairly clear if we remember what was said above regarding his general economic method and the plan of capital. Marx begins with an analysis of the commodity as such, and then goes on to consider its ideologically and historically secondary form, a capitalistically modified commodity. 8. His main task is to inquire into the modifications which take place in the general laws of commodity production and exchange when the capitalist system of commodity production replaces the earlier systems. In order to reveal the essence of these modifications, Marx seems to have believed, it is useful to assume that capitalism impinges on a system of simple commodity production in which the normal exchange is one of value for value, and that in the early stages of the conversion of this simple commodity production into capitalist commodity production all commodities continue for some time to exchange at their values. The capitalists in each sphere of production reduce the reward of the direct producers to the subsistence level and appropriate surplus value. Their competition within each sphere tends to establish a single price for the commodity produced in that sphere, but there is as yet no competition between the capitalists in different spheres and therefore no average rate of profit. Thus differences in the organic compositions of capital as between the spheres will be associated with differences in rates of profit rather than with divergences between exchange ratios and embodied labor ratios. In such a state of affairs, the phenomenon of the creation and appropriation of surplus value appears, as it were, in its pure form, free from the pall of obscurity which the subsequent formation of an average rate of profit tends to spread over it. This state of affairs, then, which can reasonably be assumed to have been the historical starting point, one must be the logical starting point as well, but capitalism, having once found a foothold, soon proceeds to modify the way in which the law of value operates. The extension and intensification of capitalist competition leads to the formation of an average rate of profit, which means that equilibrium exchange ratios begin to diverge from embodied labor ratios in all cases where the organic composition of the capitals concerned is different. Commodities now tend to sell in proportion to their prices of production, i.e., their natural prices in the classical sense, instead of in proportion to their values. And as in history, so in logic. In the first approximation, Marx believed, one should assume that commodities sell at their values, and explain the origin of surplus value on this basis. One should then logically derive average profits from surplus value, and transform values into prices of production, thus arriving at the second approximation in which the initial assumption is dropped. By adopting this procedure, Marx maintained, it was possible to show that the law of value still operated, i.e., that the basic relations between men as producers of commodities still ultimately determined relations of exchange even when simple commodity production became capitalistically modified and commodities no longer actually tended to sell at their values. As will be seen in the following section, Marx believed that any other procedure would leave political economy without a rational basis. On the basis of his initial assumption, then, Marx goes on to examine the economic aspects of the relation between wage labor and capital, a relation which, as he puts it, determines the entire character of the mode of production one in capitalist societies. He leaves aside for future consideration certain other socio-economic relations, example that between landlord and capitalist, which are regarded by him as essentially derivative. He is concerned in particular to disclose the laws which regulate the distribution of income between wage labor and capital. This is a problem in which the theory of value must necessarily be called upon for assistance, since the economic relation between wage labor and capital normally takes the form of an exchange relation. And it is a problem, too, which can only be adequately solved on the supposition that prices are regulated by the average price. 3. Experience shows that the capitalist usually receives a normal profit even though he buys his raw materials, labor power, etc., at the equilibrium prices fixed by the market, and sells his finished commodities at the equilibrium prices which are similarly fixed by the market. Explanations of profit couched in terms of cheating or buying cheap and selling dear are therefore definitely ruled out, if you cannot explain the general nature of profit on the assumption that it is derived from selling commodities at their normal equilibrium prices, i.e., on the volume I assumptions, at their values, said Marx, then you cannot explain it at all. 3. This was a point of much more than merely formal significance. If Marx could show how profit was derived from buying and selling commodities at their values, then this would be equivalent, he believed, to showing that it was through, rather than in spite of, the much vaunted freedom and equality characteristic of a competitive capitalist economy that exploitation was carried on in modern times. Marx's preliminary solution of the problem of profit in volume I is so familiar that a very short summary of it is all that is required here. If it is a fact of experience that the capitalist usually finishes up with more money than he started with, even when he buys and sells everything at its equilibrium price i.e., at its value, on the volume I assumptions, then it is evident that he must be so lucky as to find, within the sphere of circulation, in the market, a commodity, whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption, therefore, is itself an embodiment of labor, and, consequently, a creation of values. 1. And history in fact does put such a unique commodity onto the market, by freeing the direct producer from his means of production and thus transforming his labor power i.e., his capacity to labor into a commodity. The value of the commodity labor power, like that of all other commodities, can be taken, in this first approximation, to be determined by the quantity of labor required to reproduce it i.e., roughly, by the amount of labor required to produce the commodities which are regarded as necessary to keep a laborer and his family going for a given time. But the past labor that is embodied in the labor power, and the living labor that it can call into action, the daily cost of maintaining it, and its daily expenditure in work, are two totally different things. If the length of the working day is X hours, then the cost in labor of maintaining a worker for that time will generally be less than X hours. Thus even though labor power is bought at its value, its use adds a surplus value, i.e., a value over and above its own value, to the value of the raw materials and depreciated machinery and buildings used up in production, a surplus which the capitalist is normally able to realize when he sells the finished commodity, even though he sells it at no more than its value. Thus in the case of each individual branch of production, on the volume I assumptions, the distribution of the product between wage labor and capital will depend upon the proportion in which the working day is there divided up between what Marx called necessary and surplus labor, and over the economy as a whole it will depend upon the ratio between the aggregate quantity of labor employed and the quantity employed to produce wage goods. 3. This means that capital has in fact developed into a coercive relation, which compels the working class to do more work than the narrow round of its own life wants prescribes. 1. This forcible extension of working time for the benefit of an exploiting class is of course no new phenomenon, it is in the method, rather than the fact, of exploitation that capitalism differs from previous forms of class society. In particular, the process of exploitation under capitalism is based not on a violation of the primary laws of commodity production, but, on the contrary, on their operation. The application of the labor theory of value to the commodity labor power involves two special difficulties. In the first place, in contradistinction to other commodities, there enters into the determination of the value of labor power a historical and moral element. The wants of a laborer depend not only upon the climatic and other physical conditions of his country, but also to a great extent upon the degree of civilization of a country, more particularly on the conditions under which, and consequently on the habits and degree of comfort in which, the class of free laborers has been formed. This implies that if the working class can hold the price of its labor power above its value for a long enough period, it may thereby eventually succeed in raising the very value of its labor power. But it still remains true, of course, that in a given country, at a given period, the average quantity of the means of subsistence necessary for the laborer is practically known. 4. In the second place, it is evident that if I call labor a commodity, it is not like a commodity which is first produced in order to exchange. 5. The production of labor power, unlike the production of other commodities, is not normally controlled by individuals who constantly adjust the supply to changes in demand in order to maximize their net receipts. Thus the usual mechanism whereby prices are brought into conformity with values appears to be lacking in the case of the commodity labor power. 1. What justification had Marx, then, in the earlier part of his volume I analysis, for assuming that labor power, just like all other commodities, was bought and sold at its value? It is not sufficient to reply that this was in effect merely an a fortiori assumption of the even-if type, designed to buttress Marx's contention that exploitation was carried on through the laws of commodity exchange rather than through force or unequal exchanges. There is no doubt a strong element of truth in this. But it is evident that if the preliminary analysis of surplus value is carried out on the basis of such an assumption, it must subsequently be shown that economic forces exist which are sufficiently powerful, if not to keep the price of labor power constantly in conformity with its value, at least to keep it from rising so far above its value as to absorb the whole of the surplus. This consideration was of course present in Marx's mind from the outset. In a letter to Engels of April 1858, outlining an early plan of his economic work, Marx pointed out that in the whole of the first section it is assumed inter alia that the wages of labor are constantly equal to their lowest level, this being, as he put it, the only possible way to avoid having to deal with everything under each particular relation. The movement of wages themselves, he added, and the rise and fall of the minimum come under the consideration of wage labor. 1. Once the assumption of the equality of the value and the price of labor power had been dropped, however, and it had been admitted that under certain circumstances the price of labor power might rise above its value and remain at that level for quite long periods, particularly when the rate of capital accumulation was high. 3. The problem of the limit to the rise of wages had to be fairly and squarely faced. Marx dealt with it in his chapter on the general law of capitalist accumulation. Broadly speaking, he argued there that the dynamic development of modern industry usually involved a secular increase in the organic composition of capital, so that the demand for labor, while it might increase absolutely, tended to decline relatively to the accumulation of capital. This relative diminution in the demand for labor, together with the absolute diminution which took place whenever wages happened to rise substantially, one was generally successful in keeping the long-run equilibrium price of labor power fairly near to its value. It did this not only directly, but also indirectly through the creation and maintenance of a reserve army of labor, which was replenished in times of depression and whose existence naturally militate against the efforts of the working class to increase and at times even to maintain the level of wages. The demand for labor, Marx claimed, is not identical with increase of capital, nor supply of labor with increase of the working class. It is not a case of two independent forces working on one another. Les deux sont pipes. Capital works on both sides at the same time. If its accumulation, on the one hand, increases the demand for labor, it increases on the other the supply of laborers by the setting free of them, whilst at the same time the pressure of the unemployed compels those that are employed to furnish more labor, and therefore makes the supply of labor, to a certain extent, independent of the supply of laborers. The action of the law of supply and demand of labor on this basis completes the despotism of capital. 2. Thus, although there was no Lassaline iron law of wages, 3. To prevent the working class from bettering their position, the general tendency of capitalist production, Marx believed, was to push the price of labor power downwards towards its value. For the analysis in Volume 3 of Capital. At the beginning of Volume 3 of Capital, Meek described as follows the relation between this volume and the two which had preceded it. In the first volume we analyzed the phenomena presented by the process of capitalist production, considered by itself as a mere productive process without regard to any secondary influences of conditions outside of it. But this process of production, in the strict meaning of the term, does not exhaust the life circle of capital. It is supplemented in the actual world by the process of circulation, which was the object of our analysis in the second volume. We found in the course of this last named analysis, especially in Part 3, in which we studied the intervention of the process of circulation in the process of social reproduction, that the capitalist process of production, considered as a whole, is a combination of the processes of production and circulation. It cannot be the object of this third volume to indulge in general reflections relative to this combination. We are rather interested in locating the concrete forms growing out of the movements of capitalist production as a whole and setting them forth. In actual reality, the capitals move and meet in such concrete forms that the form of the capital in the process of production and that of the capital in the process of circulation impress one only as special aspects of those concrete forms. The conformations of the capitals evolved in this third volume approach step by step to that form which they assume on the surface of society, in their mutual interactions, in competition, and in the ordinary consciousness of the human agencies in this process. 1. In conformity with this plan, the first major step which Marx took in Volume 3 and the only one which directly concerns us here is the derivation of profit from surplus value. The surplus value and the rate of surplus value, Marx wrote, are, relatively, the invisible and unknown essence, while the rate of profit and the resulting appearance of surplus value in the form of profit are phenomena which show themselves on the surface. Or, as he put it in another place, profit is, that disguise of surplus value which must be removed before the real nature of surplus value can be discovered. In the surplus value, the relation between capital and labor is laid bare. 3. But once this relation has been laid bare, the disguise must be put on again and examined, for it is by no means unrelated to the thing which it disguises. That is essentially the task which Marx undertakes in the first two parts of Volume 3. Surplus value, in accordance with the Volume I analysis, is related to one part of the capital only, the part which is spent on wages. But profit is related to the whole of the capital. Thus, as we have already seen above, Immediately one starts trying to explain the process whereby surplus value is converted into profit, one comes face to face with the fact that if the rates of profit received on two capitals of different organic compositions are to be the same, then the amount of profit received by the owner of at least one of the capitals must be greater or less than the amount of surplus value produced with its aid. If one has argued, as Marx has, that the only possible permanent source of profit under competitive conditions is the value produced by the surplus labor of the workers employed by the capitalist, there is clearly only one way of explaining the process of conversion so as to take account of this fact. One must argue that the aggregate surplus value produced over the economy as a whole is, as it were, reallocated among the different capitalists so that they share in it, not in accordance with the amount of capital they have spent on wages but in accordance with the total amounts of capital which they have severally employed. The only possible alternative would be to reject the whole volume I analysis and to say that a capital of 100 always produced the same amount of surplus value, and profit, no matter how it was constituted, in which case, Marx believed, political economy would then be without a rational basis. 8. This conversion of surplus value into average profit necessarily implies the transformation of values into what Marx called prices of production. Under capitalism, commodities produced by capitals whose organic composition is different from the social average do not tend to sell at their values, but at prices of production which diverge from their values. Marx's price of production, which includes profit at the average rate, is the same thing which Adam Smith calls natural price, Ricardo price of production, or cost of production, and the physiocrats pre-nécessaire, because it is in the long run a prerequisite of supply, of the reproduction of commodities in every individual sphere. These prices of production, Marx insists, have to be derived from the values of commodities as analyzed in volume I, otherwise there is no possibility of demonstrating that they are in any significant sense subject to law. Prices of production, he says, are conditioned on the existence of an average rate of profit, and this, again, rests on the premise that the rates of profit in every sphere of production, considered by itself, have previously been reduced to so many average rates of profit. These special rates of profit are equal to in every sphere of production, and they must be deduced out of the values of the commodities, as shown in volume I. Without such a deduction, an average rate of profit, and consequently a price of production of commodities, remains a vague and senseless conception. 1. Given the feasibility of such deduction, however, it is surely apparent that Marx's volume I analysis of exchange ratios in terms of prices of production ought properly to be regarded as a modification, rather than as a refutation, of the volume I analysis in terms of values. The total amount of surplus value available for allocation among the capitalists is determined according to the simple volume I analysis. The values of the constituent elements of the individual capitals may also be taken, at least for the moment, to be determined according to the volume I analysis, and it can therefore be said that the level of the average rate of profit, and with it both the individual prices of production and the degree of divergence of individual prices of production from values, are also ultimately determined according to the volume I analysis. The fact that during a particular historical period commodities are not exchanged simply as commodities, but as products of capitals i.e., as capitalistically modified commodities does indeed introduce a disturbance into the operation of the law of value as described in volume I. But it is a calculable disturbance, and in the exact sciences it is not the custom to regard a calculable disturbance as a refutation of a certain law. 8. Marx illustrated this argument with a set of simple arithmetical formulae which are summarized in the following table. 1. Marx deliberately simplifies the calculation by assuming that none of the 5 commodities concerned enters into the production of any of the others. Thus capitals I to V can be considered as the component parts of one single capital of 500. Each of the constituent capitals shown in kernel 1 totals 100, but the cost price of each of the outputs is less than 100, since it is assumed that only a portion of the value of the constant capital is transferred to the commodity in the period we are considering. 2. The amount so transferred is shown in kernel 2, and the cost price, which is the sum of V and used up C, is shown in kernel 3. It is assumed that the working day is everywhere equally divided between necessary and surplus labor, so that surplus value, shown in kernel 4, is equal to V. The total value of each of the outputs being considered, shown in kernel S, represents the sum of the cost price and the surplus value. Now it is evident that the sale of these commodities at their values would result in very unequal rates of profit on each of the capitals. In actual fact, however, Marx maintains, the total pool of surplus value, amounting to no, is allotted, by means of competition, 8 to the individual capitals in accordance. Definite modifications, conformable to law, occur in the prices of the individual capitalistically produced commodities, but these modifications can only be made comprehensible by the discovery of the social nexus, and the law of value renders us this service. With the total size of each in this case uniformly, so that each receives a profit of 22, kernel 6. The price of production, kernel 7, then, at which each output actually tends to sell, is the sum of the cost price and the profit, and differs in each case from the value. But since the total profit is by definition equal to the total surplus value, it naturally follows that in the present case the sum of the values is equal to the sum of the prices of production, or, to put the same thing in another way, that the deviations of prices from values, kernel 8, cancel one another out. 1 Marx's statement that the sum of the prices is equal to the sum of the values has come in for considerable criticism. From Bohm-Bawerk 2 onwards, critics have questioned whether the statement can be held to be meaningful, whether it embodies a tautology, and so on, and have generally concluded that Marx's statement is quite untenable. Some of the difficulty no doubt arises from the fact that Marx, having illustrated this equality arithmetically in the particular case just described, the case where mutual interdependence is abstracted from, immediately went on to say that in the same way the sum of all the prices of production of all commodities in society, comprising the totality of all lines of production, is equal to the sum of their values. 3. The implication of this statement, read in its context, might seem to be that when the assumption that none of the commodities concerned entered into the production of any of the others was dropped, so that the values of input as well as those of output had to be transformed into prices of production, a transformation carried out on the basis of a redistribution of the pool of surplus value would bring out total prices equal to total values in the arithmetical sense. This is in fact not so. On any plausible set of assumptions regarding the manner in which the different branches of the economy are interrelated, it will soon be found on experimenting with various sets of figures that if the values of input as well as those of output are to be transformed into prices of production, it is normally impossible to effect a simultaneous transformation which will make total profit equal to total surplus value and at the same time make total prices of production equal to total values. In all but very exceptional cases, we may preserve one of these equalities, but not both. For if Marx's attention had been drawn to this fact, he might well have reformulated some of his expressions regarding the equality of total prices and total values, while still insisting on the essential point they were designed to express, viz., that after the transformation of values into prices of production the fundamental ratio between the value of labor power and the value of commodities in general, upon which profit depended, one could still be said to be determined in accordance with the volume I analysis. 2. In the special case where none of the commodities concerned enters into the production of any of the others, he might have said, the ratio remains the same for T1, i.e. simple reason that the relevant quantities remain the same, the denominator remains the same by hypothesis, and the numerator remains the same because in this case the sum of the prices necessarily equals the sum of the values. In the more difficult case where the various branches of production are mutually interdependent, he might have added, the sum of the prices does not necessarily come out equal to the sum of the values, but the fundamental ratio can still be said to be determined in accordance with the volume I analysis. However, it would be wrong to suggest that Marx simply ignored this more difficult case. On the contrary, his examination of it, although by no means detailed, was sufficiently well organized to be said to constitute a second stage in his argument. He begins by dropping the assumption that none of the commodities concerned enters into the production of any of the others. In actual fact, he writes, the price of production of one line of production passes, with the profit contained in it, over into the cost price of another line of production. At first sight it might seem as if this would mean that the profit accruing to each capitalist might be counted several times in a calculation such as that which has just been made, but Marx has little difficulty in disposing of this superficial objection. The dropping of the assumption, however, does indeed make one essential difference, which Marx describes as follows. Aside from the fact that the price of a certain product, for instance the product of capital B, differs from its value, because the surplus value realized in B may be greater or smaller than the profit of others contained in the product of B, the same fact applies also to those commodities which form the constant part of its capital, and which indirectly, as necessities of life for the laborers, form its variable part. So far as the constant part is concerned, it is itself equal to the cost price plus surplus value, which now means cost price plus profit, and this profit may again be greater or smaller than the surplus value in whose place it stands. And so far as the variable capital is concerned, it is true that the average daily wage is equal to the values produced by the laborers in the time which they must work in order to produce their necessities of life. But this time is in its turn modified by the deviation of the prices of production of the necessities of life from their values. However, this always amounts in the end to saying that one commodity receives too little of the surplus value while another receives too much, so that the deviations from the value shown by the prices of production mutually compensate one another. In short, under capitalist production, the general law of value enforces itself merely as the prevailing tendency, in a very complicated and approximate manner, as a never ascertainable average of ceaseless fluctuations. One Marx returned to the same point a few pages later, pointing out that the transformation process involves a modification of the volume I assumption that the cost price of a commodity is equal to the value of the commodities consumed in its production. The price of production of a certain commodity, he writes, is its cost price for the buyer, and this price may pass into other commodities and become an element of their prices. Since the price of production may vary from the value of a commodity, it follows that the cost price of a commodity containing this price of production may also stand above or below that portion of its total value which is formed by the value of the means of production consumed by it. It is necessary to remember this modified significance of the cost price, and to bear in mind that there is always the possibility of an error, if we assume that the cost price of the commodities of any particular sphere is equal to the value of the means of production consumed by it. Our present analysis does not necessitate a closer examination of this point too. And in a later passage, repeating the same point once more, he argued that this possibility does not alter the correctness of the rules laid down for commodities of average composition. 3. This is where the so-called transformation problem comes into the picture. 1. Marx's method of transforming prices into values, it is said, meaning by this his original calculation outlined in the table above, contains an error, since it does not take account of the fact that the values of elements of input as well as those of elements of output have to be transformed into prices. 2. It is then claimed that Marx can be rescued from this error simply by showing the formal possibility of a consistent derivation of prices from values in cases where the transformation affects all elements of both input and output. When values are transformed into prices, the ratio of price to value in the case of a given commodity must be the same when the commodity is considered as input as when it is considered as output, and after the transformation the rate of profit must come out equal in the case of each capital concerned. These ratios of price to value, and the rate of profit, are regarded as the unknowns in the problem. The transformation problem then reduces itself to this: can the relations between the various branches of production, and the various conditions which are to be fulfilled as a result of the transformation, be expressed in the form of an equational system which is determinate in the mathematical sense I.e., roughly, in which the number of equations is equal to the number of unknowns. The assumption lying behind these investigations is that if the relations and conditions can in fact be so expressed, Marx's method of deriving prices from values is itself transformed from an invalid to a valid one. The best known solution, that of Bartkiewicz, 3 commences with the particular set of value relationships postulated by Marx as existing between the 3 main departments of the economy, I equals means of production, IL equals workers' consumption goods, 3 equals capitalists' consumption goods, under conditions of simple reproduction. Employing the usual notation, these value relationships can be expressed as follows in the form of 3 equations. J. C1 plus V1 plus S1 equals C1 plus Cu plus Ca. 2C2 plus V2 plus S2 equals V1 plus V2 plus V8. 3Ca plus V3 plus Sa equals S1 plus S2 plus S8. If we take the ratio of price to value to be X in the case of means of production, Y in the case of workers' consumption goods, and Z in the case of capitalists' consumption goods, if we further call the average rate of profit R, and if we state as a condition of the problem that the relations appropriate to simple reproduction should continue to obtain after the transformation of values into prices as before it, then the following equalities must hold. IC1x plus V1y plus R, C1x plus V1y, equals, C1 plus C2 plus Ca, x. 2C2x plus V2y plus R, C2x plus V2y, equals, V1 plus V2 plus Va, y il. C3x plus Va plus R, Cax plus Va, equals, S1 plus S2 plus Sa, Z. Here there are 4 unknowns, x, y, z, and r, and only 3 equations. Bartkiewicz reduces the unknowns to 3 by the ingenious expedient of assuming, a, that the value scheme was expressed in terms of money, and, b, that gold is the money commodity, and is produced in Department 3, in which case z may reasonably be taken as equals I. The equational system thereupon becomes determinate, and solutions for x, y, and r can be fairly readily derived. Upon applying these solutions to various sets of figures, it is seen that total profit comes out equal to total surplus value, but that total prices normally diverge from total values. Neither the equality nor the divergence, however, has anything more than formal significance. As Bartkiewicz himself says, in relation to a particular set of figures, that the total price exceeds the total value arises from the fact that Department 3, from which the good serving as value and price measure is taken, has a relatively low organic composition of capital. But the fact that total profit is numerically identical with total surplus value is a consequence of the fact that the good used as value and price measure belongs to Department Il-1. It is only in the special case where the organic composition of the capital employed in Department 3 is equal to the social average that the sum of the prices will come out equal to the sum of the values. Winternitz, in a note in the Economic Journal of June 1948, adopts the same general attitude towards the problem as Bartkiewicz, but clears the Bartkiewicz solution of certain redundancies and unnecessary artificialities. He commences with the usual value schema in the 3 departments. IC1 plus V1 plus S1 equals 0, 1. 2C9 plus V1 plus S1 equals 0, 1. 3C8 plus V8 plus S8 equals 0, 1. But instead of assuming the equilibrium conditions appropriate to Marx's reproduction schemes, he assumes merely that when O1 varies by x, the price-value ratio for means of production, then C1, C2, and Ca also vary by x, and that when 0,8 varies by y, the price-value ratio for workers' consumption goods, then 6. V2 and V8 also vary by y. Thus he arrives at the following simple equational system: IC1x plus V1y plus S1 equals a 1x2. C8x plus V2y plus S1 equals a 8y3. C3x plus V8y plus Sa equals a 3z. By putting 0f equals f, each of these expressions being C1x1 11y LLAJ equal to I plus r, solutions for x, y and for r are easily obtained. A further set of relationships between x, y, and z must then be postulated in order to determine the price level for the system as a whole. From a purely logical point of view, it obviously does not matter what relationships are postulated, but Winternitz puts a 1x plus a 1y plus a 3z equals a 1 plus a 8 plus a 8, i.e., sum of prices equals sum of values, because in his opinion this is the obvious proposition in the spirit of the Marxian system. 1 x, y, and z are then yielded immediately without any special difficulty. When applied to various sets of figures, these solutions naturally bring out the sum of prices equal to the sum of values, but total profit normally diverges from total surplus value. Winternitz's solution, although in essence very similar to Bortkewicz's, is evidently simpler, and therefore more acceptable from a purely mathematical point of view. Indeed, it is the special merit of Winternitz to have exposed the triviality of the whole problem as so posed, a triviality which tended to be hidden by Bortkewicz's over-elaborate and confusing method. The Winternitz solution is an effective reply to those who said that it was not formally possible to transform values into prices when elements of input as well as output were involved. But it seems to me that something more is required before a transformation of the Bortkiewicz-Winternitz type can properly be used to illustrate the second stage of Marx's Volume 3. Argument. The essential point for Marx, as we have seen, was that after aggregate surplus value had been converted into profit, and values consequently transformed into prices, the fundamental ratio between the value of labor power and the value of commodities in general, upon which profit depended, could be regarded as remaining unaltered as a result of the transformation. I have argued elsewhere that it is quite possible to effect a transformation in which this ratio in and CT remains unaltered, provided we assume that the organic composition of capital in Department 2 is equal to the social average, and that such a transformation can provide us with a suitable arithmetical illustration for use in connection with the second stage of Marx's argument. It may well be, as Sweezy has suggested, that Marx would have dealt with this problem in more detail if he had lived to work over Volume I again. 11.0 On the other hand, the relative importance of the problem in Marx's general theoretical scheme is hardly very great, and my own feeling is that he would probably have left most of the relevant passages much as they are. In any event, I do not think he would have felt himself either obliged to provide an amended set of calculations to illustrate the second stage of his argument or embarrassed by any inability to do so. The function of the simple arithmetical illustrations in capital is much the same as their function in Rick.ll.'s principles, and entirely different from their function in much of the work of modern mathematical economists. They are designed to illustrate arguments, or steps in arguments, and not to prove them, and they are usually designed to do this only on a very elementary level. To suggest that any argument in capital stands or falls by Marx's arithmetical illustrations, or by the lack of them, is to betray a serious misunderstanding of his method. As Kenneth May has said, Marx used calculations primarily as illustrations to accompany verbal arguments which combined process and cross-section analysis in a way which could hardly be fitted to the mathematical techniques available even today. 8. It would be a mistake, wrote Engels, to assume that one may look in Marx's work at all for fixed and universally applicable definitions. It is a matter of course that when things and their mutual interrelations are conceived not as fixed, but as changing, that their mental images, the ideas concerning them, are likewise subject to change and transformation, that they cannot be sealed up in rigid definitions, but must be developed in the historical process of their formation. 1. In concluding this chapter, reference should be made to one problem which is of importance, as we shall see later, in connection with the task of reapplying the basic Marxian categories to the monopoly stage of capitalism. I have argued above that Marx was primarily concerned to show how the operation of the law of value under simple commodity production, where the normal exchange was one of value for value, was modified by the introduction of capitalism. But the assumption that commodities sold at their values under simple commodity production was not, I think, at least in most of the relevant contexts, intended to imply that commodities had in fact normally tended to sell at their values in any specific form of pre-capitalist society. Marx's assumption had reference not so much to actual exchange relations in this or that specific pre-capitalist society, but rather to exchange relations under commodity production as such in pre-capitalist society as such. In other words, he was talking about the way in which exchange ratios would be determined under a sort of pure pre-capitalist commodity production, unalloyed by elements of monopoly, etc. In what sense exactly, then, can the logical transformation of values into prices of production be said to reflect a real historical transformation? In one passage in Volume 3 of Capital, Marx seems to suggest that the logical transformation of values into prices of production reflects a historical transformation of exchange ratios which were in actual fact normally equal to embodied labor ratios into exchange ratios which were equal to price of production ratios. The exchange of commodities at their values, or approximately at their values, he writes, requires a much lower stage than their exchange at their prices of production, which requires a relatively high development of capitalist production. Aside from the fact that prices and their movements are dominated by the law of value, it is quite appropriate, under these circumstances, to regard the value of commodities not only theoretically, but also historically, as existing prior to the prices of P1 production. This applies to conditions, in which the laborer owns his means of production, and this is the condition of the landowning farmer and of the craftsman in the Old World as well as the New. This agrees also with the view formerly expressed by me that the development of product into commodities arises through the exchange between different communes, not through that between the members of the same commune. It applies not only to this primitive condition, but also to subsequent conditions based on slavery or serfdom, and to the guild organization of handicrafts, so long as the means of production installed in one line of production cannot be transferred to another line except under difficulties, so that the various lines of production maintain, to a certain degree, the same mutual relations as foreign countries or communistic groups. 1. Engels, referring to this passage in his important supplement to Volume 3 of Capital, 2 said that if Marx had had an opportunity to work over the third volume once more, he would doubtless have extended this passage considerably. As it stands, it gives only the sketchy outline of what is to be said on the point in question. Engels therefore proceeded to amplify it along the lines which he thought Marx would have followed, arguing that during the whole period of pre-capitalist commodity production prices gravitate towards the values fixed by the Marxian law and oscillate around these values. 3. Now if prices here refers to actual market prices, as the context would certainly indicate, it does not seem to me that Engels's generalization can possibly be regarded as valid, owing to the prevalence of various forms of monopoly, the low degree of factor mobility, etc., in most pre-capitalist societies. But if prices be taken to refer to supply prices, the generalization becomes much more true. For broadly speaking, there are two main types of supply price to be found in the history of commodity exchange. First, that of the producer who thinks of his net receipts as a reward for his labor, and, second, that of the producer who thinks of his net receipts as a profit on his capital. It seems to me quite reasonable to assume that supply prices of the first type will tend to be proportionate to quantities of embodied labor, and that such supply prices are typical of commodity exchanges in pre-capitalist societies. Thus, even if the barriers standing in the way of an automatic adaptation of market prices to supply prices in pre-capitalist societies are too important to be assumed away or classified as mere frictions, it can at least be said that the supply prices themselves gravitate towards the values fixed by the Marxian law. What Marx actually did, in effect, was to assume that the first type of supply price was characteristic of commodity exchanges in pre-capitalist society, and to demonstrate how the introduction of capitalism brought about the transformation of the first type of supply price into the second type. This, I think, is the historical transformation of which the logical transformation considered above must be regarded as the corrected mirror image. Chapter 6. The Critique of the Marxian Labor Theory. Introduction. By the time of the publication of Volume 3 of Capital in 1894, Marxism had become the official doctrine of the majority of the leading European socialist parties, and a new stage in the development of the labor theory had begun. Thenceforth, attacks upon or defenses of the labor theory assumed direct political significance to a much greater degree than ever before. Under such circumstances, it was probably inevitable that the labor theory should enter upon new paths of development, rather different in character from those which it had followed during the past century, and very different in character from those which the marginal utility theory was following more or less contemporaneously. Indeed, it may appear to many non-Marxists that the word development is a misnomer when used to describe the vicissitudes of the labor theory during the next 60 years. At first sight, the salient features of its history during this period may appear to be simply a series of well-aimed attacks upon it on the one hand, and a series of dogmatic defenses of it on the other. Numerous critics, it may appear, have assailed the theory from every conceivable angle and refuted it a dozen times from each of them, but official Marxism continues obstinately to uphold it in its original form as laid down in the Gospels of the Master. It sticks to it so dogmatically, we are often told, simply because it serves to demonstrate the exploitation of the working class under capitalism. 1 In other words, it insists on all this Hegelian stuff and nonsense. 2 And on the rigmarole 3 of the transformation of values into prices, simply because the fact of exploitation lies behind the phenomena of the market. For no one will deny, of course, that many of the basic propositions of Marxism have often been accepted dogmatically by Marxists in the past, and that vulgar Marxism is to some extent still with us today. Given the circumstances in which Marxism was diffused and developed, this could hardly have been otherwise. No one will deny, either, that some of the popular appeal of the labor theory still lies, as it did in the days of the Ricardian socialists, in the political and ethical implications which are sometimes read into it. But this is not at all to imply that the view I have just been describing is a correct one. To say nothing of the unworthy contempt of opponents one which it expresses, this view is based on a complete misconception of the role of the labor theory in the Marxian system as a whole. As a result of this misconception, the reasons for the official retention of the leading elements of Marx's value theory are misunderstood, and the extent to which the theory has in fact been developed since Marx's time is greatly underestimated. Marx's value theory has been retained not because it is believed to be good propaganda, but because it is believed to be good science. Marxists have indeed opposed the numerous suggestions which have been made from both inside and outside their ranks to purge the labor theory from the body of Marxism, or to reconcile it with the marginal utility theory. But they have not done this for religious reasons, or out of obtuseness. They have done it because in their view the labor theory is an essential tool for the scientific analysis of capitalist reality. They have been encouraged in this view by the fact that many of those within their own ranks who have criticized the labor theory have eventually shown themselves to be interested not so much in purging the labor theory from Marxism as in purging Marxism itself from the ideology of the labor movement. This does not mean, however, either that there has been no development of the labor theory at all since 1894, or that there is not room for much more development within the broad Marxian framework. It means simply that development has not normally taken the form of the out-and-out rejection of any of the basic principles of the original theory, as has been the case with the marginal utility theory. J.U.T. has rather taken the form of the reapplication of the theory to new circumstances. It is true, of course, that there are still gaps in the working out of the theory, but this is not due to any superstitious reverence on the part of Marxists for the original Marxian doctrines. It is due rather to the fact that the attention of Marxists has so often had to be turned to other theoretical problems, example the problem of the breakdown of capitalism, which are of more direct and immediate relevance to the policy of the working class movement, and also, of course, to the fact that since the 30s the political conditions in many countries have hardly been conducive to the development of serious research into the theoretical principles of Marxism. One way of illustrating the rationale of the Marxists' defense of the theory, and the nature of the development it has undergone, one is to consider in turn the various types of attack which critics have made upon it. The attacks can be conveniently divided into three types. First, there is what might be called the pure Bombardian attack, which starts unambiguously from the standpoint of the marginal utility theory of value. This type of attack recognizes that a theory of value of some sort must lie at the foundation of any general theoretical system in economics, but complains that Marx has chosen an invalid theory which does not square with the facts and does not penetrate sufficiently below the surface, 2. And that his whole system therefore falls to the ground. The second type of attack accepts the same view about the necessity for some sort of theory of value, and agrees that Marx's theory of value is invalid, but does not accept the view that his whole system falls to the ground because of this. In the opinion of some of the critics who make this type of attack, a number of Marx's leading propositions still remain true, at least in substance, when the labor theory of value is replaced by or reconciled with the marginal utility theory. In the opinion of others, Marx's theory of value, although technically invalid, performs a special role in Marx's system quite different from that which other theories of value play in their systems. The third type of attack rejects the view that a theory of value, at least in the traditional sense of that expression, is necessary at all, and concentrates on demonstrating that the labor theory is a useless excrescence upon Marx's system. At the worst it is a mere Hegelian mystification, and at the best it makes no statement which is not made by the leading propositions of the materialist conception of history. These three types of attack, of course, do not exist in separate, watertight compartments. The second is in a sense a variant of the first, and the assumption that many of Marx's propositions are independent of the labor theory is common to the second and third. And some critics do not confine themselves to any one of these approaches, but use arguments appropriate to two or even all three of them. The more intelligent critics, however, have generally adopted an approach which is fairly distinctly aligned with one, and one only, of the three which I have distinguished, and in what follows I shall deal in turn with writers whose main arguments seem to me to be typical of each standpoint. To Pareto's critique. So far as the first type of critique is concerned, I have perhaps said enough in the preceding chapters about Baumgart's approach to render any further detailed reference to his own work unnecessary. But it might be useful to say a little about the attitude of Pareto, whose attack upon Marx one can most conveniently be regarded as the Lausanne variant of Baumgart's. Although Pareto's critique is rather similar in content to Baumgart's, it is on the whole much less competent. All too often sneers about the religious character which Marx's work has allegedly assumed in the eyes of his followers take the place of reasoned criticism. And all too often the imaginary Marxists with whom Pareto argues are made to put forward interpretations of the labor theory which are suspiciously simple-minded. It is not very difficult, for example, to show that the Marxist method of reducing skilled to simple labor is absurd when the Marxists are made to say that the reduction can be effected simply by referring to the values of the products. 3. And it is easy enough to show that the labor theory does not apply to rare pictures, etc., for since, as Pareto well knew, it was never intended to apply to anything other than freely reproducible goods. 5. Nor is it sufficient, when the Marxist characterizes as exceptional the case of the picture whose price increases when its painter becomes famous without anything having happened to the quantity of labor implied in it, to reply that it is by no means exceptional because the prices of all commodities may vary without anything happening to the quantity of labor embodied in theme.g. On account of a change in the tastes and incomes of their consumers. 1. From the main body of Pareto's critique we may select three arguments which are typical of the general character of the critique as a whole. The first of these relates to Marx's statement that however productive power may vary, the same labor, exercised during equal periods of time, always yields equal amounts of value. 2. This implies, of course, that if the productivity of labor in, say, the tailoring industry is doubled, so that 2 coats can be produced with the same expenditure of labor as was previously necessary to produce one, then 2 coats are only worth as much as one was before. 3. Now Marx also says that means of production never transfer more value to the product than they themselves lose during the labor process by the destruction of their own use value. If this were in fact so, Pareto asks, why should a manufacturer ever wish to introduce a new machine designed to increase productivity, since the only result would be that the unit value of the commodity produced would fall in proportion to the increase in productivity? One way of explaining his action in introducing such a machine, Pareto argues, would be to say that it is only when prices have reached a stable equilibrium level that the machine does not transfer more value than it itself loses during the labor process. But since prices do not reach this level immediately after the introduction of a new machine, there will be a certain lapse of time during which the value transferred will be greater than the depreciation, usure, of the machine, i.e., during which the simple capital which it represents will produce a certain value, and it is this surplus of value which serves as the reward which stimulates the producer to employ the machine. 6. But if we take this line, Pareto continues, it is a case of out of the frying pan into the fire. If capital can produce exchange value during the period when prices have not reached their stable equilibrium level, it can always produce it, for this stable equilibrium of prices is a pure abstraction, which does not exist in nature. Therefore, if we are going to argue on the assumption that the exchange value of a commodity is proportionate to the quantity of socially necessary labor required for its production, we must also assume that this phenomenon of capital producing surplus value either does not exist, or is of no more than negligible importance. And we shall then have to admit that the manufacturer would have no incentive to introduce a new machine designed to increase productivity. 1. If it were normally the case that the new machine were introduced simultaneously in all firms in the industry, 2. It is perfectly true that one might well have to consider the problem of incentive in terms of a temporary discrepancy between market and equilibrium prices. But it would not follow even then that the surplus profits received could be explained only in terms of the production of exchange value by the new machine, and even if we accepted such an explanation in this particular case of a discrepancy between market and equilibrium prices, it would certainly not follow that because the equilibrium price was never actually reached, capital could always produce exchange value. However, Pareto's argument is academic as well as illogical, since in actual fact the new machine would not normally be introduced simultaneously in all firms in the industry. It would be introduced first by one or a few firms in an endeavor to steal a march on their competitors. The explanation of this process given by Marx himself, which does not assume the existence at any time of any divergence between value and price, seems quite satisfactory. The real value of a commodity, Marx writes, is, not its individual value, but its social value, that is to say, the real value is not measured by the labor time that the article in each individual case costs the producer, but by the labor time socially required for its production. 3. Thus an individual capitalist who introduces a new method which increases the productivity of labor in his establishment will be able, for a time, to sell his commodity above its individual value, thereby obtaining an extra surplus value. The exceptionally productive labor, Marx writes, operates as intensified labor, it creates in equal periods of time greater values than average social labor of the same kind. 1. Eventually, however, when the new method of production has been generally applied in the industry, the difference between the individual value of the cheapened commodity and its social value will disappear, and the extra surplus value received by the original innovator will be squeezed out. The argument I have just considered was framed by Pareto in 1893, prior to the appearance of Volume 3 of Capital. The second and third arguments which I wish to consider were put forward in 1902, and relate to the alleged contradiction between Volume I and Volume 3. The second argument is as follows: from the statements at the beginning of the first chapter of Volume I of Capital, says Pareto, it is perfectly clear that the fundamental proposition of Marx's work, the proposition which establishes the equality between the measure of value and the quantity of labor, is demonstrated precisely for a ratio of exchange, 1/4 of com equals a kilos of iron, that is, for a price, if in this example the iron is regarded as money. If now there is another value which does not coincide with prices, there is nothing to indicate that the preceding demonstration can be applied to it, and consequently we cannot know whether or not it is crystallized labor. Marx demonstrates a proposition for a particular entity and applies it to another too. In Volume 3, Pareto proceeds, Marx lays down 3 conditions which have to be fulfilled if the prices at which commodities are exchanged are to correspond approximately with their values. 1. the exchange of the various commodities must no longer be accidental or occasional. 2. So far as the direct exchange of commodities is concerned, these commodities must be produced on both sides in sufficient quantities to meet mutual requirements, a thing easily learned by experience in trading, and therefore a natural outgrowth of continued trading. 3. So far as selling is concerned, there must be no accidental or artificial monopoly which may enable either of the contracting sides to sell commodities above their value or compel others to sell below value. An accidental monopoly is one which a buyer or seller acquires by an accidental proportion of supply to demand. 3. This is all very well, Pareto argues, but nobody warned us about these essential conditions when TLLE equation 1/4 of com equals A kilos of iron was put forward, and it is by reasoning exclusively from this equation, without any other conditions, that Marx demonstrates, or believes that he demonstrates, that value is crystallized labor. Once this demonstration has been made, we cannot introduce into it new conditions which are not included in the original statement. Then again, what does Marx's second condition mean? Either it means that requirements are fixed, which is not true, or are assumed by hypothesis to be fixed, which is not legitimate, or it means simply that we have returned at last to the old law of supply and demand. Having started out by rejecting this law and affirming that value is nothing but crystallized labor, our theory is now reduced to the proposition that value is measured by labor provided that the conditions laid down by the law of supply and demand are satisfied. Thus we see that it is always the same process of reasoning. When certain circumstances get in our way, we suppress them by hypothesis, doing our best to make this hypothesis pass for reality. 1. At bottom, this is a criticism of Marx's economic method, which has already been commented upon fairly extensively above. What Pareto says, in effect, is that it is illegitimate to begin by postulating embodied labor as the substance of value, to go ahead and base one's system on this proposition, and then subsequently to make it clear that exchange ratios are actually equal to embodied labor ratios only when supply is equal to or balanced by demand. Exchange ratios are in fact determined by a whole crowd of factors, of which embodied labor is one and the relation of supply and demand is another. It is easy enough to prove that exchange ratios are determined by one of these factors alone if I simply assume that the other factors do not vary. And according to Pareto, this is in fact all that Marx does. But this criticism is surely not valid in the case of an economist who sets out quite consciously, as Marx did, to frame a theory of value which will apply not to all exchange ratios under all conditions but only to equilibrium exchange ratios under conditions of free competition. Marx's theory of value, like Ricardo's, was designed to explain nothing more than the level at which supply and demand tended to fix exchange ratios under such conditions. And Marx was entitled, I think, writing in 1867, to take it for granted that his readers would understand from the beginning that this was his purpose. 9. There is certainly nothing in volume I of Capital, whether in the equations which Pareto mentions or elsewhere, to suggest that he ever intended anything else. Marx began, as did Ricardo, by postulating that exchange ratios were determined by embodied labor ratios, but this postulate, naturally enough, was not unrelated to the task which the law based upon it was designed to perform. Had Marx wished to develop a law of value which would explain all exchange ratios under all conditions, he would clearly not have been able to begin with the same postulate. Much of the confusion which has arisen on this point is due to a difference between Ricardo's terminology and that of Marx. As we have seen, Ricardo usually identified the value of a commodity with its equilibrium price, and argued that relative values in this sense were determined by relative quantities of embodied labor. Marx, on the other hand, defined the value of a commodity as the quantity of labor embodied in it, and argued that relative equilibrium prices were determined by relative values in this sense. In essence, both economists were laying down the same proposition, but Marx's terminology, being less familiar, is more liable to misinterpretation. The third argument is as follows: in volume I, Pareto writes, Marx assumes that the amount of profit which each capitalist receives, given the rate of exploitation, is uniquely dependent upon the quantity of variable capital which he employs. In Volume I, on the other hand, Marx tells us that in actual fact each capitalist shares in the social pool of profit in accordance with the total quantity of capital which he employs. How then does he resolve this apparent contradiction? Pareto's answer is somewhat surprising. Marx, he says, argues that under the pressure of competition the organic composition of all capitals tends towards the average, so that it is roughly equal in all branches of production. Thus it amounts to exactly the same thing whether we say that the surplus value which the capitalist appropriates is proportionate to the variable capital which he employs, or that it is proportionate to the fraction of social capital which he puts into operation 1. In actual fact, of course, Marx does not argue in this way at all. Indeed, it can be said that the whole problem of the transformation of surplus value into profit, and hence of values into prices of production, which Marx dealt with in Volume I, arises precisely because the pressure of competition does not tend to equalize organic compositions. However, Pareto has unearthed a proof of his interpretation in the shape of a single sentence from Chapter I of Volume ID of Capital. At the beginning of this chapter, Marx draws attention to the fact that one portion of the spheres of production has an average composition of their capitals, that is to say, their capitals have exactly or approximately the composition of the average social capital. In these spheres of production, the prices of production of commodities coincide exactly or approximately with their values as expressed in money. Competition, Marx proceeds, distributes the social capital in such a way between the various spheres of production that the prices of production of each sphere are formed after the model of the prices of production in these spheres of average composition, which is, cost price plus the average rate of profit multiplied by the cost price. Since this average rate of profit is simply the percentage of profit in the sphere of average composition, where profit is identical with surplus value, the rate of profit is the same in all spheres of production. It is evident, Marx writes, that the balance between the spheres of production of different composition must tend to equalize them, i.e., put them on an equal footing in this respect R.L.M with the spheres of average composition. This argument is then repeated, in a slightly different way, in the following paragraph. In the case of capitals of average, or approximately average, composition, the price of production coincides exactly, or approximately with the value, and the profit with the surplus value produced by them. All other capitals, of whatever composition, tend toward this average under the pressure of competition. But since the capitals of average composition are of the same, or approximately the same, structure as the average social capital, all capitals have the tendency, regardless of the surplus value produced by them, to realize in the prices of their commodities the average profit, instead of their own surplus value, in other words, to realize the prices of production 1. Pareto tears the second sentence of this paragraph from its context, interprets it to mean that competition tends to equalize all organic compositions, and affirms that this was Marx's solution of the contradiction. But it is perfectly clear from the context that Marx is here simply repeating the idea, which he has just expressed immediately before, that competition brings it about that prices in all spheres are formed after the model of prices in the spheres of average composition. Pareto's interpretation, which is inconsistent with everything which precedes and everything which follows the disputed sentence 1, is clearly quite mistaken. The most charitable conclusion to which one can come is that Pareto, in spite of his extremely arrogant tone, had simply not attempted to understand Marx's argument in Part 2 of Volume 3. 3. Bernstein's critique. I pass now to the second type of attack distinguished above, dealing first with those critics who have endeavored to improve Marx's system either by replacing the labor theory by the marginal utility theory or by reconciling the two theories. The most conspicuous upholders of this view were the so-called revisionists, who set the tone for much of the subsequent criticism of Marx. The name revisionists is something of a misnomer. It appears to imply that these critics were concerned merely to re-examine the Marxist system with a view to amending relatively minor faults. In actual fact, it is more correct to regard the revisionist movement, in effect if not in intention, as the continental counterpart of the Fabian movement in Brittany. As a revolt against Marxism rather than a revision of it. 8. This is certainly true of the revisionist attitude towards the labor theory of value, of which the views of Bernstein, who was generally looked upon as the leader of the movement, can perhaps be regarded as typical. Bernstein's essay on the meaning of the Marxist theory of value, reprinted in his famous book Die Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus und die Aufgaben der Sozialdemokratie, one sets out the main line of approach which he adopted in all his writings on this subject. Marx, says Bernstein, begins by stating that the value of commodities consists in the socially necessary labor spent on them, measured according to time. But with the analysis of this measure of value quite a series of abstractions and reductions is necessary, as a result of which, at least so far as single commodities or a category of commodities are concerned, value loses every concrete quality and becomes a pure abstract concept. But what becomes of the Marxian theory of surplus value under these circumstances? It is evident, Bernstein argues, that at the moment when labor value can claim acceptance only as a speculative formula or scientific hypothesis, surplus value would all the more become a pure formula, a formula which rests on an hypothesis. 3. One cannot escape, as Inns tried to do, by arguing that the law of value had a general historical validity from the beginnings of commodity exchange to the beginnings of capitalism, since a whole series of facts, feudal relations, undifferentiated agriculture, monopolies of guilds, etc., hindered the conception of a general exchange value founded on the labor time of the producers. 5. The fact of surplus labor, however, was much clearer during this early period than it is today, and even on the threshold of the capitalist period this clarity still prevailed. On the basis of the new theory of labor as the measure of value, Adam Smith was able to represent profits and rent as deductions from labor value. But with Smith, labor value is already conceived as an abstraction from the prevailing reality, fully applicable only in the early and rude state of society, and labor value serves Smith only as a concept to disclose the division of the products of labor that is the fact of surplus labor. And in the Marxist system it is not otherwise in principle. 1. In Volume 3 of Capital, the value of individual commodities or kinds of commodities becomes something quite secondary, since they are sold at the price of their production cost of production plus profit rate. What takes the first place is the value of the total production of commodity, and the excess of this value over the total amount of the wages of the working classes, that is, not the individual, but the total social surplus value. But the amount of the surplus value is only realized in proportion to the relation between the total production and the total demand, i.e., the buying capacity of the market. Thus, taking production as a whole, the value of every single kind of commodity is determined by the labor time which was necessary to produce it under normal conditions of production to that amount which the market, that is the community as purchasers, can take in each case. 11. Now, just for the commodities under consideration there is in reality no exact measure of the need of the community at a given moment, and thus value conceived as above is a purely abstract entity, not otherwise than the value of the final utility of the school of Gaussen, Jevons, and Bohm-Bawerk. Actual relations lie at the foundation of both, but both are built up on abstractions. b. The Marxian concept of value, then, according to Bernstein, is nothing more than a key, an abstract image, like the philosophical atom endowed with a soul, a key which in Marx's hands has led to the exposure and presentation of the mechanism of capitalist economy as this had not been hitherto treated, not so forcibly, logically, and clearly, but which in the hands of Marx's disciples has nearly always led to disastrous results, since it refuses service over and above a certain point. 1. Marx used the key, as did Adam Smith, to disclose the empirical fact of surplus labor. But this is a fact which is demonstrable by experience and needs no deductive proof. Thus, whether the Marxist theory is correct or not is quite immaterial to the proof of surplus labor. It is in this respect no demonstration but only a means of analysis and illustration. 2. In Bernstein's view, then, if I have interpreted his extremely diffuse argument correctly, Marx's value is a pure abstract concept, quite incapable of serving as the basis for an adequate theory of exchange ratios. It must therefore be either replaced or supplemented by the marginal utility theory. 3. But the proof of surplus labor, fortunately, does not depend upon the correctness or otherwise of the Marxist theory of exchange ratios. The fact that some people live on the labor of others is a simple fact of experience, which needs no theory of value to prove it. In the analysis and illustration of this fact of experience, however, the Marxian concept of value as embodied labor can usefully be employed as a sort of expository device. It is certainly true that the Marxian theory of exchange ratios, like all such theories, is based on an abstract concept, and that it coincides only approximately with reality. But this fact in itself does not prevent it from being an adequate theory, since it is of the very nature of all concepts that they should coincide only approximately with reality. Nor does it seem to me that the suggestion that socially necessary labor includes the relation of supply to effective demand is any more true when we consider the totality of commodities than when we consider individual commodities, one in which case the fact that there is in reality no exact measure of the need of the community at a given moment cannot properly be adduced as a factor removing the law of value one stage further from reality. Then again, while it is perfectly true that the existence of unearned income is a fact of experience which needs no theory of value to prove it, it does not by any means follow that a theory of distribution can do without a theory of value. A theory of distribution which said only that unearned income was the fruit of the surplus labor of those employed in production would hardly qualify as a theory at all, and the mere fact that it expressed input and output in terms of embodied labor would not make it any more likely to qualify as one. At the best, such a theory could be little more than a generalist description of the appropriation by the owners of the means of production, in all types of class society, of the product of the surplus labor of the exploited classes. But surely there are two salient points which a theory of distribution appropriate to our own times should concentrate on explaining. First, how is it that unearned incomes continue to be received in a society in which the prices of the great majority of commodities are determined on an impersonal market by the forces of supply and demand, and in which the relation between the direct producer and his employer is based on contract rather than on status? And second, how are the respective shares of the main social classes in the national income determined in such a society? Unless one is content to rely on some sort of explanation in terms of force or struggle, in which case again one could only with difficulty speak of a theory of distribution, it is impossible to give adequate answers to these questions without basing one's account on a theory of value. 8. For the critiques of Lindsay and Croce, something must now be said about those critics who argue that the labor theory of value, although invalid when considered as a theory of actual market prices, performs a special role in Marx's system quite different from that which other theories of value perform in theirs. Some critics, for example, of whom Lindsay may perhaps be taken as typical, have suggested that the labor theory of value is primarily a theory of natural right rather than a theory of prices. It is true, Lindsay agrees, that the labor theory of value claims to be in some degree at least a theory of how market prices are determined. But the careful reader will soon find out that the market prices so explained are not actual existing prices, but the prices which would prevail under highly abstract conditions. 1. These assumed conditions are those which would prevail in a society so organized that things would fetch what they were really worth, a society, that is, where a man gets what he is worth. The labor theory, in other words, is concerned not with actual but with ideal prices. It is primarily interested in what a man ought to get in reward for his labor. 2. One difficulty standing in the way of this interpretation has to be disposed of by Lindsay at the outset. If the labor theory was for Marx a natural rights theory, just as it was for the individualists, how does this square with the fact that Marx's economic method was historical in character? A natural rights theory and historical method, says Lindsay, do not go well together. 3. Lindsay's answer is based upon an interpretation of part of the following sentence in Chapter I of Capital, The Secret of the Expression of Value, namely, that all kinds of labor are equal and equivalent because, and so far as, they are human labor in general, cannot be deciphered until the notion of human equality has already acquired the fixity of a popular prejudice. This shows, according to Lindsay, that the labor theory of value was the application to economics of the principle of human equality. Now Marx's case for the inevitable transformation of capitalism into collectivism entirely depends upon the assumption that the notion of human equality will be strong enough to overcome the inequalities produced by the buying and selling of labor power. Thus Marx is able at one and the same time to use the labor theory of value as a natural rights theory and as an account of what is actually happening, because the claim of right which the theory embodies is one of the elements operative in the actual situation which he, as an economic historian, is describing. Point 1 Marx's statement of the theory in the first 6 chapters of Capital, according to Lindsay, although it is taken over from that of his individualist predecessors, differs in at least one important respect from theirs in Marx's insistence that the labor which creates value must be socially necessary labor, and his reiterated statement that value is a social product. 2. The concept of social necessity transforms the labor theory of value into something not unlike the ordinary theory of the interplay of supply and demand. Since the quantity of labor socially necessary for the production of a commodity depends, inter alia, upon the varying success with which the producers have anticipated the amount and the kind of the demand for commodities. 3. And the idea that value is a social product and comes into being only as a result of all the processes necessary to the production of wealth in society allegedly takes Marx further and further away from the conception of the individual laborer stamping value on his commodity, so much value for every minute of work. Marx's main discovery, in fact, was that value was a social product, and that in that social product the social relations involved in production are as important as, but essentially different from, the social relations involved in exchange. 5. In modern society, the economic unit which makes and exchanges commodities is no longer the individual laborer, but what Marx calls the collective laborer, i.e., a group of laborers, of different specialties, involved in a series of integrated processes. 6. This means, according to Lindsay, that some of the value produced is produced by the association, not by its separate members, and the attempt to represent the price of the commodity as an amount of separate values created by the labor of the separate individuals concerned must break down. Some at least of the total value is created in common and, on the principle of justice which inspired the labor theory of value, ought to find a common, not a distributed reward. The labor theory of value and Marx's doctrine that value is a social product are not really consistent with one another. Once the latter doctrine is taken seriously, the assumptions essential for the former no longer hold. The labor theory of value, regarded as a principle for determining the just reward of individuals, ends, like the good dialectical principle that it is, in transcending itself, in showing that there cannot be justice for individuals unless they're claimed to be regarded as separate individuals, each with an absolute right to a definite reward, is given up. 1. Thus the claim of right which the individualistic theory of value embodies can only be realized according to Marx when the anarchy of individualism is exchanged for a true society. 2. In view of the number of occasions on which Marx insisted that the labor theory was actually the scientific expression of the economic relations of present-day society, and not the regenerating formula of the future which Proudhon and others were claiming it to be. 3. It is surprising that so little evidence is offered by Lindsay to support the view that Marx in fact meant the exact opposite of what he so frequently said. One wonders, too, why Marx should have gone to such trouble to demonstrate that relative quantities of embodied labor still ultimately determined equilibrium exchange ratios even under developed capitalism, if his theory of value was for him a statement of the conditions under which the producer would get his just reward. For it is difficult not to feel sympathetic towards Lindsay's sincere attempt to make sense out of an idea which must have appeared to him at first sight as nonsensical, but it has to be recognized that his account is based on a whole series of serious misinterpretations. For example, to support his basic idea that Marx's labor theory was a natural rights theory, Lindsay lays considerable stress on a passage in which Marx describes simple commodity production as a very Eden of the innate rights of man, in which alone rule freedom, equality, property, and Bentham, and in which all work together to their mutual advantage, in accordance with the pre-established harmony of things, or under the auspices of an all-shrewd providence. 5. Marx could hardly have done more here than he actually did to warn his readers against taking this obviously ironical passage too literally, but apparently he did not do enough. Suffice it to say that Marx's belief in the innate rights of man, in the pre-established harmony of things, and in an all-shrewd providence was scarcely strong enough to warrant the conclusion which Lindsay draws from this passage. Then again, the passage referred to above, one where Marx says quite clearly that the discovery of the law which regulated the relative exchange values of commodities could not precede the development of the notion of human equality, is interpreted by Lindsay to mean that Marx makes the principle of human equality a standard operative within the economic facts themselves. To Lindsay's exact meaning here is not quite clear. If he means that Marx believed that the actual exchange of commodities in accordance with embodied labor ratios was the result, at least in part, of a conscious application of the principle of human equality to the determination of exchange ratios, then it must be said that this does not follow at all from what Marx wrote, and is quite inconsistent with his whole attitude. If, on the other hand, Lindsay means simply that Marx was here giving overt expression to the view that the labor theory tells us only under what conditions a commodity will fetch what it is really worth, then once again this does not follow from what Marx actually said. To say that a particular economic law could not have been discovered prior to the development of a particular ethico-political concept is by no means to say that the law itself is an analysis of what ought to be rather than what is. 8. Similarly, Lindsay's interpretations of the concepts of socially necessary labor and of value as a social product seem to me to be quite mistaken. The notion that Marx admitted that the quantity of socially necessary labor required to produce a unit of any commodity was dependent upon demand conditions has already been sufficiently discussed above. 4. And Marx's concept of value as a social product surely means something quite different from what Lindsay suggests. Lindsay in effect takes it to mean that the value of a commodity is something conferred upon it not by an individual laborer but rather by the collective laborer. The value-producing qualities, which in the simple abstract theory of Locke's theme and the individualist's variation underscore upon it, are concentrated in the individual producer, are in a developed society distributed. The skill, the foresight, and the direction, which were once its accompaniment, are now divorced from labor. 1. The social relation which Marx primarily had in mind when he spoke of value as a social relation, however, was undoubtedly the simple relation which exists between commodity producers as such, in other words, the relation lying behind what Lindsay curiously refers to as the very slight social bond constituted by exchange in a commodity-producing society. 1. And finally, the replacement of the individual by the collective laborer does not necessitate any basic amendment of the labor theory, any more than does, say, the introduction of a new machine or any other innovation which results in an increase in productivity. The collective laborer produces the same quantity of value as the individual laborers formerly did in the same time, but this value is now distributed among a greater output of commodities. In other words, when productivity increases, the unit value of commodities falls. Croce's critique of the labor theory has important elements in common with that of Lindsay, but seems to me to be very much more competent. Capital, says Croce, so far as its method is concerned, is without doubt an abstract investigation. In other words, the capitalist society studied by Marx is not this or that historically existing society, but an ideal and formal society, deduced from certain hypotheses, which could indeed never have occurred as actual facts in the course of history, but which correspond to a great extent to the historical conditions of the modern civilized world. And so far as its scope is concerned, Marx's investigation is limited to one special economic system, that which occurs in a society with private property in capital. But even when these 2 points are settled, the real essence of Marx's investigation is not yet explained. 6. The main difficulty arises because Marx began by assuming a proposition outside the pound-eld of pure economic theory, i.e., the proposition that the value of the commodities produced by labor is equal to the quantity of labor socially necessary to produce them, and never explicitly stated the connection between this proposition and the laws of capitalist society. 8. After reviewing briefly the suggestions made in this connection by such writers as Sombart, Schmidt, Engels, Searle, and Labriola, Croce suttutnaris his own views as follows. Marx's labor value is not only a logical generalization, it is also a fact conceived and postulated as typical, i.e. something more than a mere logical concept. Indeed, it has not the inertia of the abstract but the force of a concrete fact, one which has in regard to capitalist society, in Marx's investigation, the function of a term of comparison, of a standard, of a type. This standard or type being postulated, the investigation, for Marx, takes the following form. Granted that value is equal to the labor socially necessary, it is required to show with what divergencies from this standard the prices of commodities are fixed in capitalist society, and how labor power itself acquires a price and becomes a commodity. To speak plainly, Marx stated the problem in unappropriate language. He represented this typical value itself, postulated by him as a standard, as being the law governing the economic phenomena of capitalist society. And it is the law, if he likes, but in the sphere of his conceptions, not in economic reality. We may conceive the divergencies from a standard as the revolt of reality when confronted by the standard which we have endowed with the dignity of laws. This method is formally justifiable, Croce continues, but this is not enough. The standard itself needs justification, i.e. we need to decide what meaning and importance it may have for us. 3. It is absurd to suggest, as some, example Lindsay, have done, that the equivalence of value and labor is an ideal of social ethics, a moral ideal. Nothing could be imagined, says Croce, more mistaken in itself and farther from Marx's thought than this interpretation. The real meaning of Marx's standard is described by Croce as follows. Let us take account, in a society, only of what is properly economic life, i.e. out of the whole society, only of economic society. Let us abstract from this latter all goods which cannot be increased by labor. Let us abstract further all class distinctions, which may be regarded as accidental in reference to the general concept of economic society. Let us leave out of account all modes of distributing the wealth produced, which, as we have said, can only be determined on grounds of convenience or perhaps of justice, but, in any case upon considerations belonging to society as a whole, and never from considerations belonging exclusively to economic society. What is left after these successive abstractions have been made? Nothing but economic society in so far as it is a working society. And in this society without class distinctions, i.e. in an economic society as such and whose only communities are the products of labor, what can value be? Obviously the sum of the efforts, i.e. the quantity of labor, which the production of the various kinds of commodities demands. And, since we are here speaking of the economic social organism, and not of the individual persons living in it, it follows that this labor cannot be reckoned except by averages, and hence as labor socially, it is with society, I repeat, that we are here dealing, necessary. Thus labor value would appear as that determination of value peculiar to economic society as such, when regarded only in so far as it produces commodities capable of being increased by labor. From this definition the following corollary may be drawn. The determination of labor value will have a positive conformity with facts as long as a society exists, which produces goods by means of labor. But, of what kind is this conformity? Having ruled out, 1. That it is a question of a moral ideal, and, 2. That it is a question of scientific law, and having nevertheless concluded that this equivalence is a fact, which Marx uses as a type, we are obliged to say, as the only alternative, that it is a fact, but a fact which exists in the midst of other facts, i.e. a fact that appears to us empirically as opposed, limited, distorted by other facts, almost like a force amongst other forces, which produces a resultant different from what it would produce if the other forces ceased to act. It is not a completely dominant fact, but neither is it non-existent and merely imaginary one. Thus Marx, in postulating as typical the equivalence between value and labor and in applying it to capitalist society, was, as it were, making a comparison between capitalist society and a part of itself, isolated and raised up to an independent existence, i.e. a comparison between capitalist society and economic society as such, but only insofar as it is a working society. 2. It was by virtue of this method that Marx was able to discover and define the social origin of surplus value. Surplus value in pure economics is a meaningless word, as is evident from the term itself, since a surplus value is an extra value, and thus falls outside the sphere of pure economics. But it rightly has meaning and is no absurdity, as a concept of difference, in comparing one economic society with another, one fact with another, or two hypotheses with one another one. It was also by virtue of the same premise that Marx was able to arrive at the proposition that under capitalism value does not correspond with price in the great majority of cases. 2. It follows from all this, according to Croce, that alongside of the Marxian investigation, there can, or rather must, exist and flourish a general economic science, which may determine a concept of value, deducing it from quite different and more comprehensive principles than the special ones of Marx 8. Nevertheless, it must be admitted that Marx teaches us, although it is with statements approximate in content and paradoxical in form, to penetrate to what society is in its actual truth, whereas in the case of many of the economic purists concrete reality, i.e. the very world in which we live and move, and which it concerns us somewhat to know, slips out, unseizable, from the broad-meshed net of abstractions and hypotheses. 4. Now it is certainly true, and important, that Marx began by considering commodity-producing society as such, in abstraction from all class distinctions, and it is also true that there is a certain sense, although only a rather tenuous one, in which his subsequent analysis can be described as a sort of comparison between this abstract society and a fully fledged, though ideal, capitalist society. As I have suggested above, 5. Marx's inquiry into the way in which the labor theory operated was in essence an inquiry into the way in which the basic relation between men as producers of commodities, a relation conceived as persisting throughout the whole period of commodity production, exerts its influence on relations of exchange as the capitalist economic system succeeds those systems which went before it. It will be evident, however, that my own interpretation differs in certain important respects from that of Croce. It seems to me, for example, that Croce's analysis of Marx's method is fundamentally defective. Marx's researches, he says, are not historical but hypothetical and abstract, i.e. theoretical. 6. He finds it strange that Engels should in one and the same chapter, of Anti-Düring, state both that economics in the Marxian sense is essentially a historical science and that Marx wrote theoretical economics. 7. But the two statements are surely quite consistent with one another when considered in the light of the accounts given by Engels himself of the logical historical method which he and Marx followed. 1. Croce's failure to see this pervades and up to a point invalidates his whole thesis. In particular, if he had realized that Marx's logical analysis was intended to be a sort of corrected mirror image of an actual historical process of development, he would not have spoken as if Marx had done little more than make a mere comparison between the determination of value in a working society and in a capitalist society. According to Croce, Marx postulates labor value as fundamental, since it is the determination of value peculiar to economic society as such, when regarded only as a working society, and then shows with what divergencies from this standard the prices of commodities are fixed in capitalist society. 2. A vital fact is here omitted from consideration that Marx not only compared the one form of society with the other, but argued that the law of value which was directly operative in the first was still indirectly operative in the second. It was not just a question of demonstrating that values diverged from prices under capitalism, but of showing that the very extent of these divergencies was itself determined in terms of the original theory. In other words, what was involved was not a logical comparison between values and prices of production, but a logical, and historical, transformation of values into prices of production. Most of the other criticisms which can be made of Croce's interpretation spring from this source. For example, there is his suggestion that surplus value, a meaningless word, allegedly, in pure economics, rightly has meaning in Marx's system as a concept of difference, in comparing one economic society with another. The law of surplus value, Croce argues, together with the law of value, the law of average profit, etc., are not to be looked upon as laws actually working in the economic world, but as the results of comparative investigations into different possible forms of economic society. 3. If a capitalist society is considered by itself, which is precisely what the pure economists do and ought to do, the profits of the capitalists appear as a result of mutual agreement, arising out of different comparative degrees of utility. You can only assert the expropriatory character of profit, Croce argues, when you apply to a capitalist society, almost like a chemical reagent, the standard, which, on the other hand, is characteristic of a type of society founded on human equality. 1. It is true, I suppose, that when one speaks of the expropriatory character of a class income, meaning thereby to condemn its receipt, one is often implicitly comparing the state of affairs in which this income exists with another state of affairs in which it does not or would not exist. But it does not follow from this that the concept of profit as the product of surplus labor is a concept of difference in any sense other than that in which all concepts can be described as concepts of difference. 11. This concept has been accepted in the past by many thinkers who were far from comparing in any special sense of this word, the state of society to which it seemed appropriate with any other state of society. They looked at capitalism by itself, and saw that certain people received an income without working for it. If they made any comparison, it was not between this state of society and another in which nobody received any unearned income, but rather between the situation of the majority of people under capitalism, who had to work for their income, and that of the minority, who did not. The fact that the rich lived off the labor of the poor seemed to them self-evident and, incidentally, a matter for congratulation rather than for condemnation. It is certainly true, as Croce says, that in the pure economics of our own time surplus value is a meaningless phrase, but it has only become so because this pure economics has tended to abstract from those social relations of production with which classical, and Marxian, political economy began. The concepts of profit in pure economics do not differ in status from the concept of profit as surplus value, no one of them is any more a concept of difference than any other. If one employs the concept of surplus value, one is certainly approaching the phenomenon of profit from a point of view different from that of the pure economists, but one is not trying to solve an essentially different problem. 5. The critiques of Lang, Schlesinger, and Joan Robinson. Finally we come to the third type of critique, which is particularly fashionable at the present time, the type which rejects the view that a theory of value in the classical, Marxian, or Mendrian sense is necessary, whether in Marx's system or anyone else's, and which concentrates on demonstrating that the labor theory, so far from being the indispensable tool which many Marxists claim it to be, is in fact a useless and even harmful excrescence upon Marx's system. It is admitted by most of those who adopt this line that Marxian economics is greatly superior to bourgeois economics in explaining the phenomena of economic evolution, but this superiority is said to be not at all due to the outdated labor theory of value, which is in fact, to quote Lang, the cause of the inferiority of Marxian economics in many fields. 1. It is due rather to what Lang calls an exact specification of the institutional, or, if the reader prefers the expression, sociological, data which form the framework in which the economic process works in capitalist society. 2. Lang's argument is roughly as follows. The superiority of Marxian economics, he claims, is only a partial one. There are some problems before which Marxian economics is quite powerless, while bourgeois economics solves them easily. Clearly the relative merits of the two systems belong to different ranges. Marxian economics, Lang says, can work the economic evolution of capitalist society into a consistent theory from which its necessity is deduced, while bourgeois economists get no further than mere historical description. On the other hand, bourgeois economics is able to grasp the phenomena of the everyday life of a capitalist economy in a manner that is far superior to anything the Marxists can produce. 3. Further, the anticipations which can be deduced from the two types of economic theory refer to a different range of time: Marxism to the long period and bourgeois economics to the short period. This difference between the explanatory value of the two systems of thought is accounted for by the fact that modern bourgeois economic theory is essentially a static theory of economic equilibrium, analyzing the economic process under a system of constant data and the mechanism by which prices and quantities produced adjust themselves to changes in these data. The data themselves, which are psychological, technical, and institutional, are regarded as outside the scope of economic theory. Further, the institutional data of the theory are not specified. In fact, insofar as the theory of economic equilibrium is merely a theory of distribution of scarce resources between different uses, it does not need any institutional data at all, for the relevant considerations can be deduced from the example of Robinson Crusoe. Marxian economics, on the other hand, is distinguished by making the specification of a particular institutional datum the existence of a class of people who do not possess any means of production the very cornerstone of its analysis, and by providing not only a theory of economic equilibrium, but also a theory of economic evolution. The real source of the superiority of Marxian economics lies in the field of explaining and anticipating a process of economic evolution, and it is not the specific economic concepts used by Marx, but the definite specification of the institutional framework in which the economic process goes on in capitalist society that makes it possible to establish a theory of economic evolution different from mere historical description. Two most orthodox Marxists, however, according to Lang, believe that their superiority in understanding the evolution of capitalism is due to the economic concepts with which Marx worked, i.e. to his using the labor theory of value. They think that the abandonment of the classical labor theory of value in favor of the theory of marginal utility is responsible for the failure of bourgeois economics to explain the fundamental phenomena of capitalist evolution. But in this they are wrong. For the labor theory is nothing but a static theory of general economic equilibrium. In essence, it is as static as the modem theory of economic equilibrium, for it explains price and production equilibrium only under the assumption of certain data, i.e. a given amount of labor such as is necessary to produce a commodity, an amount determined by the technique of production. Point 4. Nor is the theory based on more specialized institutional assumptions than the modem theory of economic equilibrium. It holds not only in a capitalist economy, but in any exchange economy in which there is free competition. 6. Thus the labor theory cannot possibly be the source of the superiority of Marxian over bourgeois economics in explaining the phenomena of economic evolution. 8. A Marxist must of course recognize that Lang's suggestion that bourgeois economics can deal with the phenomena of the everyday life of a capitalist economy in a superior manner to Marxian economics contains an important element of truth. 1. It is perfectly true that bourgeois economists have in general been more diligent and perceptive in writing about such matters as money, credit, taxation, etc., than Marxian economists. One sometimes wonders, however, whether those bourgeois economists who try to provide a scientific basis for rational measures to be taken in the current administration of the capitalist economy to normally gain a great deal of inspiration from the general theory of bourgeois economics, i.e., from the static theory of economic equilibrium which Lang so accurately describes. One wonders, too, whether it would not be more useful, even when dealing only with these everyday short-period phenomena, to start with a theory which makes the specification of the existence of a class of people who do not possess any means of production the very cornerstone of its analysis, rather than with a theory which omits altogether to specify this rather vital institutional datum. 3. But even if we accept Lang's implicit denial of the relevance of the institutional datum to these short-term problems, is it quite so easy to deny its relevance to the problem of distribution? This, it seems to me, is the really important point here. Lang claims, in effect, that a number of the familiar propositions concerning the evolution of capitalism can be deduced without the intervention of the labor theory of value, or, indeed, of any theory of value, provided that the institutional datum is exactly specified, a claim which may, I think, at least up to a point, be conceded. From this Lang concludes that the superiority of Marxian economics in analyzing capitalism is not due to the labor theory of value. But Marx's analysis of capitalism consists of much more than those propositions concerning TB.E evolution of capitalism which Lang discusses. It would be misleading to say that it consists of a static part, in which the anatomy of capitalism as such is considered, and a dynamic part, in which the laws of motion of capitalism are revealed. Any such sharp distinction between the statics and the dynamics of the subject would have been just as alien to Marx's method as it was to Ricardo's. But it does consist of a general study of a developing organism, in which a consideration of what may be called the essential structure of that organism plays an important part. The study includes, in other words, an account of the laws of production and distribution characteristic of capitalism in its various stages of development. And a theory of distribution, if it is to be useful, must be based upon some sort of theory of value. What kind of considerations, then, should guide our choice of an appropriate theory of value? Surely one of the main criteria is that it should be capable of serving as the basis for a theory of distribution which does not abstract from the vital fact of the existence of a class of people who do not possess any means of production. It is precisely this fact which the bourgeois theories of distribution do tend to abstract from, and it is precisely this fact which the Marxian theory, based as it is upon the labor theory of value, brings right to the forefront of the analysis. It is not a sufficient answer to this to say, as Lang does, that the fact of exploitation can be deduced without the help of the labor theory of value. If the relations of production specific to capitalism do indeed determine the forms of distribution under capitalism, one's results are much more likely to be useful if one starts by considering distribution in terms of these relations of production, than if one starts from a theory which abstracts from them, and then, having arrived at a broad general result applicable to any type of economy, simply tacks onto it the institutional datum peculiar to capitalism. In so far as most orthodox Marxists believe that the superiority of Marxian economics is due to its use of the labor theory of value, then, this is no doubt one of the main considerations which they have in mind. But it is not quite correct to ascribe to Marxists, whether orthodox or otherwise, the view that the abandonment of the classical labor theory of value in favor of the theory of marginal utility is responsible for the failure of bourgeois economics to explain the fundamental phenomena of capitalist evolution. Rather, Marxists think that the marginal utility theory was the generalist expression of a new approach to economic phenomena, the essence of which was a tendency to abstract from the relations of production, and that it was this new approach which was responsible for the failure of the new bourgeois economics adequately to explain the fundamental phenomena both of distribution under capitalism and of the evolution of the capitalist system as a whole. The labor theory, on the other hand, is the generalist expression of an approach which emphasizes the determining role of the relations of production in economic processes, and which therefore regards it as quite unsafe to abstract from them, and it is precisely this, in the Marxian view, which explains the relative success of Marxian economics in dealing with the fundamental phenomena of distribution and evolution under capitalism. A more sophisticated, although less comprehensible variant of Lang's theme has recently been put forward by Rudolf Schlesinger. The argument of the founders of Marxism, Schlesinger suggests, is burdened with assumptions on the theory of prices which were current in their days but unnecessary for the argument itself. Like Lang, he maintains that all the really valuable and essential tenets of capital can be derived without the assistance of the labor theory of value. In his famous letter to Kugelmann, 11 says Schlesinger, Marx dealt with the theory of value in a way which hardly implies more than the conception of social labor as the basic relation existing between the members of a society founded upon commodity exchange, and the basic tenets of volume. Of capital can be derived from that conception. Similarly, speaking more specifically of the fundamental Marxist tenets about the trend of capitalist development, Schlesinger argues that these are based on a few fairly safe assumptions, viz. 1. The distribution of social labor between the various industries represents the basic relation existing between the members of a society based upon commodity exchange. 2. The various products of human labor are exchanged against each other at rates, prices, which tend to an equilibrium state which can be defined as a function of, though it is not necessarily proportionate to the average productivity of labor applied in the different spheres of production. 3. Competition puts a premium upon application of above-average means of production, and threatens with destitution the producer who does not succeed in keeping pace. The first of these assumptions, Schlesinger continues, is identical with the definition of the subject of economics, and is backed by the consideration that changes in the technique and productivity of human labor are a much more promising subject for investigating the trends in history than alleged changes in the scarcity of diamonds or artistic qualifications. It does not imply the assumption that this basic relation is the only one affecting prices. Nor is the second assumption dependent upon the derivation of the function in a way satisfactory from the economic and mathematical point of view. No more need be assumed than the fact, admitted as much by Marshall as by Marxists, that the long-term trends of prices are dominated by costs, and that labor is by far the most important element of costs. Given these assumptions, Schlesinger argues, the fundamental Marxist tenets about the trend of capitalist development follow from elementary data. 1. Schlesinger is much more specific than Lang on the question of the actual role which the labor theory plays, and ought to play, in Marx's system. We should not drop the argument of the founders as unnecessary, he argues, simply because in our own time certain non-Marxists can recognize many facts predicted by Marx and draw from them inferences as to the need for social change, although they do not accept the Marxist methodology which enabled those facts to be forecast. What appears essential to me in this methodology is the definition of the subject of economics contained in the so-called theory of value and the dynamic approach to it too. The point Schlesinger appears to be trying to make here is better expressed in another place as follows: if economics is defined as the material relations existing between men working for each other, the amount of work done for each other is the basic economic fact linking them, and any other economic fact has to be derived from it. 3. In other words, the qualitative aspect of the Marxian labor theory, to use Sweezy's expression, constitutes the essence of the Marxian methodology, and should on no account be dropped as unnecessary, although Marxists should cease using the term value to describe something which is really nothing more than a definition of the subject of economics. But the quantitative aspect of the theory, according to Schlesinger, is much more shaky. Marx, as we know, endeavored to show that the amount of work done for each other actually determined the relative equilibrium prices of the commodities produced even under capitalism, when commodities admittedly no longer tend to sell at their values. Marx evidently believed that it was very important to be able to demonstrate this. According to Schlesinger, however, he was mistaken both in his belief that it was necessary to demonstrate it, and in his belief that his own demonstration of it was satisfactory. From the point of view of Marx's fundamental analysis of the laws of motion dominating the changing relations between the different classes of society, Schlesinger argues, it is irrelevant whether the assumed substance of economic relations, that is to say, the chosen abstraction, is sufficient to explain the actual levels of prices. 1. And Marx's endeavor to show that the abstraction was in fact sufficient to explain these price levels ran up against three great, and probably insuperable, difficulties. First, there is the skilled-unskilled labor problem, which according to Schlesinger is certainly the most serious difficulty met by an inherent criticism of Marxist economics. 2. Second, there is the problem arising because of the incorrectness of Marx's derivation of production prices from values, i.e., the transformation problem. 8. And third, there is the difficulty of adapting the labor theory of value, in the form in which Marx propounded it, to the stage of modern monopoly capitalism. All in all, Schlesinger suggests, it would be better if Marxists dropped the quantitative aspect of the Marxian value theory entirely, and retain the concept of value, suitably renamed, only as a methodological approach which by mere incident, coincides with the law of prices actually valid in a past stage of society. 5. This argument, while more imposing than Lang's, suffers from the same fundamental defect. If the quantitative aspect of the Marxian theory of value is dropped, nothing will remain of the Marxian theory of distribution but a sort of sociological skeleton. Is any attempt to be made to fill the gap, and if so, along what lines should it be made? Schlesinger, looking at the problem through the spectacles of a sociologist, would probably not admit the existence of any real gap. The basic tenets of I.E., those basic for him as a sociologist, could be derived easily enough from the sociological skeleton. Lang, looking at the problem as an economist, certainly recognizes the existence of a gap, and suggests in effect that it be filled with the aid of the bourgeois theory of distribution. For reasons which I have described elsewhere in this book, neither of these two answers to the question appears to me to be satisfactory. But if Schlesinger were correct in thinking that it is impossible to demonstrate the existence of the kind of quantitative connection between values and prices which Marx had in mind, the whole matter would obviously have to be reconsidered. In relation to the first two of the difficulties which Schlesinger names, the skilled-unskilled labor problem and the transformation problem, I hope I have already said enough to suggest that these obstacles are not as serious as he thinks. The third difficulty, however, the adaptation of the theory to monopoly capitalism, is indeed a more serious one, although, as I shall try to indicate later, I do not think it calls for a really fundamental reconstruction of the Marxian theory. Why did Marx think it necessary to demonstrate the existence of a quantitative connection between values and prices? Why, in other words, did he consider it so important to show that the material relations existing between men working for each other ultimately determine the relative prices of the products of their work? Schlesinger suggests that this was a logical mistake. It does not follow from the fundamental importance of social labor as the factor dominating economic events, he says, that it must be possible to derive prices exclusively from this factor. But surely, Marx began with something rather more concrete than a mere recognition of the fundamental importance of social labor as the factor dominating economic events. He began, first, with a hypothesis which was to be tested, the hypothesis that men's relations of production ultimately determined their other economic relations, including their exchange relations, throughout the whole period of commodity production, and, second, with the assumption that, as Schlesinger puts it, the distribution of social labor between the various industries represents the basic relation between the members of a society based upon commodity exchange. How, then, does this basic relation between men who work for one another operate to determine relations of exchange? It operates, Marx answered, through the amount of work which they do for each other, which directly or indirectly determines the exchange ratios of the goods in which this work is embodied. The question of whether or not prices can be derived from values, then, can hardly be said to be irrelevant to Marx's fundamental analysis in Capital. So long as we exclude the possibility of the relations of production generating extra economic forces which cause prices to deviate from values or prices of production in a way which is not quantitatively determinate, the demonstration that prices can be derived from values, even if such derivation should give no more than a first approximation, one is a necessary and important part of the testing of the hypothesis with which Marx began. The great merit of Schlesinger's critique is that it draws special attention to the qualitative aspect of the value problem. The main distinguishing feature of Mrs. Robinson's numerous digs at the labor theory, they can scarcely be said to constitute an integrated critique, too, is that she ignores this aspect almost entirely. She sees Marx's definition of value as nothing more than a purely dogmatic statement. 3. The labor theory, according to Marx's own argument, fails to provide a theory of prices. None of the important ideas which he expresses in terms of the concept of value cannot be better expressed without it, and its function is therefore reduced to that of providing the incantations which Marx uses, in conjunction with the arsenic of his penetrating insight and bitter hatred of oppression, to slay the complacent apologists of capitalism. 1. So far as the theory of exchange ratios is concerned, all we can take from Marx is the quite ordinary theory of cost of production put forward in Volume 3. Marx's attempt at a reconciliation of his Volume I theory of value with his Volume III theory of prices is purely formalistic and consists in juggling to and fro with averages and totals. Thus in Marx's system, Mrs. Robinson tells us, value precedes price, because the fact of exploitation lies behind the phenomena of the market. For in the concept of value are concentrated the mystical elements in Marxian thought, which give it a significance quite beyond its definable meaning. 6. Nowhere does Mrs. Robinson give real consideration to the meaning of Marx's dictum that value is a social relation, or to the connection between the Marxian concept of value and the materialist conception of history. In her open letter from a Keynesian to a Marxist, however, Mrs. Robinson argues that she understands Marx better than the Marxists, since she has Marx in her bones whereas the Marxists only have him in their mouths. As an example, she takes the idea that constant capital is an embodiment of labor power expended in the past. To the Marxists, she argues, this is something that has to be proved with a lot of Hegelian stuff and nonsense. Whereas I say, though I do not use such pompous terminology naturally, what else did you think it could be? 6. And in the following passage she makes her point rather more explicit. For Ricardo, the theory of value was a means of studying the distribution of total output between wages, rent, and profit, each considered as a whole. This is a big question. Marshall turned the meaning of value into a little question: why does an egg cost more than a cup of tea? Keynes changed the question back again. He started thinking in Ricardo's terms, output as a whole, and why worry about a cup of tea? When you are thinking about output as a whole, relative prices come out in the wash, including the relative price of money and labor. The price level comes into the argument, but it comes in as a complication, not as the main point. If you have had some practice on Ricardo's bicycle, you do not need to stop and ask yourself what to do in a case like that, you just do it. You assume away the complication till you have got the main problem worked out. So Keynes began by getting money prices out of the way. Marshall's cup of tea dissolved into thin air. But if you cannot use money, what unit of value do you take? A man-hour of labor time. It is the most handy and sensible measure of value, so naturally you take it. You do not have to prove anything, you just do it. Well, there you are, we are back on Ricardo's large questions, and we are using Marx's unit of value. What is it that you are complaining about? 1. If the final question is intended to mean, how does this differ in essence from what Marx did, the answer is surely fairly evident. In the first place, as we have seen, the Marxist concept of value was not put forward to provide a handy unit of account, but to provide the basis for a theory showing how exchange ratios were determined, which is of course an entirely different matter. And in the second place, Keynes certainly changed the question back from a little one to a big one, but he did not change it back to Ricardo's question. Keynes was concerned, as Mrs. Robinson states, with the question of the determinants of output as a whole. He was not concerned, or at least not directly concerned, with the distribution of total output between wages, rent, and profit, each considered as a whole. It is perfectly true that in Keynes's question relative prices come out in the wash. But they do not do so, and cannot legitimately be made to do so, in Ricardo's question nor in Marx's question, which in this respect is a sort of compound of Ricardo's and Keynes's. 2. Ricardo and Marx, in dealing with their questions, found that it was necessary to begin with a theory showing how relative prices were determined. They found, too, that since their questions were big rather than small, their theory of the determination of relative prices had to be rather different in character from that which was later to serve Marshall in connection with his cup of tea problem. They found, in other words, that they needed a theory of value in the traditional sense, if they were going to be able to solve the problem of distribution. The fact that Mrs. Robinson does not appear to see this, and thus misconstrues entirely the role which the labor theory played in Marx's system, is no doubt one of the things that the Marxists are complaining about. It is nevertheless true, as Henry Dennis has said, that each of the studies in which Mrs. Robinson develops and refines her criticism of the labor theory of value brings us a great variety of new insights, which are always very suggestive. But the suggestive character of her studies is somewhat diminished by the fact that she often appears to take her stand upon an aggressive common sense which rejects abstractions such as value and surplus value on the grounds that we should deal only with the hard, elementary facts of direct experience. For example, Marx puts forward the idea that prices can usefully be explained in terms of a value which underlies and ultimately determines them. Mrs. Robinson argues that the problem of the transformation of values into prices is unreal because the values which have to be transformed into prices are arrived at in the first instance by transforming prices into values. Then again, Marx puts forward the idea that profits can usefully be explained in terms of a surplus value which underlies and ultimately determines them. Mrs. Robinson argues that what is important is the total amount of surplus which the capitalist system succeeds in acquiring for the propertied classes, and there is no virtue in dividing that total by the amount of labor employed, to find the rate of exploitation, rather than by the amount of capital, to find the rate of profit. 3. In other words, according to Mrs. Robinson, the derivation of prices from values, and of profits from surplus values, only makes sense if the values and surplus values with which we start are themselves directly derived from empirically perceived prices and profits, that is, only if the derivation amounts to nothing more than the statement of a tautology. If the values and surplus values with which we start are conceived to be arrived at by any other means, then according to Mrs. Robinson we are immediately transported to the sphere of metaphysics. Thus capital, in so far as it does not consist of tautologies, inevitably appears to Mrs. Robinson as a collection of mutually inconsistent propositions, some sound, i.e., corresponding to the common sense view of market phenomena, and others unsound or metaphysical, i.e., not so corresponding, which Marx vainly endeavors to reconcile with one another. But one who really had Marx in his bones could hardly help seeing what he was actually trying to do in Capital. Broadly, as we have seen, he was trying to penetrate to the essence which lay below the appearances of the marketplace. The appearances which were accessible to simple observation, he believed, were often deceptive. It appeared, for example, as if exchange ratios were determined by nothing more than supply and demand, and as if profit was simply an amount, proportionate to the total quantity of capital employed, which was added on to their costs by the capitalists. If one wanted a theory of value and distribution, in any real sense of the word, one could not be content with the crude facts and superficial generalizations which simple observation revealed, but must try to explain these facts in terms of the operation of deeper and more fundamental causes. There was nothing metaphysical about Marx's approach, however much his coquetting with Hegelian modes of expression one might make it appear otherwise. He was simply trying to ascertain the basic causes of the phenomena observable in the market, a reasonable enough inquiry, surely, under conditions where there is no conscious social regulation of production, and the reasonable and the necessary in nature asserts itself only as a blindly working average. The vulgar economist, said Marx, thinks he has made a great discovery, when, as against the disclosure of the inner connection, he proudly claims that in appearance things look different. In fact, he is boasting that he holds fast to the appearance, and takes it for the last word. Why, then, any science at all? To this, I think, is the type of consideration which has to be borne in mind when assessing Mrs. Robinson's suggestion that if there is any hope of progress in economics at all, it must be in using academic methods to solve the problems posed by Marx. 3. Now that academic economists have turned their attention to the problems of capitalist crisis and economic development, it seems to me perhaps rather more true to say that the hope of progress lies in using Marx's methods to solve the problems posed by academic economists. 6. Conclusion. 239. It is not easy to sum up the work of the critics considered in this chapter. The quality of their contributions and the viewpoints from which they start are so diverse that they seem at first sight to have very little in common. But I think there are 2 points which may usefully be made by way of general comment. In the first place, What mainly worries most of the critics is the fact that prices do not directly correspond with Marxian values in the capitalist economy, which Marx was primarily concerned to analyze. To Baumgarten and Pareto, this contradiction is absolutely fatal to the whole Marxian theory, since it appears to them that Marx's solution is logically unsound. To Bernstein, the contradiction reduces the Marxian concept of value to nothing more than an abstract image which cannot possibly serve as the basis for a theory of value in the traditional sense. To Lindsay and Croce, it means that the labor theory cannot legitimately be interpreted as a scientific tool for the analysis of capitalist reality, but only as a theory of natural right or as a mere standard for comparing one type of society with another. To Schlesinger, it means that the quantitative aspect of the labor theory must be dropped entirely, and to Mrs. Robinson it reduces the theory to mystification and metaphysics. There is no need to recapitulate my reasons for believing that these conclusions are quite unwarranted. All that I wish to emphasize here is that what most of the critics are really confused about, at heart, is the nature of Marx's economic method. Second, the arguments of most of the critics suggest, either directly or impliedly, that the gap left by Marx's alleged failure to provide a scientific theory must be filled, if it is to be filled at all, by one or another of the modem theories of value or price. In the case of Baumgarten and Pareto, this is of course the main theme. To Bernstein, both the Marxian theory and the marginal utility theory are equally purely abstract entities, and if a choice has to be made between them, it should probably be made in favor of the latter rather than the former. To Lindsay and Croce, it seems that a general economic science, deducing the concept of value from quite different principles, must exist alongside the Marxian investigation. To Lang and Mrs. Robinson, the gap must be filled by an explanation of commodity and factor prices couched in terms of the conceptual apparatus of modem equilibrium theory. Taken as a whole, then, and quite apart from the subjective intentions of any individual writer, the criticisms we have considered must be regarded as constituting not only an attack on the Marxian approach to economic phenomena but also a defense of the type of approach which abstracts from the relations of production. There is one other matter which should be mentioned before this chapter is concluded. The writers I have dealt with are not only typical representatives of the different standpoints distinguished above, but also among the most competent representatives of these standpoints. If the labor theory is to be defended, it must obviously be defended against the attacks of its most mature and intelligent critics. But it would leave the reader with an entirely false impression of the quality of the general run of Marx criticism in the West today if I did not say at least a little about the lesser critics. There is no doubt that the average standard of Marx criticism, both in academic circles and elsewhere, is quite extraordinarily low. Let us take as a not untypical example a recent book entitled The Theory and Practice of Communism by R. N. Carew Hunt, an author who begins by specifically accepting the healthy assumption that Marxism is not to be refuted by attributing to its best exponents positions which they have not adopted, and then proceeds to do precisely this. From the 7 pages in which Mr. Hunt discusses the labor theory of value, we may select the following statements. The classical economists had adopted the theory of value first outlined by Locke, who had defended private property on the grounds that a man was entitled to that to which he had given value by his labor, and they had thus made labor the criterion of value. Ricardo put forward, with certain reservations, a theory of value according to which the value of a commodity depended on the relative quantity of labor required to produce it, and he held what Lassalle was later to call the iron law of wages, according to which the value of labor itself similarly depended upon the cost of the laborer's subsistence. Marx and others seized upon this theory, using it to suggest that the whole value of a commodity, since it was due to labor, ought to be paid to labor. In Volume I of Capital, Marx certainly gives the impression that he is seeking to relate value to price, but in actual fact Marx never sought to establish any such connection, as he did not believe that value could be related even to the normal price of the classical economists, much less to market prices. In Marx's account of the reduction of skilled to unskilled labor, the coefficient of reduction is not stated, and Marx's argument is therefore circular. Socially necessary labor is the amount of time a laborer works for himself, i.e., to reproduce the value paid to him as wages. According to Marx, labor alone is entitled to the value it is alleged to create. When Marx came across the famous contradiction, he did not face it at the time, and set it aside for further treatment. Present-day Marxist economists maintain that the derivation of average profit from surplus value is a technical and esoteric process, and that in drawing attention to it Marx had revealed further contradictions within capitalism that had hitherto escaped his notice. But Marx's explanation is in fact a manifest trespass, as it is inconsistent with his premise that labor alone determines value. In the end, Marx is driven to admit that exchange value is governed by the market, that is, by the law of supply and demand, which makes nonsense of his theory that it is derived from labor only. It seems to me, for reasons which I have sufficiently explained above, that these statements involve so many half-truths, superficial interpretations, and errors of fact that the picture presented of the Marxian theory is simply a travesty. And it should be remembered that Mr. Hunt's book is far from being the worst of the popular accounts of Marxism which have appeared in recent years. If I take only this one example of relatively uninformed criticism, this is by no means because a dozen similar examples do not lie ready to hand. We occasionally read even yet that Marx accepted the Malthusian theory of population, and that he wrote Volume 3 of Capital in order to extricate himself from the difficulties in which he had got himself involved in Volume I. There are many variations on the theme that Marxian economic theory is an unscientific and metaphysical construction erected upon the quicksands of an obsolete Ricardian dogma. All too often, writers seem to assume that when dealing with Marx it is permissible to relax academic standards to a degree which they themselves would regard as quite illegitimate if they were dealing with any other economist. The present writer would not of course maintain that Marx's theory of value is in all respects complete and perfect. Apart altogether from the fact that Volume 3 was not fully revised by its author, Marx worked out his theory of value with the primary aim of analyzing a particular stage in the development of commodity production. The competitive capitalist stage, and much more work still remains to be done on the application of the theory to the pre-capitalist, monopoly capitalist and socialist stages. Naturally, Marxists always have an obligation to develop their theories in the face of changing concrete circumstances. There are a dozen important problems still to be solved, but one of the essential preconditions for solving them is to obtain a proper understanding of Marx's original theory. And such an understanding, unfortunately, the work of the critics considered above in spite of the sincerity and ingenuity which much of it displays is very far indeed from giving us. Chapter 7. The Reapplication of the Marxian Labor Theory. The Marginal Revolution and its Aftermath. The critique of Marx's book, wrote Pareto, no longer remains to be carried out. It is to be found not only in the special monographs which have been published on this subject, but also and above all in the improvements made by political economy in the theory of value 1. The best reply to Marx's theory of value, Pareto believed and many others from Bohm-Bawerk onwards have shared his belief, was constituted by the new theories of value which arose as the direct or indirect result of the marginal revolution of the 187's. I think it may be useful, therefore, before proceeding to discuss the problem of the reapplication of the Marxian labor theory, to give a short account of the improvements of which Pareto speaks. If new theories are in fact improvements on the old ones, if they are more scientific and give a more useful and meaningful explanation of economic reality, then obviously there is no need to bother our heads about the problem of reapplying the Marxian theory. If, however, the apparent advance in the understanding of economic reality is actually a retreat, if the superiority of the new theories is merely technical and formal, then it is evidently the duty of economists to re-examine some of the older tools which have perhaps been too hastily discarded. The so-called marginal revolution, as every student knows, was ushered in by Jevons, Menger, and Walras in the early 187's. But the term revolution here is something of a misnomer. The change in the general atmosphere was real enough, but the leading ideas of the revolutionaries were by no means as novel as they sometimes liked to contend. Many of these ideas had already been put forward, often in a surprisingly advanced form, in the years before 1870, particularly in the course of the debates on the Ricardian theory which took place in the 1820s and 30s. And, even more important, the work of certain writers like John Stuart Mill, who believed themselves to be writing in the broad Ricardian tradition, had paved the way for the later developments to a far greater extent than the revolutionaries themselves suspected. Under the influence of Jevons, one Marshall Keynes, and others, the idea has grown up that the Ricardian system was taken over more or less in its entirety by John Stuart Mill, whose amendments and additions allegedly related only to inessentials. But this is so only if we regard the theory of value as an inessential, since nothing is more certain than that Mill decisively rejected Ricardo's concept of real or absolute value and the theory which he had based upon it. And we surely cannot regard the theory of value as an inessential. The particular theory of value with which an economist begins, as we have already seen, is almost invariably a sort of sure-than-nine expression of the basic attitude which he is going to adopt towards the phenomena he seeks to analyze and the problems he seeks to solve. This was as true of Mill as it was of Ricardo and Jevons. Mill's role in relation to the opponents of Ricardo was actually very similar to Marshall's role in relation to the opponents of Mill half a century later. From the point of view of the development of economic thought, the real significance of Mill's system lay in the extent to which the ideas of Ricardo's opponents were in fact absorbed into it, thereby clearing the path for the subsequent development of these ideas. Let us examine Mill's theory of value with this point in mind. To begin with, Mill insists in the first of the propositions constituting his summary of the theory of value that value is a relative term, thus implicitly acknowledging the correctness of Bailey's criticism of Ricardo's concept of absolute value. 6. Then again, although his own theory of value cannot properly be described as a supply and demand theory, Mill did on occasion use expressions which suggested that the law of demand and supply was in fact, as he put it in one place, a law of value anterior to cost of production, and more fundamental. Point 1. So far as the utility theory of value was concerned, Mill cannot be said to have given much encouragement to its development, except to the extent that his emphasis on the role of demand was greater than that of most of his Ricardian predecessors, and he explicitly rejected the theory that profit depends upon the productive power of capital. 2. If he protected the Ricardian fortress against this attack, however, he yielded it completely to another, that of the cost of production theorists. Having begun his analysis of value in the Principles by accepting the traditional idea that the equilibrium price of a commodity tends to be equal to its money costs of production, including profit at the average rate, Mill went on to undertake what he called the ultimate analysis of cost of production. 8. This, however, turned out to be little more than a statement to the effect that costs of production consisted of wages, profits, and, occasionally, taxes. It could still be said that the value of commodities depends principally on the quantity of labor required for their production, but only, it appeared, in the absurdly restricted sense that wages usually made up the principal part of money costs. This was clearly not Ricardo's theory of value, but an out-and-out rejection of it. It would be wrong to suggest, however, as some have done, that Mill's analysis of cost of production was couched exclusively in money terms. A real cost underlies the money cost in Mill's system. Behind wages, of course, lies the expenditure of labor, but what lies behind profits? As the wages of the laborer are the remuneration of labor, Mill replies, so the profits of the capitalist are properly, according to Mr. Senior's well-chosen expression, the remuneration of abstinence. They are what he gains by forbearing to consume his capital for his own uses, and allowing it to be consumed by productive laborers for their uses. For this forbearance he requires a recompense. 6. It is clear that the distance is not so very great between this rather vague labor plus abstinence theory of Mill's and the real cost theory put forward by Marshall. 1. And it is also clear that the very juxtaposition of labor, which Ricardo had always regarded as something purely objective, and abstinence, which had necessarily to be regarded as something subjective, must have encouraged the growing tendency to conceive economic categories in subjective terms, in abstraction from the relations of production to if, indeed, it was not itself an expression of this tendency. Two other features of Mill's work which paved the way for the subsequent developments may be briefly described. The first of these, his well-known distinction between production and distribution, was of course made for the very best of reasons. 8. But the idea that the laws and conditions of the production of wealth partake of the character of physical truths, whereas the distribution of wealth is a matter of human institution solely, can be taken to imply, as Marx put it, that distribution exists side by side with production as a self-contained, independent sphere. 6. Smith, Ricardo, and Marx, as we have seen, tended to visualize production and distribution as two aspects of a single economic process in which production was regarded as the dominant and determining factor. 8. Once the ties binding production and distribution together have been broken, however, it becomes much easier to escape from the classical tradition in this respect and to begin to consider the laws of distribution in abstraction from the relations of production. Second, there was Mill's famous distinction between statics and dynamics. 7. And his analysis of the stationary state. 8. To Smith and Ricardo, the distinction between static and dynamic analysis would probably have seemed an arbitrary and unnecessary one. The main topic with which Ricardo, for example, was concerned, was the progress of a country in wealth and the laws by which the increasing produce is distributed. 9. And in his analysis of this essentially dynamic problem, the static parts could hardly be separated out from the other parts. Reading Ricardo's work with Mill's distinction in mind, one becomes very conscious of the fact that the distinction cannot really be applied at all to Ricardo's analysis. The fact that Mill isolated the dynamics of political economy in a special section of his book and contrasted it so sharply with the statics of the subject one can no doubt be explained by his passion for logical systematization, but the fact that the section dealing with dynamics constitutes only about 1/10 of the principles requires further explanation. The basic reason for Mill's preoccupation with statics, I think, is that he believed that it would not be very long before the advanced countries arrived at the stationary state, too, in the analysis of which dynamics would naturally be of little use. In this state, Mill believed, the mere increase of production and accumulation which now unfortunately excites the congratulations of ordinary politicians 3 would by definition be no longer a matter of concern, and men would be able to concentrate upon securing something which in the advanced countries is much more needed: a better distribution. 4. It would of course be too much to say that Mill is here delineating that problem of the distribution of a given set of scarce resources among competing ends upon which so many of his successors have concentrated. By better distribution Mill dearly meant a better distribution of income. But it at least seems very probable that Mill's general approach helped appreciably to bring this problem to the forefront. That this is so can perhaps be seen from the example of Jevons, who appears to have started with a somewhat similar set of presuppositions concerning the progress of society, except that for him the main obstacle to further advance was the impending exhaustion of Britain's coal reserves rather than the law of diminishing returns. The momentous repeal of the Com Laws, he wrote in his early work on the coal question, throws us from com upon coal. 5. And this is bound to mean sooner or later the end of the present progressive condition of the kingdom. 8. Now a man who displays such a readiness to be alarmed and excited by the idea of the exhaustion of resources 7 as Jevons did is quite likely to visualize the fundamental economic problem as one of making the best possible use of these scarce resources, and a man whose vigorous individualism 1 and fear of the working class movement 2 are as manifest as Jevons's were will not be likely to envisage the proper solution of this problem as involving any fundamental change in the relations of production or even in the distribution of wealth and income. 3. The problem of economics, wrote Jevons, may, as it seems to me, be stated thus: given a certain population, with various needs and powers of production, in possession of certain lands and other sources of material, required, the mode of employing their labor which will maximize the utility of the produce. The problem with which Jevons thought economics ought to be mainly concerned, then, was how to allocate a given set of resources among competing uses so that a given set of desires, or demands, would be most effectively satisfied. 6. Jevons himself did not carry this through. In particular, his optimum allocation formulae did not quite extend to the problem of the entrepreneur's demand for producers' goods. But he did at least manage to outline the basic features of the new type of analysis which was soon to be developed to deal with the new problem of scarcity. In the first place, he made it clear that this was essentially a static rather than a dynamic problem. 6. In the second place, he established once and for all that it was a problem in which marginal techniques might be expected to be useful. And in the third place, he pointed out that since the problem was one of satisfying a given set of individual demands, the theory of economics must begin with a correct theory of consumption. It seems to me that the increasing popularity of the new type of analysis in the years which followed can be at least partly explained by the fact that the basic problem of scarcity with which it was designed to deal actually began to emerge to prominence in the real world. In the 187Os and 188Os, as Wesley Mitchell pointed out, on the whole the rate of progress was believed by contemporaries to have been checked, and in spite of the subsequent recovery the general situation has still apparently been such as to induce many economists to begin by assuming, at least provisionally, that there is no fertile possibility of increasing the total quantity of resources and therefore to concentrate on the possibilities of increasing economic welfare by a more efficient allocation of the given resources. 2. In addition, of course, the new type of analysis was found to be particularly useful in connection with the task of opposing the labor theory of value, a task which became more and more urgent as Marxist ideas began to grow in popularity. The marginal utility theory of value, of course, was much more than an alternative method of explaining price ratios. It also expressed an alternative general approach to economic phenomena. First and foremost, it was an expression of the idea that the whole of economics ought to be based on the investigation of the condition of a mind. The general forms of the laws of economics, wrote Jevons, are the same in the case of individuals and nations, and, in reality, it is a law operating in the case of multitudes of individuals which gives rise to the aggregate represented in the transactions of a nation. 3. What we must start with, Jevons in effect argued, was the mental relation between the individual and finished goods, rather than the social relation between men and men in the production of commodities, and this implied that the basic laws and techniques of economics had a much greater degree of generality than had usually been assumed. They were in fact adequate to deal not only with the optimum allocation problems to be found in all forms of exchange economy, but also with those of the isolated individual. 1. This amounted, of course, to a complete rejection of the classical idea that economic phenomena could only be properly understood if one started with the relations of production peculiar to the particular economic formation under consideration. It was widely contended, however, that because of its scientific character the new type of approach was capable of giving a much more satisfactory answer to all the main economic problems which the classical economists had tackled. The chief developments ushered in by the Austrians proceeded within this framework. Indeed, most if not all of these developments are to be found, at least in embryo, in the work of Jevons himself. It is true that Jevons never worked out at all fully anything which could properly be called a marginal productivity theory of distribution, and that he still tended to think in terms of some sort of independent real cost lying behind supply. But there is some justification for the view that his theories of interest and wages were essentially in agreement with the modern theory of marginal productivity, and in his preface to the second edition of the Theory of Political Economy, the foundations of a coordinated marginal productivity theory of distribution and a generalist doctrine of opportunity cost were quite clearly mapped out. 4. And Jevons made it clear from the beginning that the real cost lying behind supply, although it could often be said to be the determining circumstance in the process whereby values were fixed, could never be said to be so directly, but only through the medium of its effect, through supply, on marginal utility, a view summarily expressed as follows in his famous table. Cost of production determines supply. Supply determines final degree of utility. Final degree of utility determines value. 5. If he had ever had time to reformulate this argument in the light of the ideas put forward in his preface to the second edition, there is little doubt that Jevons would have come much closer to the Austrian approach, with its rejection of the whole concept of real cost. To many of the later writers in this new tradition, the refutation of the Marxian version of the labor theory appeared as a particularly urgent task. There seems little doubt, for example, that Bohm-Bawerk set out more or less deliberately to provide alternative solutions to the problems of value and surplus value which Marx had dealt with in so unpalatable a fashion. One Wieser, again, was well aware of the fact that in Germany there has of late years been a widening acceptance of the labor theory, and that many socialists were basing their crusade against interest on Ricardo's system, and he therefore found himself, as he put it, obliged again and again to speak against the socialists. 2. The key fact about J.B. Clark's marginal productivity theory of distribution, as his son has recently reminded us, was probably that his statements are oriented at Marx, and are best construed as an earnest, and not meticulously qualified, rebuttal of Marxian exploitation theory. 3. Cassel and Pareto, again, wrote extensively on the Marxian system, and there can be little doubt that many of their leading theoretical statements too were oriented at Marx. And Wicksteed, in coordinating the laws of distribution and attacking the Ricardian theory of rent, was well aware of the fact that any diagram of distribution that represents the share of the different factors under different geometrical forms is sure to be misleading, and is likely to be particularly mischievous in its misdirection of social imagination and aspiration. For obvious reasons, the desire to use the new theories to attack Marx was not nearly so manifest in the case of the British writers as it was in the case of their continental colleagues. 1. To Marshall, for example, it was evidently a very minor consideration indeed. Marshall's main aim, so far as the theory of value was concerned, was to correct certain excesses of Jevons and the Austrians, notably their overemphasis on the demand side and their dilution or rejection of the concept of real cost, and, while accepting what he regarded as the important element of truth in their doctrines, to emphasize the essential continuity between these doctrines when so corrected and those of the classical economists. The appearance of continuity was maintained by Marshall on the basis of a somewhat shallow interpretation of Ricardo's value theory. Setting the modem fashion for generous interpretations of Ricardo, Marshall argued that Ricardo's theory of value, though obscurely expressed, anticipated more of the modem doctrine of the relations between cost, utility, and value than has been recognized by Jevons and some other critics. 2. Marshall's own theory of value, however, was not in fact very much closer to Ricardo's than Jevons's had been. It is true that Marshall argued that the theory of consumption was not the scientific basis of economics, but his theoretical exposition in the Principles nevertheless began with an outline of what was in effect such a theory. For it is true, too, that he insisted on the real character of costs, and the importance of their role in the process whereby values were determined, much more strongly than Jevons had done, and that he specifically attacked the Austrian idea that cost could be better explained in terms of foregone utilities than in terms of real sacrifices. 5. But it must be emphasized that the elements of real cost in terms of which Marshall's analysis was framed were essentially subjective, and therefore very different from Ricardo's. 6. And also that certain important ambiguities in his concept of weighting brought his analysis of cost rather nearer to that of the Austrians, at least in a formal sense, than he himself probably suspected. 1. Indeed, as we shall shortly see, there is an important sense in which Marshall's theory of value was actually further away from Ricardo's than Jevons's had been. From the point of view of the subsequent development of value theory, the most important feature of Marshall's Principles was possibly the encouragement which it gave to the general equilibrium approach to value theory and that preoccupation with form at the expense of content which is today so often associated with it. This encouragement was given in part directly, by means of Marshall's mathematical note XXI and the intermittent attention given to the wider conception of the general interdependence of all economic quantities in the Principles, 2. And in part indirectly, by means of his insistence on the principle, which he ascribed to Cournot, that it is necessary to face the difficulty of regarding the various elements of an economic problem not as determining one another in a chain of causation, A determining B, B determining C, and so on, but as all mutually determining one another. Nature's action is complex, and nothing is gained in the long run by pretending that it is simple, and trying to describe it in a series of elementary propositions. Nothing is indeed gained by pretending that nature's action, or the action of men in society, is simple, or that there is not an important sense in which everything can be said to be determined by everything else. But unless it is held possible to isolate some particular factor in a given situation, and to treat it in some significant sense as a cause or determinant, it is difficult to see how any science can ever advance very far beyond the classificatory stage. Jevons's catena of causes was not quite as silly as Marshall made it out to be. Marshall's attitude, however, would and in fact did encourage economists to have thought it was neither possible nor necessary to make any causal statements at all in the field of value theory. The classical economists and the leaders of the marginal revolution, it began to be said, had alike been misled into a false inquiry. There was in fact no need whatever to seek for an independent determining constant. All that was really necessary was that the conditions of the mutual interdependence of economic quantities should be expressible in a mathematically determinate form, i.e., roughly, in the form of an equational system in which the number of unknowns was equal to the number of equations. It will be clear that the particular idea of determinateness which lies behind this approach is radically different from that which lay behind the classical, Marxian, and Mentrian theories of value. To solve the value problem in this way is to solve it only in a purely formal sense, i.e., it is not to solve it at all. To Walras, who is generally regarded as the founder of this type of approach, utility was still a significant factor, although its role appeared by no means as important to him as it did to Jevons and the Austrians. To his followers, however, it gradually began to appear less and less important. Pareto, for example, noted that the whole theory of economic equilibrium is independent of the notions of utility, economic, use value, or off-limity. He himself, like most of his immediate predecessors, had started by establishing the theory of economic equilibrium on the basis of these notions, but he later came to the conclusion that it was possible to do without them and to develop instead the theory of choice, which gives more rigor and more clarity to the whole theory of economic equilibrium. Utility gradually became more and more suspect, partly because of the hedonist presuppositions allegedly involved in the concept, partly because under certain circumstances it was unmeasurable, and partly, no doubt, in some instances, because in certain hands it had proved more capable of lending support to equalitarian proposals than many of its progenitors had expected or desired. In any event, utility began to be regarded as an unsatisfactory and superfluous concept. Its place came more and more to be taken by the concept of preference schedules, from which all hedonist presuppositions had allegedly been expelled. To some economists this latter concept at first appeared capable of fulfilling the same function as utility had previously done, the function of serving as the independent factor which could in the last analysis be regarded as determining value. Today, however, the preference schedules have increasingly come to be interpreted as simply reflecting a consumer's empirically observed behavior in the marketplace, and it is widely held that all that needs to be postulated concerning the mental attitudes of the consumer is that his choices should be consistent, i.e., that in a given price and income situation he chooses to buy in a way that is uniquely determined. In effect, this has meant giving up entirely the search for a value theory properly so called. The theory of price, says Mr. Little, can begin on the demand side quite legitimately with the demand curve. That one's ultimate data should be statistical can no longer be considered a shocking idea. Prices can be made formally determinate by setting up an equational system in which the number of equations is equal to the number of unknowns, and the ground has been so well prepared by men like Pareto, Castle, Fisher, and Barone that this type of approach has come to COMM and a wide measure of approval without the majority of economists realizing that anything at all is missing. Modem economists, like modem artists and poets, seem all too often to feel quite at home in a world where the form is the reality, of which the substantial is only a shadow. The fact that value and distribution theory has developed in this direction does not in itself give grounds for complaint. One cannot properly object to people engaging in a pleasing aesthetic activity. But the new approach is often quite solemnly put forward as an alternative to the classical theory, and is used to give answers to the same vital questions with which that theory was designed to deal. Indeed, it is frequently claimed that the new doctrines, being more scientific and precise than the old, and less limited to particular economic formations, are much more capable of giving useful answers to these questions than the CMDE classical theories were. Thus the fact that the classical theories of distribution gave separate accounts of rent, wages, and profits has been widely held to be evidence of their unscientific character. 2. If one objects that a theory which explains the origin of the wages of labor and the rent of land on precisely the same basis is not likely to be a very useful guide to practice, the upholders of the theory may concede that it is in fact purely formal, but insist that this does not matter because there is nothing at all to stop an economist going on to distinguish between these two forms of income on moral or political grounds if he wishes. Was not Walras a land reformer? All one can really say in reply to this is that it used to be conceived as a major task of economic theory to give information which people concerned with economic practice would at least regard as relevant to the decisions they were obliged to reach, and that economic theory has now ceased to regard this as part of its function, so much the worse for it. The real point here, I think, is that the expulsion of utility from value theory has not meant the expulsion of the presuppositions which were brought in with the utility theory. So far from meaning a return to the classical emphasis on relations of production, the expulsion of utility has usually if anything meant a further retreat from it. Welfare economics and the so-called economics of socialism remain to a large extent in the grip of the old presuppositions, and even Keynes was by no means unaffected by them. And the theory of distribution, broadly speaking, is still weighed down by the notion, the first fruit of the utility approach, that no factor which is customarily regarded as necessary for production can possibly receive, at least in the absence of monopoly or development, anything in the nature of a true surplus as part of its income. 1. The Marxian labor theory of value is not a magic wand which needs only to be waved to transform the barren desert of pure theory into fertile land. But it is, I think, a signpost pointing to the direction which must be followed if a way out of the desert is to be found. 2. The operation of the law of value under socialism. In his well-known letter to Kugelmann of July 1868, Marx described the necessity of distributing social labor in definite proportions as a natural law, which cannot be done away with by the particular form of social production, but can only change the form it assumes. And the form in which this proportional division of labor operates, in a state of society where the interconnection of social labor is manifested in the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products. A clear implication of this careful statement is that in a state of society where the interconnection of social labor was not manifested in the private exchange of the individual products of labor, the form in which the proportional division of labor operated would not be the exchange value of the products. The economic category value, and the question of the manner in which the law of value operates, in other words, have relevance only to what Marx and Engels called commodity production. Commodities, it will be remembered, are products made in a society of private producers more or less separate from each other, and therefore in the first place private products. These private products, however, become commodities only when they are made, not for use by their producers, but for use by others, that is, for social use. They enter into social use through exchange. 1. There is no doubt that Marx and Engels visualized their law of value as being uniquely associated with systems of commodity production, coming into operation as commodity production developed and ceasing to operate when commodity production ended. There is no lack of references to support this interpretation. Engels, for example, in a letter to Koskai of September 1884, wrote as follows: "You say that value today is associated with commodity production, but that with the abolition of commodity production value too will be changed, that is, value as such will remain, and only its form will be changed. In actual fact, however, economic value is a category peculiar to commodity production, and disappears together with it. Cf. Dyering, pages 252 to 262, just as it did not exist before it. The relation of labor to its product did not manifest itself in the form of value before commodity production, and will not do so after it too. The passages from Anti-Düring to which Koski was here being referred are those in the chapter on distribution in which Engels elaborates on this point. Commodity production, he writes, is by no means the only form of social production. In the ancient Indian communities and in the family communities of the southern Slavs, products are not transformed into commodities. The members of the community are directly associated for production, the work is distributed on the basis of tradition and requirements, and likewise the products in so far as they are destined for consumption. Direct social production and direct distribution exclude all exchange of commodities, therefore also the transformation of the products into commodities, at any rate within the community, and consequently also their transformation into values. From the moment when society enters into possession of the means of production and uses them in direct association for production, the labor of each individual, however varied its specifically useful character may be, is immediately and directly social labor. The quantity of social labor contained in a product has then no need to be established in a roundabout way. Daily experience shows in a direct way how much of it is required on the average. Society can calculate simply how many hours of labor are contained in a steam engine, a bushel of wheat of the last harvest, or 100 square yards of cloth of a certain quality. It could therefore never occur to it still to express the quantity of labor put into the products, which it will then know directly and in its absolute amount in a third product, and moreover in a measure which is only relative, fluctuating, inadequate, though formerly unavoidable for lack of a better, and not in its natural, adequate, and absolute measure, time. On the assumptions we have made above, therefore, society will also not assign values to products. It will not express the simple fact that the 100 square yards of cloth have required for their production, let us say, 1,000 hours of labor in the oblique and meaningless way, that they have the value of 1,000 hours of labor. It is true that even then it will still be necessary for society to know how much labor each article of consumption requires for its production. It will have to arrange its plan of production in accordance with its means of production, which include, in particular, its labor forces. The useful effects of the various articles of consumption, compared with each other and with the quantity of labor required for their production, will in the last analysis determine the plan. People will be able to manage everything very simply, without the intervention of the famous value one. The concept of value is the most general and therefore the most comprehensive expression of the economic conditions of commodity production. Consequently, the concept of value contains the germ, not only of money, but also of all more developed forms of the production and exchange of commodities. The value form of products already contains in embryo the whole capitalist form of production, the antagonism between capitalists and wage workers, the industrial reserve army, crises. To seek to abolish the capitalist form of production by establishing true value is therefore equivalent to attempting to abolish Catholicism by establishing the true Pope, or to set up a society in which at last the producers control their products by the logical application of an economic category which is the most comprehensive expression of the subjection of the producers by their own product. The exchange of labor against labor on the principle of equal value, in so far as it has any meaning, that is to say, the exchangeability against each other of products of equal social labor, that is to say, the law of value, is precisely the fundamental law of commodity production, hence also of its highest form, capitalist production. It manifests itself in existing society in the only way in which economic laws can manifest themselves in a society of individual producers, as a law of nature inherent in things and in external conditions, independent of the will or intentions of the producers, working blindly. by elevating this law into the basic law of his economic commune, and demanding that the commune should apply it with full consciousness, THIRD-WORLDISM makes the basic law of existing society into the basic law of his imaginary society 1. That this was also Marx's view is beyond doubt. The argument which Engels here advances against THIRD-WORLDISm was in essence the same as that which Marx had advanced 30 years before against Proudhon. Marx consistently denied that the law of value would operate after the end of commodity production. In his notes on a book by Adolf Wagner, for example, in which the latter had apparently suggested that Marx's theory of value constituted the cornerstone of his socialist system, Marx unequivocally replied that his investigations into the theory of value had reference to bourgeois relations and not to the application of the theory to a socialist state. 1. And in his critique of the Gotha program, one of the few works in which he went into any detail concerning the characteristics of socialist society, Marx again made his opinion quite clear. Within the cooperative society based on common ownership of the means of production, the producers do not exchange their products, just as little does the labor employed on the products appear here as the value of these products, as a material quality possessed by them, since now, in contrast to capitalist society, individual labor no longer exists in an indirect fashion but directly as a component part of the total labor 1. Nevertheless, attempts are frequently made to prove that Marx in fact did hold the view which Wagner apparently imputed to him. The passages from Marx's works which are usually cited in this connection are of two types. First, there are those in which Marx briefly touches upon the possibility that under socialism the producers may eventually receive paper checks, by means of which they withdraw from the social supply of means of consumption a share corresponding to their labor time. Here there appears to be at least a formal similarity with the principle which regulates the exchange of commodities under capitalism, so far as this is an exchange of equal values. But in the critique of the Gotha program, in which Marx's clearest treatment of this point is to be found, he explains, a. that the share which the producers withdraw will be subject to a deduction for the common fund, b. that when society proceeds from the first stage of communism now usually called socialism, to the second stage of communism now usually called communism simpliciter, this principle of distribution will be replaced by an entirely different one, and c. that even in the first stage both content and form of the capitalist principle will be changed, because under the altered circumstances no one can give anything except his labor, and because, on the other hand, nothing can pass into the ownership of individuals except individual means of consumption. It is quite clear that all this has extremely little to do with the law of value. Second, there are several passages in which Marx discusses the balancing of useful effects and expenditure of labor in a planned socialist society. For example, in the course of a discussion on the relations between supply, demand, and value under capitalism, he remarks in parenthesis, "Only when production will be under the conscious and prearranged control of society, will society establish a direct relation between the quantity of social labor time employed in the production of definite articles and the quantity of the demand of society for them." 1. But it is surely illegitimate to cite statements such as this as evidence for the view that Marx thought that the law of value would come into its own under socialism. 1. Nowhere does Marx say, or imply, that exchange ratios under socialism would be made equal to embodied labor ratios. The law of value for Marx was a blind and elemental law, operating independently of the will of man to determine exchange ratios under commodity production and under commodity production alone. Marx always refrained, quite deliberately, from going into any detail concerning the principles according to which the authorities ought to fix prices under socialism. There is only one passage that is really at all equivocal. Towards the end of Volume 3 of Capital, Marx quotes the following statement by Storch: "The saleable products, which make up the national revenue, must be considered in political economy in two ways. They must be considered in their relations to individuals as values and in their relations to the nation as goods. For the revenue of a nation is not appreciated like that of an individual, by its value, but by its utility or by the wants which it can satisfy." Marx replies, first, that it is a false abstraction to regard a nation, whose mode of production is based upon value and otherwise capitalistically organized, as an aggregate body working merely for the satisfaction of the national wants, and second, that after the abolition of the capitalist mode of production, but with social production still in vogue, the determination of value continues to prevail in such a way that the regulation of the labor time and the distribution of the social labor among the various group of production, also the keeping of accounts in connection with this, become more essential than ever too. The meaning of this statement, read in its context, seems fairly clear. To Storch's suggestion that a nation, as distinct from an individual, is indifferent to the value of commodities, i.e., to their cost in terms of labor, and interested only in their utility, Marx replies, a. that a capitalist nation cannot properly be regarded as indifferent to value, and b. that even after the abolition of capitalism the nation will still be vitally interested in the labor cost of the goods it produces. Marx is no doubt thinking here of the idea, which he and Engels shared, that the balancing of useful effects and expenditure of labor would be all that would be left, in a communist society, of the concept of value as it appears in political economy. 1. For the purpose of his criticism of Storch, Marx emphasizes the expenditure of labor side of this balance. But there is no suggestion at all that prices will be or ought to be made equal to values under socialism. It is quite clear from the context that Marx is using the word determination here to mean something like calculation or estimation, and does not intend to refer to the rule of the law of value as an automatic and objective social force. In all their statements concerning the disappearance of value and the law of value under socialism, however, Marx and Engels clearly had in mind a socialist society in which commodity production had been abolished. Value and the law of value were economic categories peculiar to commodity production. Commodity production would disappear with the coming of socialism, therefore value and the law of value would also disappear with the coming of socialism. To Marx and Engels, evidently, socialism and commodity production were mutually exclusive terms, since the very aim of socialism was to transfer the means of production, now operated by private producers more or less separate from each other, into the hands of society as a whole. Socialism would necessarily destroy the basis of commodity production, and thereby enable the end of the reign of the law of value to be brought about. The seizure of the means of production by society, said Engels, puts an end to commodity production, and therewith to the domination of the product over the producer too. Marx and Engels were of course aware that the socialist revolution might take place under conditions where the seizure of all the means of production by the victorious proletariat would not be politically or economically possible. For example, in his article on the peasant question in France and Germany, written in I-894, Engels spoke as follows of the policy which the proletariat should adopt towards the peasantry. When we are in possession of state power we shall not even think of forcibly expropriating the small peasants regardless of whether with or without compensation, as we shall have to do in the case of the big landowners. Our task relative to the small peasant consists, in the first place, in effecting a transition of his private enterprise and private possession to cooperative ones, not forcibly but by dint of example and the proffer of social assistance for this purpose. 1. Under such circumstances, in a country with a substantial peasant population, the fact that the victorious proletariat would be unable to seize all the means of production might conceivably mean the continuance, in a limited sphere but possibly for some considerable time, of commodity production in the technical Marxian sense, and therefore of the reign of the law of value. Marx and Engels themselves do not seem to have given specific attention to this possibility, partly, no doubt, because they usually assumed that the typical socialist revolution would occur in a fairly advanced capitalist country which had no really serious peasant problem, but more particularly because they deliberately framed their comparisons between capitalism and socialism in very general terms, without making much attempt to distinguish between the different conditions under which socialism might be established and developed in different countries and at different times. They were mainly concerned to contrast capitalism with socialism as such, with the essence of socialism, as it were, rather than with socialism in this or that country at this or that stage of development. After the Russian Revolution, however, for obvious reasons, the problem of the operation of the law of value in Soviet society came to be the subject of intense and prolonged debates in the USSR. The fact that the theoretical question was necessarily bound up with the practical question of the policy to be adopted towards the peasantry goes far to explain not only the great importance which has been attached to it in the USSR during the whole period from 1917 to the present day, but also the violent disagreements and changes of attitude which have marked the gradual emergence of the particular set of ideas on the subject which has now come to be generally accepted. Bukharin, in his Economics of the Transition Period, published in 1920, wrote as follows. Theoretical political economy is the science of a social economy based on the production of commodities, i.e., the science of an unorganized social economy. The end of capitalist commodity society will also be the end of political economy. 2. This view, which the experience of war communism in the USSR must have done much to encourage, was of course based on the traditional idea that many of the leading categories of Marxian political economy, commodity, value, profit, wages, etc., would have no relevance in an organized socialist economy, where the conscious planning of economic life had replaced the operation of the blind laws of the market characteristic of unorganized capitalism. It was perfectly true, of course, as Lenin pointed out in one of his marginal notes to Bukharin's book, that the definition of political economy given by Bukharin represented a step backwards from Engels. One Engels, it will be remembered, had defined political economy, in what he called the wider sense, as the science of the conditions and forms under which the various human societies have produced and exchanged and on this basis have distributed their products. 2. But he had hastened to add that political economy in this wider sense has still to be brought into being, since such economic science as we have up to the present is almost exclusively limited to the genesis and development of the capitalist mode of production. 3. And in 1920 there was still no real sign of that wider and more general political economy whose development Engels had prophesied. Political economy, to all intents and purposes, still meant the political economy of capitalism. In addition, there was an evident and natural desire on the part of Soviet intellectuals and publicists at this time to lay special emphasis on the importance of the differences between a planned and an unplanned economy. For these reasons, Bukharin's thesis appeared sufficiently plausible in 1920 to command a wide measure of acceptance among Marxist economists both inside and outside the USSR. In a planned socialist economy, it was often said, political economy would disappear. Its place might be taken by some other science. Social engineering was one of the terms used by Bukharin, Preobrazhensky, and others for, but whatever it was, this new science would not be political economy. 0. Lenin, commenting on Bukharin's statement that the end of capitalist commodity society will also be the end of political economy, asked whether the relation V1 plus S1 equals C2 would not hold. Even under pure communism. 1. The comment is pertinent enough, but it raises an important problem which in one form or another was to cause considerable controversy in the subsequent years. It is evident that under pure communism the relation V1 plus S1 equals C2, or at least the similar relation appropriate to expanded reproduction, would be established in quite a cliff-as-ent way from that in which it is normally established in a capitalist commodity society. Under capitalism, the various balances between different economic quantities, insofar as they are established at all, are established unconsciously, elementally, as a sort of net resultant of the conflict of millions of different decisions and actions. It makes good sense under such circumstances to speak of these balances being established as the result of the operation of objective economic laws which act independently of the will of man. But under pure communism, the balances would presumably be established by the conscious action of the planning authorities, who, recognizing that the smooth development of the economy required the maintenance of these balances, would take deliberate steps to bring this about. If, then, as Lenin's comment implied, certain economic laws would continue to operate under pure communism, must it not be said that these laws would differ in kind i.e., in their general character from those which now operate under capitalism? Certain aspects of this problem were brought to the forefront of the discussions during the NEP period, when the Soviet economy was manifestly divided into two sectors: a state-owned sector characterized up to a point by the planning principle, and a private sector characterized up to a point by the operation of economic laws in the traditional elemental sense. Exchange relations having been re-established between town and country, i.e., roughly, between state-owned industry and peasant-owned agriculture, one of the basic questions under discussion soon became that of the extent to which the state-owned sector was bound by the laws of the market. The main question at issue, in other words, was that of the extent to which the law of value could be said to be the chief regulator of the Soviet economy considered as a whole. During the earlier period of NEP, apparently, the majority of writers underline the preponderance of the market as a supreme arbiter in the struggle between plan and spontaneity. During the later period, naturally enough, plan and market change their place of importance. The market becomes a corrective to the plan. The debates on this subject were often violent, closely linked as they were to the practical problem of the policy to be adopted towards the peasantry and to the related problem of whether economic planning should be genetic or teleological in character. In this stormy period, controversies over the most academic-seeming problems, such as that between the so-called mechanists and idealists over the interpretation of Marx's concept of abstract labor, had important political implications, of which the participants in the discussions were usually fully conscious. Looking back on this period from the standpoint of the controversies which have taken place in the USSR during the decade just past, we can see the emergence of certain notions which were destined to play an important role in these controversies, notably the idea, mentioned in the last paragraph, that the economic laws of socialism differ in kind from those of capitalism, the idea that the category value might continue to exist in a different form even under full socialism, and the idea that in a system where some private elements still exist, the socialist state uses the law of value to serve its purposes. As an example of one type of approach which was fairly widely adopted at this time, we may take the textbook An Outline of Political Economy by Lapidus and Ostrovichanov, an English edition of which appeared in 1929. The authors, in addition to giving a summary of the traditional Marxist analysis of capitalism, as developed by Lenin, also make an attempt to study the laws of Soviet economy in its then stage of development. The peculiar feature of Soviet economy, they write, lies in the fact that it is in transition from capitalism to socialism. In it are combined land and anarchic features, socialist elements, and the most varied of economic forms, from primitive and simple commodity relationships to private capitalist production. These factors confront us with a number of new problems, such as the extent to which the laws of capitalist economy still operate in Soviet economy, the extent to which these laws are being replaced by planned regulation, the mutual relationships that are being established between the planned and the anarchic basis in Soviet economy, their specific weight, importance, the tendencies of their development, and so on. All these are problems not only of enormous theoretical interest, but also problems which are inseparably bound up with the burning questions of the current practical policy of the Soviet state. The key to the author's attitude towards these problems is to be found in their account of the manner in which the law of value operates in the Soviet economy. In all societies, they argue, the requisite equilibrium between production and consumption must be brought about somehow, i.e., the distribution of labor among the different branches of production must somehow be made to correspond with society's needs. In capitalist society, this correspondence is achieved, insofar as it is achieved at all, through the elemental operation of the law of value. In communist society, on the other hand, the necessary labor balance will be regulated not blindly by means of exchange on the market by independent commodity producers, but by the conscious will of all society. But the Soviet economy in its present stage of development is essentially transitional in character. Taking it as a whole, it is no longer capitalist, but at the same time it has not yet been transformed into a wholly socialist economy. At the present time, therefore, the law of value continues to operate, but it does not operate in the form in which it operates in the capitalist system, since it is passing through the process of withering away, the process of transformation into the law of expenditure of labor that operates in socialist society. 3. What, then, is the exact nature of the connection which the authors believe to exist between the simple commodity producers, the capitalist enterprises and the socialist state enterprises? Private and state enterprises are connected with one another through the market. But the authors emphasize that despite the relative independence of the state and private enterprises communicating with one another through the market, nonetheless they cannot be considered as absolutely equal commodity owners, like two capitalists in capitalist society. The fundamental and characteristic feature of Soviet economy taken as a whole is the leading role of state industry, its predominance in the national economy, which corresponds to the predominance of the proletariat in the political sphere. 1. In order to illustrate this leading role of state industry, the authors give a number of examples of the influence which state enterprises may bring to bear on the most essential sector of private enterprise, namely on peasant production. 2. But the struggle which the Soviet state carries on with the blind forces of the market must not be oversimplified. In Soviet production, the authors state, the planned element does not mechanically restrict and squeeze out the law of unconscious regulation. The Soviet state realizes its influence on market relations through the operation of the blind laws of the market, and by forcing them to operate along lines desirable to the state. 3. For example, if an extension of flax sowing is desired, this can be achieved under present conditions only by raising the price of flax, and so making its production more profitable. For such an action, the authors argue, will not be equivalent to the elimination of the law of value, but only an intelligent manipulation of that law by the state. Thus the deliberate and planned regulation of the Soviet state amounts to its taking into account the law of value and availing itself of it, directing its operation along the way of strengthening and developing the socialist economic elements. 5. So far as exchanges between state enterprises are concerned, there will usually be a superficial form of sale and purchase here, but the same productive relationships will not lie beneath this form as lie beneath value, since the state enterprises are not independent owners. Nevertheless, the relative prices of commodities exchanged between state enterprises cannot be fixed arbitrarily, since it is obvious that here the influence of the market is felt, though indirectly. The price of a locomotive, for example, will largely depend on the wages of the workers, and the level of those wages, even with their deliberate regulation, depends on the prices of articles of prime necessity, on which the anarchy of market exerts great influence. In determining the price of the locomotive, the reaction of that price on the cost of transport of commodities sold to the peasantry, and consequently on the price of those commodities, etc., has also to be taken into account. The authors emphasize, however, that the influence of value will here be purely superficial and will not strike at the very essence of the relations between the various parts of the Soviet state economy. 1. The launching of the first 5-year plan and the collectivization campaign, together with the necessity for defending these measures against the geneticists and others, made the atmosphere unfavorable for the further development of ideas concerning the operation of the law of value in the Soviet economy. After the official declaration in 1936 that a socialist form of organization had at last been achieved in the USSR, the main emphasis shifted to a study of the regularities observable in a socialist economy in which the principle of planning definitely predominated. A little more was heard of the limitations to which the actions of the planners were necessarily subject, whether due to the operation of the law of value or to anything else, in an economy of the type which existed in the USSR. In 1943 an important unsigned article entitled Some Questions on the Teaching of Political Economy appeared in a Soviet journal. 3. This article, which endeavored to establish a basic distinction of kind between the economic laws of capitalism and the economic laws of socialism, indicated the main lines which published discussion was to follow in the USSR for almost a decade. Following Engels's wider definition of political economy, the authors of the article state that political economy is the science of the development of men's social productive, i.e., economic relations. It explains the laws which govern production and distribution of the necessary articles of consumption, personal as well as productive, in human society in the different stages of its development. 1. What, then, are the essential differences, if any, between the economic laws which operate in the capitalist stage of development and the economic laws which operate in the socialist stage? It is an elementary truth, the article states, that a society, whatever its form, develops in accordance with definite laws which are based on objective necessity. This objective necessity manifests itself differently under different forms of society. Under capitalism, objective necessity acts as an elemental economic law, manifesting itself through an infinite number of fluctuations, by means of catastrophes and cataclysms and disruption of productive powers. Under the conditions of the socialist method of production, objective necessity acts quite differently. It operates as an economic law which is conditioned by the entire internal and external state of the particular society, by all the historical prerequisites of its evolution, but it is an objective necessity known to, and working through the consciousness and will of men, as represented by the builders of a socialist society, by the guide and leading force of the society, the Soviet state and the Communist Party, which guides all the activity of the toiling masses. Thus the economic laws of socialism emanate from the real conditions of the material life of socialist society, from the total internal and external conditions of its development. But these laws are not realized spontaneously, nor of their own accord, but operate as recognized laws consciously applied and utilized by the Soviet state in the practice of socialist construction. To this distinction, which as we have already seen was quite familiar to the disputants of the 20s, leads the authors to the conclusion that the economic laws of socialism in their character, content, method of action are fundamentally different from the economic laws of capitalism. 3. This view pervades the whole of the rest of the article. Having described industrialization and the collectivization of agriculture as laws of the socialist development of our society, industrialization and collectivization being economic necessities which were recognized in time by our party and the working class, 1. The authors proceed to discuss the question of the operation of the law of value under socialism. There is no basis, they state, for considering that the law of value is abrogated in the socialist system of national economy. On the contrary, it functions under socialism, but it functions in a transformed manner. Under capitalism, the law of value acts as an elemental law of the market, inevitably linked with the destruction of productive forces, with crises, with anarchy in production. Under socialism, it acts as a law consciously applied by the Soviet state under the conditions of the planned administration of the national economy, under the conditions of the development of an economy free from crises too. The basic arguments by which this conclusion is reached are by no means clear. Under socialism, it is stated, the guiding principle of social life is distribution according to and based upon the quantity and quality of work performed. That means that labor continues to be the measure in economic life. Naturally, it follows that the law of value under socialism is not abrogated but continues to exist, although it functions under different conditions, in a different environment and, when compared with capitalism, reveals most radical differences. 3. From this and the argument which follows, one gathers that in the opinion of the authors the Soviet state is using the law of value when it distributes the national product to each according to his labor. For such a distribution, we are told, requires the comparison of different qualities of labor, and this comparison can only be made indirectly by means of accounting and comparison of the products of labor, of commodities. For it is using the law of value, 2. When it sets as its goal the establishment of commodity prices based on the socially necessary costs of their production. 5. Even though these prices are fixed with certain deviations from their values, corresponding to the particular objectives of the Soviet state, and the quantity of commodities of various kinds which can be sold under the existing scale of production and the needs of society. 1. Cost accounting, again, is based on the conscious use of the law of value too. The facts that in the Soviet economy there exist, two markets and two kinds of prices, and that a struggle goes on between the organized market, which is in the hands of the Soviet state, and the elemental forces of the unregulated market, 4 are mentioned but not emphasized, and one definitely gets the feeling that in the opinion of the authors the operation of the law of value, in the rather amorphous sense in which they use that expression, under socialism is not at all dependent, or at least not directly dependent, upon the coexistence of these two markets. It is only when a transition from distribution according to labor to distribution according to need becomes possible, the authors insist, that the reign of the law of value will cease, and behind this argument, no doubt, lies the idea that the Soviet state, in its distributive and pricing activities, is recognizing certain objective necessities which can usefully be described in terms of the operation of a transformed law of value. But the logic of the argument is dubious. The use of the term commodities to describe the products of labor under socialism is arbitrary and inconsistent. 6. And the burden of the argument as a whole is exceedingly obscure. It is easy to conceive of circumstances in which the main thesis of the 1943 article might become politically dangerous. The author's insistence on the fact that the economic laws of socialism, as distinct from those of capitalism, work, through the consciousness and will of men, etc., leads them, as we have seen, to classify such things as industrialization, collectivization, and even planning itself one as laws of socialist development. This comes very close indeed to a virtual identification of economic law under socialism with government economic policy. And such an identification was in fact more or less openly made by a number of economists and publicists during the years after the publication of the 1943 article. The state plan, wrote Voznesensky in 1948, has the force of a law of economic development because it is based on the authority and practice of the entire Soviet people organized into the state. Socialist planning, based on the rational utilization and application of the economic laws of production and distribution, is in itself a social law of development and as such a subject of political economy too. Such a view is evidently the product of an over-optimistic period in which, as Stalin was later to put it, people begin to imagine that Soviet government can do anything, that nothing is beyond it, that it can abolish scientific laws and form new ones. 3. But it is a dangerous view, because it may encourage the advocacy of economic policies which take too little account of the limitations imposed by objective reality. And there is some evidence to suggest that it did in fact come to be associated with the advocacy of adventurist policies, particularly in relation to agriculture, in the early post-war period of reconstruction and development in the USSR. For the authors of the 1943 article were in effect trying to pursue two more or less separate aims. In the first place, they were attacking the doctrine, which had apparently achieved a certain amount of popularity during the previous decade, that under the conditions of the proletarian dictatorship it would be possible to set up laws of economic development arbitrarily, without taking economic factors and material prerequisites into consideration, in isolation from the totality of the conditions which determine the level of economic development. 5. The 1943 article pointed out, albeit not very emphatically, that although the necessities which the socialist state recognized worked through and not independently of the will and consciousness of man, they were none the less objective necessities for that. 1. In the second place, the authors were trying to give theoretical expression to the fact that the Soviet economy was now basically a planned economy, and that the power of the state to influence the development of the economy directly and consciously in predetermined directions, although by no means unlimited, was far greater in the USSR than it was in capitalist countries. Unfortunately, however, as we have seen, some of the theoretical concepts which they put forward in order to give expression to this fact, when taken to their logical conclusion, tended to give encouragement to the further growth of that very voluntarism which it seems to have been one of their aims to attack. Evidently a new approach to the problem was called for. In November 1951 a conference of Soviet economists was held at which the various problems involved were debated. The materials of the conference, including a memorandum on disputed issues, were apparently sent to Stalin, who wrote a set of remarks on these issues. These remarks seem to have been widely circulated among those concerned. A number of economists submitted criticisms of Stalin's remarks, and in October 1952 Stalin's replies to some of these criticisms, together with the remarks themselves, were published under the title Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. In essence, what Stalin did in this interesting work was to reinforce the attack on voluntarism by giving a more realistic account of the laws which limited the activities of the Soviet planners, and in particular by emphasizing the importance of the limitations caused by the continued existence of a semi-private agricultural sector alongside the state sector. But to say no more than this would be to minimize both the theoretical and the practical importance of Stalin's conclusions, and a fuller account of his analysis must be given. Stalin begins by rehabilitating the normal common-sense concept of law. Marxism, he argues, regards laws of science, whether they be laws of natural science or laws of political economy, as the reflection of objective processes which take place independently of the will of man. Man may discover these laws, get to know them, study them, reckon with them in his activities and utilize them in the interests of society, but he cannot change or abolish them. Still less can he form or create new laws of science. 1. Under socialism as well as under capitalism, Stalin maintains, the laws of economic development, as in the case of natural science, are objective laws, reflecting processes of economic development which take place independently of the will of man. 1. It is true, he agrees, that the majority of economic laws, as distinct from the laws of natural science, are impermanent, operating only for a definite historical period and then giving place to new laws. However, these laws are not abolished, but lose their validity owing to the new economic conditions and depart from the scene in order to give place to new laws, laws which are not created by the will of man, but which arise from the new economic conditions. 3. Stalin then goes on to refer to Engels' statement that under socialism man will obtain control of his means of production, that he will be set free from the yoke of social and economic relations and become the master of his social life. Engels calls this freedom appreciation or recognition R.L.M of necessity. What can this appreciation of necessity mean, asks Stalin. It means that, having come to know objective laws, necessity, man will apply them with full consciousness in the interest of society. Engels' formula does not speak at all in favor of those who think that under socialism economic laws can be abolished and new ones created. On the contrary, it demands, not the abolition, but the understanding of economic laws and their intelligent application. Nor is it true, Stalin proceeds to argue, that economic laws are elemental in character, that their action is inevitable and that society is powerless against them, or that the specific role of Soviet government in building socialism, enables it to abolish existing laws of economic development and to form new ones. 5. Or that economic laws can be transformed under socialism. 6. In his reply to a criticism by Notkin, again, Stalin opposes the view that his postulate concerning the utilization of economic laws in the interests of society cannot be extended to other social formations, that it holds good only under socialism and communism, that the elemental character of the economic processes under capitalism, for example, makes it impossible for society to utilize economic laws in the interests of society. 7. And in his reply to Sanina and Vanzer he attacks the view that only because of the conscious action of the Soviet citizens engaged in material production do the economic laws of socialism arise. 1. Leaving no loopholes, then, Stalin decisively rejects the main thesis of the 1943 article, the idea that the economic laws of socialism differ from those of capitalism in their general character as well as in their specific content. All economic laws are truly objective in character, and reflect processes taking place independently of the will of man. It is important to note, however, that Stalin in effect agrees with the authors of the 1943 article that it is quite un-Marxist to include in the category economic law only those laws which operate elementally, after the fashion of a house falling down on your head. 2. He is quite prepared to include under the term law certain objective necessities which the authors of the 1943 article W. have classified as working through the consciousness and will of men. He speaks, for example, of the objective economic law of balanced, proportionate development of the national economy. This law, he says, arose from the socialization of the means of production, after the law of competition and anarchy of production had lost its validity. It became operative because a socialist economy can be conducted only on the basis of the economic law of balanced development of the national economy. 3. Other words, the planning authorities are confronted with the objective necessity of securing and maintaining certain balances and proportions between different branches of the economy, and this objective necessity, arising as it does from the very nature of the socialist economy, ought to be regarded as a law which operates independently of the will of man. What Stalin is primarily concerned to emphasize is that it is improper to base a distinction between laws of this type and laws which operate elementally on the alleged fact that the former work through the consciousness and will of men whereas the latter do not. Such a distinction can legitimately be made only on the basis of differences in the degree to which men get to know economic laws and utilize them in the interests of society. And laws do not differ in general character merely because in one case they are utilized in the interests of society and in another case are not so utilized. Whether they are allowed to manifest their effects elementally, or whether they are utilized in the interests of society, they remain objective laws, which must be conceived as existing and operating independently of the will of man. Nor can an absolute distinction be made in THIS respect between the economic laws of socialism and those of capitalism, since economic laws are in one degree or another utilized in the interests of society not only under socialism and communism, but under other formations as well. It was no doubt very important that these points should be made in a document which seems to have been largely designed to counteract a certain dizziness with success which had apparently been manifesting itself in various ways in the U.S.S.R. since the end of the war. Proceeding to the question of commodity production under socialism in the USSR, Stalin draws attention in the following passage to the chief factor in the situation. Today there are two basic forms of socialist production in our country: state, or publicly owned production, and collective farm production, which cannot be said to be publicly owned. In the state enterprises, the means of production and the product of production are national property. In the collective farm, although the means of production, land, machines, do belong to the state, the product of production is the property of the different collective farms, since the labor, as well as the seed, is their own, while the land, which has been turned over to the collective farms in perpetual tenure, is used by them virtually as their own property, in spite of the fact that they cannot sell, buy, lease or mortgage it. The effect of THIS is that the state disposes only of the product of the state enterprises, while the product of the collective farms, being their property, is disposed of only by them. But the collective farms are unwilling to alienate their products except in the form of commodities, in exchange for which they desire to receive the commodities they need. At present the collective farms will not recognize any other economic relation with the town except the commodity relation exchange through purchase and sale. Because of this, commodity production and trade are as much a necessity with us today as they were 30 years ago, say, when Lenin spoke of the necessity of developing trade to the utmost one. Stalin is apparently using the terms commodity production and commodity relation in something very closely approximating to their original Marxian sense. Commodity production in this sense requires two main conditions: first, separate ownership of such of the means of production, or such separate rights of productive use over them, as are necessary to provide a basis upon which productive activity can be carried on by units which are more or less independent of one another, and, second, separate ownership of the products of this activity. A commodity relation is the basic socio-economic relation which exists between the producers of commodities, as so defined, and which is reflected in the relations manifested between the commodities themselves in the markets where they are exchanged. What Stalin is doing is to apply this concept of a commodity relation to the existing economic relationships between the collective farm sector and the state sector in the USSR today, and also, by implication, to the relationships between the separate productive units within the collective farm sector. The collective farms, although they do not actually own the land on which they work, have been granted separate rights of productive use over it, and on this basis they carry on productive activity more or less independently of one another, each unit having a substantial degree of freedom to decide what it is going to produce and on which of the available markets it is going to sell its surplus. And the produce of each collective farm, of course, is its own property. Thus the surplus products of the collective farms, and of the private plots of individual farmers, and the manufactured goods for which they are directly or indirectly exchanged, are alike commodities, and the relation between their producers is essentially a commodity relation. Stalin's reapplication of these traditional Marxist categories to a type of socialist society which Marx and Engels did not specifically analyze constitutes the most original and most controversial part of the economic problems. Wherever commodities and commodity production exist, Stalin writes at the beginning of his section on the law of value under socialism, there the law of value must also exist. In the USSR, he continues, the sphere of operation of the law of value extends, first of all, to commodity circulation, to the exchange of commodities through purchase and sale, the exchange, chiefly, of articles of personal consumption. Here, in this sphere, the law of value preserves, within certain limits, of course, the function of a regulator. 2. And the sphere of operation of the law of value also extends to production. It has no regulating function here, but it nevertheless influences production, since, as Lapidus and Ostrovichanov had already emphasized. In the two O's, 1. The prices of commodities produced by state industry will depend largely upon wage costs, which will in turn depend largely upon the prices of wage goods i.e., upon the prices of commodities which come under the operation of the law of value. The trouble, however, Stalin says, is not that production in the USSR is influenced by the law of value, but that our business executives and planners, with few exceptions, are poorly acquainted with the operations of the law of value. Do not study them, and are unable to take account of them in their computations. The exact manner in which the law of value operates, however, is by no means made as clear as it might have been, at least to a Western economist who was not present at the discussion of November 1951, but the statement just quoted. And the horrific practical example which Stalin then goes on to give of what he calls the confusion that still reigns in the sphere of price-fixing policy, seems to suggest that what he is in effect saying here is that the relative prices of certain commodities which are exchanged between town and country in the USSR are still determined by economic forces which in present conditions are to some extent at least outside the control of the planning authorities, that insofar as the prices of commodities are directly or indirectly controlled or influenced by the state, they must be controlled or influenced with a careful eye to the incentives which depend upon them, to the overall balance of the economy, and, generally, to what we might call the economic realities, and, finally, that the influence which the state exerts on collective farm market prices should be economic rather than administrative in character. 5. The law of value, then, according to Stalin, is not transformed under socialism. As had been witty suggested since the 1943 article, 1 but operates in much the same way as it does under capitalism, though the conditions in which it operates are different and its operation is therefore restricted. In the USSR its sphere of operation is strictly limited and placed within definite bounds by virtue of the fact that the means of production in both town and country have been socialized. This means that the law of value does not function in the USSR as the regulator of production 3 or as the regulator of the proportions of labor distributed among the various branches of production 4. The continued operation of the law of value in the USSR, then, according to Stalin, is due to the continued existence of a commodity relation between agriculture and industry. It was precisely this feature of present-day Soviet economic organization which much of the published writing of the previous decade on the law of value tended to ignore or to play down. The assumption implicit in the economic problems that this basic economic relation between town and country would continue to exist substantially unaltered for some time to come was no doubt based on a major policy decision which it was part of the function of Stalin's work to announce and popularize. Stalin argues firmly against the proposal made by some comrades to nationalize collective farm property, and suggests that the job of raising collective farm property to the level of public property should rather be tackled by a gradual extension of the so-called products exchange system, the rudiments of which already exist in the USSR. 6. The abolition of commodity production by the use of this method is postulated by Stalin as one of the essential preconditions of the transition from socialism to communism. 8. Once the two basic production sectors which exist side by side today have been replaced by one all-embracing production sector, 7. Commodity production and circulation will disappear, and with them will also disappear value and the law of value. It is incorrect, Stalin argues, to suggest that under communism the law and takes the situation in the collective farm market into account. For some recent examples of the influence which the approach described in the text is having on price-fixing policy in the USSR, see my article in the October 19 SS issue of Oxford Economic Papers. A value will retain its function as a regulator of the relations between the various branches of production. Value, like the law of value, Stalin maintains, is a historical category connected with the existence of commodity production. With the disappearance of commodity production, value and its forms and the law of value will also disappear. And his description of the state of affairs which will exist under communism is also completely within the traditional Marxian framework. In the second phase of communist society, the amount of labor expended on the production of goods will be measured not in a roundabout way, not through value and its forms, as is the case under commodity production, but directly and immediately by the amount of time, the number of hours, expended on the production of goods. As to the distribution of labor, its distribution among the branches of production will be regulated not by the law of value, which will have ceased to function by that time, but by the growth of society's demand for goods. It will be a society in which production will be regulated by the requirements of society, and computation of the requirements of society will acquire paramount importance for the planning bodies. 1. It will be seen from the above account, then, that there has been little dispute among Marxists regarding the question of the operation of the law of value under communism. With few exceptions, all Marxists from Marx himself to Stalin have agreed that the law of value will not operate under communism. The only dispute has been over the question of its operation under socialism in countries like the USSR, where collective farm property exists side by side with state property and important obstacles therefore exist to the full extension of government planning to the whole of the national economy, especially agriculture. 2. The question as to whether the law of value would continue to operate under socialism in countries like Britain, where there would presumably be no need for a collective farm compromise such as that which was found necessary in the USSR, has not yet been seriously debated. If we assume, a5 Marx did, that the law of value can operate only on the basis of commodity production, the problem of the status of goods entering into international trade, abstracted from in the above survey, 3 becomes all important. If such goods were classified as commodities in the technical Marxian sense as presumably they would have to be, at least initially, then the law of value would to some extent continue to operate so far as these goods were concerned. Strictly speaking, therefore, one probably ought to say that commodity production, and therefore the operation of the law of value, would finally disappear only when an internal all-embracing production sector had been achieved inside all countries like the USSR, and when, in addition, world production was controlled by a single international economic organization. The main theoretical propositions in the economic problems which I have considered above were probably intended by Stalin not as final answers to the problems involved, but rather as indications of the new paths which he believed that further research into these problems should follow. It cannot be said, however, that Marxist economists, either inside or outside the USSR, have yet been particularly diligent in following these paths. Part of the reason for this, no doubt, is the position of unique authority which Stalin's statements on theory and policy assumed in the USSR during the last 20 years of his life. With one or two not very important exceptions, the published Soviet discussions on Stalin's economic problems which I have so far seen consist of little more than extended repetitions of Stalin's propositions, often in the identical words of the original, adding little or nothing by way of clarification or elaboration. This also applies to the official textbook on political economy, which was eventually published in 1954. The section of the textbook dealing with the socialist mode of production, while it undoubtedly represents a great advance over previous accounts, makes no real attempt to answer the important questions which Stalin's economic problems had raised. In the field of economic theory, as in other fields, it is becoming fairly evident that the particular method of developing Marxism adopted in the USSR during the 30s and 40s, however necessary it may then have been, is now hindering progress rather than promoting it. As this book goes to press, however, it is becoming clear that a welcome and radical change in Soviet intellectual life is taking place. The speeches made at the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party indicate that in the opinion of the leadership the time is now ripe for a critical reassessment of past work, including the work and position of Stalin himself, and for an end to the exaggerated respect for authority which has so often disfigured Soviet work in such fields as economic theory. Take, for example, the following extract from a speech by Suslov. Dogmatism and doctrinarism have become widespread because part of the economists and philosophers held aloof from practical life. The essence of the evil disease called doctrinarism is not simply that those infected with it cite quotations all the time whether they fit in or not. They consider as the supreme criterion of their correctness not practical experience but the pronouncements of authorities on one or another question. They lose the taste for studying concrete life. Everything is replaced by the culling of quotations and their artful manipulation. The slightest deviation from a quotation is regarded as a revision of fundamental principles. This activity of the doctrinaires is not merely futile, it is harmful. There is no doubt that the cult of the individual greatly promoted the spread of dogmatism and doctrinarism. Worshippers of the cult of the individual ascribed the development of the Marxist theory only to certain personalities and fully relied on them. As for all the other mortals, they had allegedly to assimilate and popularize what was created by these personalities. The role of the collective thought of our party and that of fraternal parties in developing revolutionary theory, the role of the collective experience of the popular masses, was, thus, ignored. 1. The only specific reference at the Congress to Stalin's economic problems, apart from a number of statements from it which were quoted approvingly by speakers without acknowledgement to Stalin, seems to have been that made by Meek, who condemned one of Stalin's less important propositions as incorrect, and added the following carefully phrased remark. Incidentally, it must be pointed out that if they are strictly examined, some other statements in the economic problems also need deep study and critical re-examination by our economists from the point of view of Marxism-Leninism. Apart from this open invitation to the economists to join in the work of developing Marxian economic theory, nothing further was said on this subject. A passage from Suslov's speech, however, indicates one of the other statements which the leadership may have had in mind. Economists inadequately study the operation of the law of value in socialist production. That our architects, carried away by extravagances, gave little thought to what that would cost the people, and that MTS and collective farm persons still very often do not figure the cost of a ton of grain or meat, is undoubtedly in some measure due to the fact that our economists have not elaborated the problem of exactly how the law of value operates in our economy. 1. All in all, whatever devices may temporarily be adopted within the USSR to emphasize the importance of the changes which are taking place, I do not think that in the long term it will be seriously disputed that Stalin's position in history, both as political leader and as Marxist theoretician, is a very great one. The economic problems may well remain the basis for serious scientific work on the problem of the operation of the law of value under socialism for some time to come. 3. The operation of the law of value under monopoly capitalism. Hilferding once wrote that the realization of Marx's theory of concentration, of monopolistic merger, seems to result in the invalidation of Marx's value theory. Under conditions of free competition, as we have seen, the law of value can be said ultimately to determine prices even after values are transformed into prices of production, since the very deviations of prices of production from values can be explained in terms of the volume I analysis. But under monopolistic conditions, as Marx himself fully appreciated, the price of a commodity is determined only by the eagerness of the purchasers to buy and by their solvency, independently of the price, which is determined by the general price of production and by the value of the products. 3. The deviations of monopoly prices from values, therefore, are not explicable in terms of the volume I analysis. The fact that the labor theory of value as the classical economists and Marx developed it cannot explain monopoly prices has been held against it ever since Ricardo's time, but so long as reasonably free competition was the rule and monopoly the comparatively rare exception, this did not constitute a very serious objection. Today, however, when monopolistic conditions are becoming more and more widespread, as Marx himself forecast, and when it is frequently suggested that the traditional analyses of price based on the assumption of free competition ought properly to be replaced, and not merely supplemented, by an analysis based on the assumption of imperfect or monopolistic competition, the problem clearly becomes much more important. Marx himself, in an interesting passage in the closing section of Volume I of Capital, suggested that even though the actual prices of monopolist commodities might be higher than their prices of production, the limits within which monopoly conditions could cause actual prices to deviate from prices of production were still fairly strictly determined in accordance with the volume I analysis. If the equalization of the surplus value into average profit meets with obstacles in the various spheres of production in the shape of artificial or natural monopolies, particularly of monopoly in land, so that a monopoly price would be possible, which would rise above the price of production and above the value of the commodities affected by such a monopoly, still the limits imposed by the value of commodities would not be abolished thereby. The monopoly price of certain commodities would merely transfer a portion of the profit of the other producers of commodities to the commodities with a monopoly price. A local disturbance in the distribution of the surplus value among the various spheres of production would take place indirectly, but they would leave the boundaries of the surplus value itself unaltered. If a commodity with a monopoly price should enter into the necessary consumption of the laborer, it would increase the wages and thereby reduce the surplus value. If the laborer would receive the value of his labor power, the same as before. But such a commodity might also depress wages below the value of labor power, of course only to the extent that wages would be higher than the physical minimum of subsistence. In this case the monopoly price would be paid by a deduction from the real wages, that is, from the quantity of use values received by the laborer for the same quantity of labor, and from the profit of the other capitalists. The limits, within which the monopoly price would affect the normal regulation of the prices of commodities, would be accurately fixed and could be closely calculated. 1. The question arises, however, of whether this type of approach is useful in a world in which artificial or natural monopolies have become far more widespread and powerful than they were in Marx's day, and in which the possession of monopoly power is becoming increasingly associated with the use of what we might call extra-economic methods of maintaining and enlarging profits. 1. In such a world, it does not seem to me to be reasonable to assume any longer that the sole source of profit is the surplus labor of the workman employed by the capitalist. For example, there are now many cases in which a part of the excess profit received by certain monopoly capitalists should properly be regarded as something like the old profit upon alienation characteristic of the mercantilist period. 8. In such a world, the limits imposed by the value of commodities do indeed appear to be abolished, and under such conditions the type of approach adopted by Marx in the passage just quoted is not capable of giving anything much more than a purely formal answer to the problem of monopoly price. If total profits diverge from total surplus value, then it can no longer really be said that the limits within which deviations of actual prices from prices of production may occur under monopoly are determined in accordance with the volume I analysis. This is the setting within which the problem of the reapplication of the Marxian theory of value to present-day conditions must be considered. One must be careful, however, not to exaggerate the extent to which the coming of monopoly capitalism has invalidated the traditional analyses based on the assumption of free competition. Monopoly does not mean the end of competition, and may even at times, example during periods of price war, mean an intensification of competition. And even when actual competition is slight, the fear of potential competition may in many cases induce a monopolist to keep his price at a level which affords him not much more than the normal or average rate of profit. These are points which have recently been emphasized by a number of commentators on the so-called theory of monopolistic competition, which was developed in the early 30s. Mr. Gillibaud, for example, has argued that except in those relatively few cases where there is a high degree of restriction of entry and demand is very inelastic, the notion of normal value in Marshall's sense has a large measure of applicability. 3 Such side rations certainly suggest that a theory of monopoly price must be regarded as a supplement, rather than as an alternative, to a theory of competitive price. But naturally they do not exempt us from the obligation to work out such a theory. It should be clear from what I have said above that Marx's theory of value cannot be mechanically extended to the new historical circumstances. Marx's theory was developed in the context of a given stage in the development of capitalism and a given set of problems, and the essence of what he said has to be disentangled from this context before it can be reapplied to present-day conditions. Nor can his theory be properly reapplied without a much more careful study of contemporary exchange phenomena in capitalist countries than Marxists have yet engaged in. It is not my purpose in this concluding section to undertake any such study, but rather to outline very sketchily a new conceptual framework within which research into the operation of the law of value in different historical systems, including monopoly capitalism, might profitably proceed. What Marx was above all concerned to show in his discussion of the value problem was that relations of exchange were ultimately determined by relations of production, using the latter expression here to include not only the basic relation between men as producers of commodities which persists throughout the whole period of commodity production, but also the specific set of relations of subordination or cooperation within which commodity production is carried on at each particular stage of its development. And the particular form which Marx's demonstration of this proposition assumed was largely determined, as we have seen, by the aim which he had in view when writing Capital. His main object, it will be remembered, was to inquire into the modifications which took place in the general laws of commodity production and exchange when the capitalist system of commodity production replaced the earlier systems. In this inquiry, Marx abstracted from the differences between various forms of pre-capitalist commodity production, and assumed that capitalism impinged upon a system of simple commodity production in which the normal exchange was one of value for value. Thus the task of showing how relations of exchange were ultimately determined by relations of production presented itself to Marx as the task of showing how the production relations specific to capitalist commodity production modified the influence which the basic relation between men as producers of commodities could be assumed to have exerted upon exchange ratios under simple commodity production. Now if we wish to demonstrate that relations of exchange are ultimately determined by relations of production at any given stage in the development of commodity production, we must of course show that the actual prices at which commodities produced under conditions typical of that stage tend to sell are ultimately determined by the prevailing gradations of production. But the labor theory of value as Marx developed it afforded an explanation of actual prices only insofar as these were equal to supply prices. One in the particular context in which Marx considered the problem, however, this did not raise any special difficulty, since in the case of each of the two systems of commodity production with which he was primarily concerned, the deviations of actual prices from supply prices could be regarded as negligible. Under capitalist commodity production, at least in its competitive stage, in which Marx was mainly interested, actual exchange ratios do in fact tend automatically towards equality with ratios of supply prices. And under simple commodity production as Marx defined it, exchange ratios could at least be legitimately assumed to be equal to ratios of supply prices. In this context, then, in order to show that gradations of exchange were ultimately determined by gradations of production, it was quite sufficient for Marx to show, a. that under simple commodity production ratios of supply prices were directly determined by embodied labor ratios, and b. that under capitalist commodity production ratios of supply prices were indirectly determined by embodied labor ratios. The main subject of Marx's inquiry was the manner in which capitalist relations of production caused prices of production to deviate from values i.e., the manner in which they caused the supply prices characteristic of capitalist commodity production to deviate from the supply prices characteristic of simple commodity production. The question of the causes of deviations of actual prices from supply prices could quite properly be abstracted from. But if we change the perspective from which we look at the problem, and begin to concern ourselves with examining and comparing the way in which the law of value operates over a rather wider range of historical situations than that which Marx considered, it becomes clear that our approach must to some extent be different from his. Suppose, for example, that we wish to compare the way in which the law of value operated under slavery or feudalism with the way in which it operated under competitive capitalism. Or suppose, again, that we wish to compare the way in which it operated under competitive capitalism with the way in which it operates today under monopoly capitalism. In such an inquiry, evidently, the question of the causes of deviations of actual prices from supply prices would assume much more importance than it did in the case of Marx's inquiry. The task of showing that relations of exchange are ultimately determined by relations of production could not be carried out in quite the same way as Marx carried it out. It would still be possible, however, I believe, and in fact essential, to begin with Marx's concept of value as embodied labor, and to regard the values of commodities as reflecting or expressing the basic relation between men as producers of commodities which persists throughout the whole period of commodity production. In other words, it would still be necessary to begin by assuming that the exchange, or sale, of commodities at their value is the rational way, the natural law of their equilibrium. It must be the point of departure for the explanation of deviations from it, not vice versa, the deviations the basis on which this law is explained. 1. How, then, are these deviations from value determined? There are two useful generalizations which it seems possible to make in this connection. The first is that the typical two deviations of price from value at each stage in the development of commodity production are determined by the specific set of relations of subordination or cooperation in production which characterizes that stage. Exchange relations at each stage, then, as manifested in the ratios in which commodities typically tend to exchange for one another on the market, are determined by the whole complex of production relations which characterize that stage, not only by the simple relation between men as producers of commodities which is common to all commodity-producing societies and which is expressed in the values of these commodities, but also by the particular set of relations of subordination or cooperation in production which is specific to the stage under consideration and which determines the nature and order of magnitude of the typical deviations from these values. 1. The second generalization is that the relations of subordination or cooperation in production specific to the stage under consideration may cause two different types of deviation of prices from values. In the first place, they may cause a deviation of supply prices from values, and in the second place, they may cause a deviation of actual prices from supply prices. The nature of this conceptual framework may become a little clearer if I give a brief and necessarily somewhat schematic outline of the way in which it might be used as a guide to the concrete investigation of exchange relations in the different stages of commodity production. We begin, as I have suggested, with the Marxian concept of the value of a commodity as the quantity of socially necessary labor embodied in it, and we then proceed to inquire into the nature of the typical deviations of prices from values at each stage, explaining these deviations in terms of the particular set of relations of subordination or cooperation in production specific to that stage. So far as pre-capitalist societies are concerned, we assume, as Marx did, that the supply prices of commodities, though not necessarily the actual prices, are more or less directly proportionate to values throughout the whole pre-capitalist period. We then examine the manner in which the particular set of relations of subordination or cooperation in production specific to each stage of pre-capitalist development influences the typical deviations of actual prices from supply prices, i.e., from values, at that stage. 1. So far as capitalism is concerned, we assume that the really crucial features of the transition from pre-capitalist to capitalist forms of society are, a. the conversion of the great majority of products, including labor power, into commodities, i.e., the rise to almost complete dominance over social production of that basic relation between men as producers of commodities which was present to some extent in all preceding forms of society but which had never hitherto succeeded in dominating more than a relatively small part of production, and, b. as a result of the conversion of labor power into a commodity and the extension of competition, the historical transformation of the pre-capitalist type of supply price, which was directly determined by value, into a new type of supply price which is indirectly determined by value. The main effect upon exchange relations of the new relations of production specific to capitalism, as Marx demonstrated, is to cause supply prices to deviate from values, in a quantitatively determinate way. But the new relations of production also have an important effect, at certain stages of capitalist development, in causing actual prices to deviate from supply prices, and this effect must be speculatively examined. In this connection, it is convenient to consider capitalism as developing through three more or less consecutive stages. A. The transitional stage. In this stage, when capitalism is just beginning to transform production, the new relations of production bring about deviations of prices from values of both the types distinguished above. On the one hand, they set forces to work which begin to transform values into prices of production i.e., to cause supply prices to deviate from values, and on the other hand, they cause actual prices to deviate from supply prices. Because of the prevalence of various forms of monopoly, etc., in this early stage of development, the latter effect is possibly more important at this stage than at any other. 1. B. The competitive stage. In this stage, the one which Marx was primarily concerned to analyze, the deviations of prices from values, broadly speaking, are almost exclusively of the first type distinguished above. The effect of the relations of production specific to this stage is spent, as it were, in making supply prices deviate, in a quantitatively determinate manner, from values, and they have comparatively little effect in making market prices deviate from supply prices. C. The monopoly stage. In this stage, the relations of production once again take a hand, as they did in the earlier transitional stage, in causing prices to deviate from supply prices. They make it possible for the monopolist to restrict the total supply of his commodity and thus to raise its price above the competitive level, in the manner with which we are nowadays made familiar in every economics textbook. But the relations of production may also have other effects which are rather more difficult to generalize about and which have so far attracted little attention from the writers of textbooks. Most notably, they make it possible for certain groups of monopoly capitalists to tap sources of profit other than the pool of surplus value created by wage labor. In other words, to employ what would formerly have been looked upon as abnormal or extra-economic methods of profit-earning. One if, as seems probable, the use of such methods normally results in a rise in the rate of profit which accrues to the groups of capitalists concerned, the latter will come to regard the higher rate of profit as the norm and will resist any reduction in it by all the means, both old and new, which are at their disposal. iPhone accepted the view that the concept of supply price was still applicable in such cases. One could then say that the relations of production peculiar to the monopoly stage resulted in the formation of a modified supply price which included profit derived not only from surplus value but also from certain other sources. Or, alternatively, one could simply consider these new phenomena in terms of the manner in which actual prices deviated from the supply prices peculiar to competitive capitalism. So far as socialism is concerned, the groundwork for the analysis of exchange relations has been laid by the Soviet work discussed in the second section of this chapter. Under socialism in a country like the USSR, where a semi-private agricultural sector continues to exist alongside the state sector, commodity production, and therefore the law of value, will also continue to exist, although in a relatively restricted sphere. 3. A socialist society of this sort, the supply prices of agricultural products can reasonably be assumed to be proportionate to values. Agricultural producers in such a society will usually tend to think of their net receipts as a reward for their labor rather than as a profit on their capital, 2. And will tend to shift over to another line of production if the one in which they are at present engaged does not appear to offer a return proportionate to the quantity of that labor expended. Thus, at least so far as agricultural products are concerned, the introduction of socialist relations of production brings about a transformation of the supply prices peculiar to the previous capitalist stage into supply prices of a similar character to those which prevailed in pre-capitalist societies. So far as manufactured goods are concerned, their situation is somewhat anomalous, since although they are technically commodities, the concept of a supply price is not really applicable to them, and I cannot see that there is much point in attempting to analyze their prices in terms of our conceptual apparatus. This is not, of course, to say that when manufactured goods come into the picture, relations of production no longer determine relations of exchange. It is simply to say that the task of showing that relations of production determine relations of exchange can no longer usefully be carried out by analyzing the nature and causes of typical deviations of prices from values. When we consider the picture of the development of exchange relations just outlined, two questions immediately arise. Even assuming that the deviations of price from value typical of a given stage of development can actually be said to be determined by the relations of production specific to that stage, it may first be asked, what grounds have we for beginning our research with the assumption that the exchange, or sale, of commodities at their value is the rational way, the natural law of their equilibrium? The majority of commodities do not in fact tend to sell at these values in capitalist society, or in socialist society, and it seems rather unlikely that they very often tended to do so in pre-capitalist societies. What right have we to expect, then, that a consideration of the value problem in terms of the determination of deviations from these apparently quite hypothetical values will lead to useful results? And further, second, if we adopt an approach of this type, are we not in effect giving up all hope of obtaining any quantitatively determinate laws of price? So far as the first question is concerned, the essential point is that for the major part of the period of commodity production as a whole, supply prices have in actual fact been directly or indirectly determined by values in Marx's sense. And these supply prices are by no means hypothetical. For most of the period of commodity production they have been firmly rooted in the consciousness of the producers themselves. Even in primitive societies one can see the beginnings of the idea that the exchange of commodities at their values in the Marxian sense is the rational way, the natural law of their equilibrium. In quite a few cases, apparently, the prices asked and received for commodities in primitive markets are based on production costs. 1. The introduction of money, which materially simplifies the determination of equivalence. 2. And the gradual extension of commodity production and exchange within the community, contribute substantially to the growth of this idea in the consciousness of the producers. After a while, the producers of commodities come quite naturally to think of the actual price they happen to receive for their commodity in terms of the extent to which this price deviates from the supply price, i.e., roughly, from the value of the commodity in Marx's sense. The value of the commodity, although the market price may not often tend to conform to it at any particular stage of development owing to the existence of certain specific forms of monopoly, state interference, etc., characteristic of that stage, is regarded by the producers themselves as a sort of basis from which the deviations caused by these factors may legitimately be measured. The idea that the exchange of commodities at their values represents the natural way of exchanging them was of course often expressed in ethical terms. In other words, it often took the form of an idea concerning the manner in which exchanges ought to be conducted if justice was to be done. But ideas as to what constitutes a fair exchange come into men's minds in the first instance from earth and not from heaven. When the small capitalist who is faced with the competition of a powerful monopolist says that he has a right to receive a fair profit on his capital, or when the peasant who exchanges his produce for that of a guildsman on disadvantageous terms says that he has a right to receive a fair return for his labor, the standard of fairness erected by each of the complainants actually has reference to the way in which exchanges would in fact be conducted in the real world if the particular form of monopoly to which he is objecting did not exist. In pre-capitalist times, there must always have been some commodities which were exchanged more or less at their values, and sometimes in localities in which deviations of price from value were relatively small, so that the natural method of exchanging commodities could actually be seen in operation. For obvious reasons, this natural method was regarded as the only really fair one. Thus the persistence of the concept of a just price won throughout the major part of the pre-capitalist period seems to me to afford evidence in favor of the objective, and not merely hypothetical, existence of supply prices proportionate to values during that period. Thus, although Adam Smith's picture of an early and rude state of society in which deer and beaver hunters exchanged their products strictly in accordance with embodied labor ratios was indeed a Robinsonade, one it did at least contain this element of truth that in pre-capitalist societies the supply price of a commodity, which had an objective existence even though the actual prices of the majority of commodities usually deviated from their supply prices for one reason or another, could be regarded as directly determined by the value of the commodity. And we have seen that in socialist societies like that which exists in the USSR, the supply prices of the bulk of agricultural produce, whether its producers be individual peasants or collective farms, can plausibly be said to be determined in a similar way. In between the pre-capitalist and socialist stages, there lies the relatively short capitalist stage, in which supply prices differ in character from those prevalent in pre-capitalist and socialist society. But at least for the major part of the capitalist period, supply prices, although not directly proportionate to values, can be shown to be ultimately determined by them. All in all, then, it surely seems reasonable to begin one's researches into the problem of the determination of prices by defining value in terms of embodied labor, and then to proceed to consider actual prices in terms of their deviations, if any, from these values. If we do not adopt this approach, it seems to me that we shall be reduced either to a sort of ad hoc empiricism or to a superficial explanation in terms of supply and demand, thereby cutting ourselves off completely from any possibility of discovering the laws which govern the development of exchange relations. But would the adoption of the approach I have recommended in fact mean giving up all hope of obtaining any quantitatively determinate laws of price? Dr. Schlesinger has suggested, with reference to the monopoly capitalist stage, that once we take the interweaving of the economic and political aspects for granted, the predictability of economic events is reduced to that of political ones, so that economics can be no more an exact science than politics. 2. But this is surely to prejudge the results of an investigation which has not yet taken place. It is true that at the present level of our knowledge, we are not able to make very many useful generalizations concerning the extent as distinct from the nature and causes, of the typical deviations of prices from values in respect of any stage in the development of commodity production other than the competitive capitalist stage. But this is not at all to say that there are no more such generalizations to be made. For example, there does not seem to me to be any a priori reason why present-day Marxists should not eventually be able to discover laws of monopoly price which are quantitative in the same sense as Marx's laws of competitive price were quantitative. 1. In addition, it should be noted in this connection that the approach which I am suggesting, the explanation of typical deviations of price from value in terms of the specific set of relations of production characteristic of the particular stage under consideration, would not have the effect of making certain prices indeterminate where they were determinate before. All that the labor theory as Marx developed it can do is to make the supply prices characteristic of pre-capitalist and capitalist society determinate. Where actual prices deviate from these supply prices, it cannot by itself provide us with any generalizations which would serve as a basis for exact quantitative predictions concerning the extent of these deviations. The point is that the suggested approach has been designed precisely in order to help make the deviations more predictable than they are now. If there are in fact any new quantitative laws of price to be found, such an approach should assist to discover them. Finally, let us suppose that it turns out that such new generalizations as the approach enables us to discover are not strictly quantitative in character. This would not at all imply that economics can be no more an exact science than politics. For leaving aside here the question of whether politics cannot in fact be made a far more exact science than it is at present, the quantitative indeterminacy, broadly speaking, would affect only the deviations from the supply prices and not the supply prices themselves, and the predictions which the new generalizations would enable us to make concerning these deviations would surely be at least as exact as those which the science of politics at present enables us to make. A Marxian theory of price, worked out along the lines indicated above, might indeed appear to be inexact if it were placed alongside, say, the general equilibrium theory of price. But the apparent exactness of the latter theory has been purchased only at the expense of realism and relevance, the equations of which the theory consists have very little of the real world of men in them. To consider the laws of commodity exchange in terms of the relations of production, instead of in abstraction from them, might mean some sacrifice of elegance and precision. But the gain in real scientific understanding of the society in which we live would far outweigh this cost. And unless economics in fact takes this course, unless it becomes once more political economy, there is indeed little hope for it. Appendix. Karl Marx's economic method. Most of the great heroic economic models of a dynamic character which have been put forward in the course of the history of economic thought, those of Quesnay, Smith, Ricardo, and Marx, for example, possess certain important characteristics in common. The model builder usually begins, on the basis of a preliminary examination of the facts, by adopting what Schumpeter has called a vision of the economic process. In other words, he begins by orienting himself towards some key factor or factors which he regards as being of vital causal significance so far as the structure and development of the economic system as a whole are concerned. With this vision uppermost in his mind, he then proceeds to a more thorough examination of the economic facts, both of the present situation and of the past situations which have led up to it, and arranges these facts in order on what might be called a scale of relevance. Their position on this scale will depend upon such factors as the particular vision which the model builder has adopted, his political and social sympathies, and the extent to which the facts display uniformities and regularities which promise to be capable of causal analysis in terms of the postulation of laws and tendencies. Taking the facts which he has placed at the top of the scale as his foundation, the model builder proceeds to develop certain concepts, categories, and methods of classification which he believes will help him to provide a generalist explanation of the structure and development of the economy. In this part of his work he has necessarily to rely to some extent on concept material inherited from the past, but he also tries to work out new analytical devices of his own. The particular analytical devices which he employs, his tools and techniques, as it were, are thus by no means arbitrarily chosen. To quite a large extent they are dependent upon the nature of his vision, the nature of the primary facts which they are to be used to explain, and the nature of the general method of analysis which he decides to adopt. The degree of their dependence upon these factors, however, varies from one device to another. Whereas some of the devices may be useless or even harmful when the facts to be analyzed and the orientation, aim, and general method of analysis of the model builder are radically different, others may have a greater degree of general applicability. Some may well prove useful when applied to other forms of market economy, and some may even be universal in the sense in which, say, statistical techniques are universal. With the aid of these devices, then, the model builder proceeds to the theoretical analysis of the particular economic facts which he has placed at the top of his scale of relevance. He endeavours to give a causal explanation of the uniformities and regularities which he has observed in these facts. He affords these explanations the status of laws or tendencies, and he gathers together these laws and tendencies into his first theoretical approximation. He then takes into account the facts next in order on the scale of relevance, from which he has hitherto abstracted, inquires into the extent to which their introduction into the picture requires a modification of the laws and tendencies of the first approximation, and thus arrives at his second approximation. He may well then proceed to a third, fourth, etc., approximation, progressively taking into account facts which he has placed lower and lower on the scale of relevance, but obviously there must come a time when it is not worthwhile to proceed any further down the scale. At the point where the basic laws and tendencies begin to be submerged beneath the exceptions and qualifications, he usually stops. The facts further down in the scale of relevance are simply abstracted from The final task is to use the model for the purpose of making concrete predictions, a task which is carried out largely by extrapolating the laws and tendencies into the future, on the express or implied assumption that the economic facts will continue to maintain their assumed position on the scale of relevance. The model which finally emerges is therefore compounded of elements not only of the past and present but also of the future. This description of the model building process is necessarily somewhat schematic, and I certainly do not mean to imply that all the great model builders consciously adopted this intricate methodological approach. In essence, however, this was the method which most of them did in actual fact adopt, whether or not they were fully aware of what they were doing. It does help, I think, to have this general scheme in mind when we are analyzing the economic work of a thinker like Marx, particularly if we are analyzing it with a view to discovering whether and in what sense it is still relevant today. 2. The application of this general scheme to Marx's model is easier than in the case of most of the other great models, because Marx was more conscious of what he was doing than most of his predecessors in the field. The key causal factor towards which Marx began by orienting himself was the socio-economic production relation between the class of capital owners and the class of wage earners. This relation, he believed, gave birth to the main contemporary forms of unearned income and to the possibility of the large-scale accumulation of capital, and this accumulation led in turn to rapid technological progress, which interacted with the capital-labor relation to determine the main features of the structure of capitalism and the main lines of the development of the system of a whole. This was in effect Marx's vision of the capitalist economic process. With this vision uppermost in his mind, he made a thorough examination of the economic facts both of the past and the present. The most relevant fact appeared to him to be the existence in all forms of class society of a mass of unearned income, which in capitalist society mainly took the form of net profit on capital, rent of land, and interest. Associated with this were certain other important facts or tendencies of a historical character which Marx's study of capitalist development in the past revealed to him, notably the progressive decline in the rate of profit, the increasing subordination of formerly independent workers to the capitalist form of organization, the increasing economic instability of the system, the growth of mechanization with its accompanying changes in the industrial structure, the emergence of various forms of monopoly, the growth of the reserve army of labor, and the general deterioration in the condition of the working class. It is important to emphasize that these facts, by and large, were regarded by Marx simply as the data of his problem. As anyone can see by glancing at his Economic and Philosophic Ma 11 uscripts of 1844, Marx had placed these facts at the top of his scale of relevance long before he came to work out the detailed tools and techniques required to analyze them. The next stage conceptually if not chronologically was the development of Marx's general method of analysis, which was intimately associated with his vision of the economic process. Three aspects of this general method are worthy of note in the present connection. In the first place, Marx had begun, as Lenin put it, by selecting from all social relations the production relations, as being the basic and prime relations that determine all other relations. 1. In capital, where he sets out to deal with one of the economic formations of society, the system of commodity production, Marx's analysis is strictly confined to the relations of production between the members of society, without ever resorting to factors other than relations of production to explain the matter. Marx makes it possible to discern how the commodity organization of social economy develops, how it becomes transformed into capitalist economy, creating the antagonistic classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, how it develops the productivity of social labor and how it thereby introduces an element which comes into irreconcilable contradiction to the very foundations of this capitalist organization itself. Point 1. In the context of the particular range of inquiry encompassed in capital, it is evident that relations of production must be taken to include not only the specific set of relations of subordination or cooperation within which commodity production is carried out at each particular stage of its historical development, example the capitalist stage, but also the broad basic relation between men as producers of commodities which persists throughout the whole period of commodity production. 2. In the second place, within the framework of the methodological approach just outlined and in close association with it, Marx developed a highly idiosyncratic method of inquiry. It might perhaps be called the logical historical method, which was one of the more interesting and significant of the fruits of his early Hegelian studies. The description which Engels gave of this method in a review of Marx's Critique of Political Economy in 1859 has not been bettered, and the following extract can be reproduced without apology. The criticism of economics could be exercised in two ways, historically or logically. Since in history, as in its literary reflection, development as a whole proceeds from the most simple to the most complex relations, the historical development of the literature of political economy provided a natural guiding thread with which criticism could link up, and the economic categories as a whole would thereby appear in the same sequence as in the logical development. This form apparently has the advantage of greater clearness, since indeed it is the actual development that is followed, but as a matter of fact it would thereby at most become more popular. History often proceeds by jumps and zigzags, and it would in this way have to be followed everywhere, whereby not only would much material of minor importance have to be incorporated, but there would be much interruption of the chain of thought. Furthermore, the history of economics could not be written without that of bourgeois society, and this would make the task endless, since all preliminary work is lacking. The logical method of treatment was, therefore, the only appropriate one. But this, as a matter of fact, is nothing else than the historical method, only divested of its historical form and disturbing fortuities. The chain of thought must begin with the same thing that this history begins with, and its further course will be nothing but the panorama of the historical course in abstract and theoretically consistent form, a corrected mirror image, but corrected according to laws furnished by the real course of history itself, in that each factor can be considered at its ripest point of development, in its classic form. 1. This then was another important aspect of Marx's general method of analysis. No doubt this logical historical approach was sometimes carried to excess, for reasons which Marx himself partly explained in his afterword to the second German edition of Capital, too, but in his hands it proved on the whole to be very fruitful. It was particularly important, as will shortly be seen, in connection with the theory of value developed in Capital. In the third place, and again closely associated with the two other aspects just described, there was the important notion that if one wished to analyze capitalism in terms of relations of production, the best way of doing this was to imagine capitalism suddenly impinging upon a sort of generalist pre-capitalist society in which there were as yet no separate capital-owning or land-owning classes. What one ought to do, in other words, was to begin by postulating a society in which, although commodity production and free competition were assumed to reign more or less supreme, the laborers still owned the whole produce of their labor. Having investigated the simple laws which would govern production, exchange, and distribution in a society of this type, one ought then to imagine capitalism suddenly impinging upon this society. What difference would this impingement make to the economic laws which had operated before the change, and why would it make this difference? If one could give adequate answers to these questions, Marx believed, one would be well on the way to revealing the real essence of the capitalist mode of production. In adopting this kind of approach, Marx was of course following and developing further a long and respectable tradition which had been established by Smith and Ricardo. Marx's postulation of an abstract pre-capitalist society based on what he called simple commodity production was not essentially different in aim from Adam Smith's postulation of an early and rude society inhabited by deer and beaver hunters. Neither in Marx's case nor in that of Smith was the postulated pre-capitalist society intended to be an accurate representation of historical reality in anything more than the very broadest sense. Nor was it intended as a picture of an ideal form of society, a sort of golden age of the past which the corning of the wicked capitalists and landlords was destined rudely to destroy. It was clearly part of a quite complex analytical device, and in its time a very powerful one. I am accustomed to tell my students that it was not a myth, as some critics maintain, but rather methodology. This, then, was the nature of Marx's general method of economic analysis, in the context of which his other tools and techniques were developed and employed. Some of these were inherited by Marx from his predecessors, the concept of equilibrium, for example, and the particular classification of social classes and class incomes which he adopted. Others were newly developed, such as the important distinctions between abstract and concrete labor, and labor power, and constant and variable capital. As his analysis proceeded, certain other concepts, relations, and techniques emerged, notably the concept of surplus value, the distinction between relative and absolute surplus value, the ratios representing the rate of surplus value, the rate of profit, and the organic composition of capital, and the techniques associated with his famous reproduction schemes. Insofar as it is possible to distinguish methods and tools of analysis from the results of analysis, then, these were some of the main methods and tools which Marx employed to analyze the economic facts which he had placed at the top of his scale of relevance. The uniformities and regularities which he believed he could detect in these facts were analyzed in terms of the relations of production, with the aid of these methods and tools, and causal explanations emerged which were generalized in the form of tendencies and laws, modified in the second and subsequent approximations, and eventually extrapolated into the future in the form of more or less concrete predictions. 3. The most important field of application of Marx's general economic method was of course the theory of value elaborated in Capital. Indeed, Marx's theory of value is perhaps best regarded as being in essence a kind of generalist expression, or embodiment, of his economic method. In his analysis of value, as Engels noted, Marx proceeds from the simple production of commodities as the historical premise, ultimately to arrive from this basis at capital. In other words, he begins with the simple commodity, and then proceeds to analyze its logically and historically secondary form, the capitalistically modified commodity. The first part of his analysis of value therefore consists of a set of statements concerning the way in which relations of production influence the prices of goods in that abstract pre-capitalist form of society of which I have just spoken above. The second part of his analysis consists of a further set of statements concerning the way in which this basic causal connection between prices and relations of production is modified when capitalist relations of production impinge upon those appropriate to simple commodity production, i.e., when the simple commodity becomes capitalistically modified. This process of capitalistic modification is conceived to take place in two logically separate stages. In the first stage, it is assumed, capital subordinates labor on the basis of the technical conditions in which it finds it, and does not immediately change the mode of production itself. In the second stage, it is assumed, the extension of capitalist competition brings about a state of affairs in which profit becomes proportional not to labor employed but to capital employed, and in which a more or less uniform rate of profit on capital comes to prevail. Thus Marx's theory of value can conveniently be considered under the three headings of pre-capitalist society, early capitalism, and developed capitalism. To each of these forms of society there may be conceived to correspond certain basic economic categories and certain basic logical problems. The task of the analysis of value as Marx understood it was to solve these basic problems in terms of the relations of production appropriate to the particular historical stage which was under consideration. In Volume I of Capital, then, Marx proceeds from the first and simplest relation that historically and in fact confronts us to the broad socio-economic relation between men as producers of commodities. Insofar as economic life is based on the private production and exchange of goods, men are related to one another in their capacity as producers of goods intended for each other's consumption. They work for one another by embodying their separate labors in commodities which are destined to be exchanged on some sort of market. Historically, this commodity relation reached its apogee under capitalism, but it was also in existence to a greater or lesser extent in almost all previous forms of society. If we want to penetrate to the essence of a society in which the commodity relation has become capitalistically modified, then, one possible method of procedure is to begin by postulating an abstract pre-capitalist society in which the commodity relation is assumed to be paramount but in which there are as yet no separate classes of capital owners and landowners. Having analyzed the commodity relation as such in the context of this generalist pre-capitalist society, One can then proceed to examine what happens when capitalist relations of production impinge upon it. Marx's logical starting point in Capital, then, is the commodity relation as such, and his historical starting point is an abstract pre-capitalist society of the type just described. In such a society, great importance clearly attaches to the fact that commodities acquire the capacity to attract others in exchange, i.e., that they come to possess exchange values, or prices. The basic logical problem to be solved here is simply that of the determination of these prices. For Marx, no solution of this problem could be regarded as adequate which was not framed in terms of the appropriate set of relations of production. And for Marx, too, no solution could be regarded as adequate which did not possess as it were two dimensions, a qualitative one and a quantitative one. The qualitative aspect of the solution was directed to the question, why do commodities possess prices at all? The quantitative aspect was directed to the question, why do commodities possess the particular prices which they do? This distinction between the qualitative and quantitative aspects of Marx's analysis of value is of considerable importance, if only because it crops up again in the second and third stages of his inquiry. In the context of the postulated pre-capitalist society, the answers to both the qualitative and the quantitative questions are fairly simple. The quality of exchange value is conferred upon commodities precisely because they are commodities, i.e., because a commodity relation exists between their producers. The price relations between commodities which manifest themselves in the sphere of exchange are essentially reflections of the socio-economic relations between men as producers of commodities which exist in the sphere of production. And just as it is the fact that men work for one another in this particular way which is responsible for the existence of commodity prices, so in Marx's view it is the amount of work which they do for one another which is responsible for the relative levels of commodity prices. The amount of labor laid out on each commodity, Marx argued, will determine, in the postulated society, the amount of exchange value which each comes to possess relatively to the others. In other words, in a society based on simple co-equals-odity production, the equilibrium prices of commodities will tend to be proportional to the quantities of labor normally used to produce them. This is a familiar proposition which Marx of course took over from Smith and Ricardo, and given the particular set of assumptions upon which it is based, it is almost self-evidently true. It is this proposition which is usually abstracted from Marx's analysis and labeled the labor theory of value, a procedure which is of course quite illegitimate and which has had most unfortunate consequences. Having thus proclaimed right at the beginning the general way in which he intends to unite economic history, sociology, and economics in a kind of ménage à trois, Marx now proceeds to the second logical stage of his analysis. The historical counterpart of this second stage is a society based on commodity production which has just been taken over by capitalists. The formerly independent laborers now have to share the produce of their labor with a new social class, the owners of capital. One but nothing else is at this stage assumed to happen. In particular, it is supposed that capital subordinates labor on the basis of the technical conditions in which it finds it, without immediately changing the mode of production. 2. It is also assumed that commodities for the time being continue to sell at their values in the Marxian sense, i.e., at equilibrium prices which are proportionate to quantities of embodied labor. In such a society, the crucial differentia is the emergence of a new form of class income, profit on capital, and the basic logical problem as Marx conceived it was to explain the origin and persistence of this new form of income under conditions in which free competition was predominant and both the finished commodity and the labor which produced it were bought and sold on the market at prices which reflected their Marxian values. The conditions of the problem were carefully posed by Marx in such a way as to rule out explanations in terms of anything other than the relations of production appropriate to the new stage. Qualitatively speaking, the Marxian answer to the problem is obvious enough. The basic feature of the new situation is that a new social class has arisen and obtained a kind of class monopoly of the factor of production capital, the other side of this medal being that labor has itself become a commodity which is bought and sold on the market like any other commodity. The existence of this class monopoly of capital means that the capitalists are able to compel the working class to do more work than the narrow round of its own life wants prescribes. 3. The produce of this extra or surplus labor of the workers constitutes in effect the profit of the capitalists, or, as Marx calls it at this stage, the surplus value. But once again Marx was not content with an explanation couched solely in qualitative terms. He considered it necessary to derive in addition a quantitative explanation from the basic socio-economic relation between capitalists and wage earners. For the law of value is therefore applied by Marx to the commodity labor. Or rather labor power itself, the value of labor power being in effect defined as the amount of labor required to produce wage goods for the laborers at subsistence level. The surplus value received by any individual capitalist can then be regarded as determined and measured by the difference between the number of hours of work which his laborers perform and the number of hours of other men's work which are embodied in the wage goods which he is in effect obliged to pay his laborers. This law, as Marx noted in Volume I, implies that profits are proportional to quantities of labor employed rather than to quantities of capital employed, and thus clearly contradicts all experience based on appearance. But the solution of this apparent contradiction is reserved for a later logical historical stage in the analysis. This later stage occurs in Volume 3, where Marx deals with commodity and value relations which have become capitalistically modified in the fullest sense. His historical starting point here is a fairly well-developed capitalist system in which the extension of competition between capitalists has made profit proportional not to labor employed but to capital employed, and in which a more or less uniform rate of profit on capital prevails. In this new situation, which Marx speaks of as one in which surplus value has been transformed into profit, it is easy to see that the equilibrium prices at which commodities normally tend to sell must diverge appreciably from their volume I values. Clearly, commodities can continue to sell at these values only so long as the profit constituent in the price remains proportional to the quantity of labor employed. Once commodities come to sell not at their volume I values but at their Marshall-Lean costs of production, or prices of production, as Marx called them, a new logical problem arises for solution, that of the determination of prices of this new type. In particular, the question arises as to whether these Volume 3 prices of production can be explained in terms of the relations of production postulated as determinants in Volume I, suitably modified, of course, to reflect the transition to the new historical stage, or whether Adam Smith was correct in thinking that an entirely new type of explanation of prices was necessary in the stage of developed capitalism. Qualitatively speaking, Marx's answer was that the capitalistically modified commodity relation was still of primary importance in determining prices even in this final stage, when actual equilibrium prices obviously diverged appreciably from volume I values. In a commodity producing and associate of the modern capitalist type, the labor capital production relationship still determined the distribution of the national income between wages and profits, i.e., it determined the total amount of profit available over the economy as a whole for allocation among the individual capitalists. As capitalism developed, changes certainly occurred in the mode of allocation of this profit between industries and enterprises, but these changes were logically and historically secondary. The socio-economic production relation between workers and capitalists, determining as it did the proportion of the national income available for allocation in the form of profit, was still in a meaningful sense the primary and determining relation. Given the total amount of profit, and given the amount of capital employed in producing each commodity, the profit constituent in the price of each commodity, and therefore its price of production, was automatically determined. Once again, however, Marx was not content with a mere qualitative statement of this kind. He felt it necessary to translate the socio-economic relations involved in this analysis into quantitative terms. The result was his famous and much criticized statement to the effect that under developed capitalism the sum of the prices of production of all commodities produced in society, is equal to the sum of their values, one together with the equally famous arithmetical illustrations of this proposition. What these statements and illustrations really amounted to was an assertion that under developed capitalism there was still an important functional relationship between embodied labor and individual equilibrium prices, which may be expressed in the following symbolic form. Price of commodity equals C plus V plus E, CVV, ES. Here C is the value of used up machinery and raw materials, vis the value of labor power, S is surplus value, E, C plus V, is the aggregate amount of capital employed over the economy as a whole, and ES is the aggregate amount of surplus value produced over the economy as a whole. The formula expresses the idea that the profit constituent in the price of an individual commodity represents a proportionate share of the total surplus value produced over the economy as a whole, the proportion being determined by the ratio of the total capital employed in the enterprise concerned to the aggregate amount of capital employed over the economy as a whole. Since all the items on the right-hand side of the formula are expressible in terms of quantities of embodied labor, it can plausibly be maintained that there is still a causal connection, however indirect and circuitous, between volume I values and volume 3 prices of production I.E, between socio-economic production relations and the prices at which commodities actually tend to sell under developed capitalism. This causal connection is clearly a rather complex one, particularly when it is borne in mind that for the sake of simplicity I have deliberately abstracted from the complications caused by the existence of different turnover periods for the two elements of capital, and also from the very difficult issues associated with the SHLED transformation problem. It is understandable that the above formula should not have appeared very often in popular Marxist writing. Clearly no revolution would ever have been achieved if this formula had been inscribed on the red banners. Much more suitable for this purpose was the familiar proposition put forward in the first stage of the development of Marx's theory of value in Volume I of Capital. But it must be strongly emphasized that neither the Volume I analysis nor the Volume 3 analysis, taken by itself, can properly be said to constitute the Marxian theory of value. The theory of value as Marx developed it was a subtle and complex compound of the Volume I and Volume 3 analyses, and we cut ourselves off from all hope of understanding it if we consider it as anything less. If this interpretation of Marx's theory of value is correct, it follows that any criticism of the theory based on the assumption that it is a crude and primitive oversimplification is entirely misconceived. The only really valid criticism of it which can be made, I would suggest, is one of precisely the opposite type, that for our present purposes today it is unnecessarily complex and refined. I am thinking here of two aspects of the theory in particular. First, there is the quite extraordinary way in which it draws upon and unites certain basic ideas of sociology, economic history, economics, and, up to a point, philosophy. In Marx's hands, the theory of value is not simply a theory which sets out to explain how prices are determined, it is also a kind of methodological manifesto, embodying Marx's view of the general way in which economics ought to be studied and calling for a restoration of the essential unity between the different social sciences. In Marx's time there was much to be said for the adoption of this line of approach, given certain points of view which were then current in the field of economics. It was indeed vitally important at that time to reassert the essential unity between economics and the other social sciences, particularly sociology, which Adam Smith had established but which the vulgar economists who followed Ricardo had gone far to destroy, and the theory of value had traditionally been regarded as an appropriate vehicle for the promulgation of methodological recommendations of this type. Today, of course, it remains as important as it ever was to call for interdisciplinary cooperation in the social sciences. But I am not convinced that it would any longer be practicable to achieve that very high degree of integration which Smith and Marx still found possible. Nor am I convinced that the theory of value would any longer be the proper medium for the embodiment of an integrationist methodology. The role of the theory of value, in the traditional sense of a theory of price determination, in the general body of economic analysis is much more modest today than it was in Marx's time, and there is no longer any very compelling reason why a theorist wishing to bring sociology or economic history into his economics should feel obliged to start by reforming the theory of value. If he did decide to start in this way, however, and set out to bring sociology into the picture by demonstrating the existence of a qualitative and quantitative relationship of a causal character between relations of production and relative prices, should he make the quantitative link up in the particular way that Marx did? This is the second aspect of Marx's theory which I had in mind when stating that it seemed too complex and refined for present-day use. Joan Robinson has recently suggested that it was an aberration for Marx to tie up the problem of relative prices with the problem of exploitation in the way that he did. I am not myself convinced that it was in fact an aberration. As I have just stated, there were very good reasons, given the particular views against which Marx had to fight, for the adoption of this particular method of tying them up. Today, however, it does seem to me that Marx's method of making the quantitative tie-up between economics and sociology tends to obscure the importance of the infusion of sociology rather than to reveal it. Certainly, at any rate, generations of Marx scholars have felt that they have proved something important about the real world when they have shown that in some moderately meaningful mathematical sense the sum of the prices is equal to the sum of the values. I am now persuaded that this was in some measure an illusion. In my more heretical moods, I sometimes wonder whether much of real importance would be lost from the Marxian system if the quantitative side of the analysis of relative prices were conducted in terms of something like the traditional supply and demand apparatus, provided that the socio-economic relationships emphasized by Marx were fully recognized as the basic cause of the existence of the prices whose level was shown to vary with variations in supply and demand, and provided that these Marxian sociological factors, where relevant, were also clearly postulated as lying behind the supply and demand schedules themselves. 2. Marx's theory of value, as we have seen, was a complex piece of analysis, replete with profound methodological implications, which depicted in a general way the process whereby the causal relationship between relations of production and relative prices was gradually modified as simple commodity production was transformed into capitalist commodity production. For the purposes of this theory, the only change within capitalism which it was necessary for Marx to take into account was the emergence of an average or normal rate of profit as a result of the extension of competition between capitalists. When Marx turned to the task of elucidating the laws of motion of capitalism, however, it was of course precisely the changes taking place within capitalism as the system developed which assumed paramount importance. And here Marx laid considerable emphasis on the technological changes associated with the development of capitalism, particularly in its so-called modem industry phase. Modem industry, wrote Marx, never looks upon and treats the existing form of a process as final. The technical basis of that industry is therefore revolutionary, while all earlier modes of production were essentially conservative. The really significant difference between the laws of motion put forward by Smith and Ricardo and those put forward by Marx is that in the case of the latter technological change appears as a crucial determining factor. It was indeed in terms of the mutual interaction of technological change and changes in the relations of production that Marx endeavored to explain the main innate tendencies of the capitalist system. In the short period, Marx argued, the constant revolution in production associated with technological change, taking place as it did within a social framework which continually limited and restricted it, would be accompanied by sudden stoppages and crises in the production process. 2. And in the long period, the mutual interaction of technological change and relations of production would produce certain other equally unpleasant consequences. In order to illustrate the general method of analysis used by Marx in this part of his inquiry, let us consider, first, the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit, and, second, the so-called law of increasing misery. The basic assumptions lying behind both these laws can best be explained with the aid of Marx's three basic ratios, viz. Equals organic composition of capital vs. Equals rate of surplus value vs dash plus equals rate of profit CV. As capitalism develops, according to Marx's account, C/V tends to rise as a result of technological changes, which Marx assumed would normally take a predominantly labor-saving form. This rise in C/V is associated with an increase in productivity in, inter alia, the wage goods industries, which in its turn induces a tendency for S/V to rise. The mutual interaction of technological change and relations of production, in terms of which Marx explained the developmental process, operates primarily through the changes which it brings about in these two key ratios and in their relation to one another. According to Marx, these changes in the ratios will lead to a long-term tendency for the rate of profit on capital to decline. As we see from the simple identity, SSVC plus V equals dash dash, 1 plus V. The rate of profit will tend to rise if S/V rises and to fall if C/V rises. Now both these ratios, on Marx's assumptions, will in fact rise as capitalism develops, so that the net effect upon the rate of profit would seem at first sight to be indeterminate. For reasons I have explained elsewhere, one however, Marx believed that the effect upon the rate of profit of the rise in C/V would eventually win out over that of the rise in S/V, so that the rate of profit would in fact tend to fall over time. In other words, the advance of capitalism would itself tend to weaken the very spring and stimulus of capitalism, as Smith and Ricardo, although for very different reasons, had already maintained. The changes in the two key ratios would also, Marx argued, contribute to an important historical process which has been variously called increasing misery, impoverishment, and social polarization. The rise in C/V means the displacement of labor by machinery, which swells the pool of unemployed and exercises a substantial downward pressure on the level of real wages. The effect of this pressure, together with that exercised by the formerly independent artisans and peasants whom capitalism throws onto the labor market, is such that real wages per head rise, if indeed they rise at all, only very slowly and inconsiderably. The rise in S/V means, by definition, an increase in the share of the national income going to the capitalists and a decrease in the share going to the workers, so that even if the workers' real wages rise absolutely, they still suffer relatively to the capitalists. The social polarization which results from these processes is accentuated by the growth of monopoly in the ownership of capital, and the misery-increasing effects of all this are enhanced by the growing degradation of the laborers in manufacture to the level of the appendage of a machine. Naturally, Marx's analysis of these laws of motion was much more sophisticated and much less schematic than I may have suggested in this very brief account. But Marx did, I think, really believe that these laws and tendencies, as well as certain others, such as the law of the increasing severity of cyclical crises, would, in spite of the various qualifications and modifications and counteracting influences which he was usually careful to insert, in fact reveal themselves on the surface of economic reality in the course of time as capitalism developed. If they never did so, why should the expropriators ever be expropriated? Now it is a simple fact that most of Marx's laws of motion of capitalism have not revealed themselves on the surface of economic reality, at any rate during the last quarter of a century and at any rate in the advanced capitalist countries. The rate of profit in the Marxian sense, so far as one can gather from the rather inadequate data which is available, has not tended to fall. Only some of the predictions embodied in the increasing misery doctrine, and those probably not the most important ones, have been fulfilled, and economic crises of the classical type, so far from increasing in severity as they indeed appeared to be doing in the 30s, seem to have virtually disappeared. Clearly we should not blame Marx for this, any more than we should blame Ricardo for the even worse failure of most of his predictions. In Marx's time the tendencies which he described and analyzed had in fact been revealing themselves on the surface of economic reality, or at any rate were commonly believed to have been doing so for some considerable time. All Marx really did was to extrapolate these tendencies into the future, on the implied assumption that the relevant economic facts would remain substantially the same and retain the same relative positions on the scale of relevance, and he cannot be blamed if the tendencies he analyzed have in fact been offset by the emergence of various new factors which he could not possibly have foreseen. But to say this is not of course to dispose of the problem of what now remains of Marxian economics, as a result of the emergence of these new factors. It is obvious that the particular laws of motion developed by Marx can no longer be used today as a guide to what is actually going to happen as capitalism develops further. This does not mean, however, that they may not still be useful, even as they stand, for other and more modest purposes. They may still be useful, for example, as aids to the understanding of the development of capitalism up to Marx's time. They may still be useful in some of the less advanced countries as a guide to the actual situation there. And even in the more advanced capitalist countries, they may still be useful as a sort of awful warning of what might happen if the tempo of social legislation and trade union activity were allowed to slacken. But these are extremely limited uses compared with those which Marx himself had in mind when he designed his model. Broadly speaking, and subject to a number of qualifications which will be made below, it can properly be said that all that really remains of Marxian economics today is the body of general methods and tools of analysis which Marx employed to analyze the facts of his time. The most effective way of demonstrating the validity and utility of these methods and tools, of course, would be to use them to construct a completely new model of capitalist development in which the postulated laws of motion reflected tendencies which were actually manifesting themselves on the surface of reality. Pending the construction and testing of a new Marxian model of this type, however, all we can really do is to attempt to introduce certain basic Marxian ideas into orthodox economic theory, particularly those parts of it where there appear to be deficiencies due to a neglect of the sociological factors which Marx emphasized. In recent years, it is true, something of this kind has in fact been occurring on quite a large scale. We have indeed been witnessing, as Mrs. Robinson has pointed out, the same sort of infiltration of Marxian ideas into economic theory as had already occurred in history. Sometimes this infiltration has been conscious, as in the case of Kalecki, Lang, Sraffa, and Mrs. Robinson herself. More often it has been unconscious, as in the case of Herod's growth model and Richardson's information and I-11 Vestme 11T. It is only natural that the recent rediscovery of the importance of certain typically Marxian problems should have been accompanied by the rediscovery of certain typically Marxian methods and techniques. But there still remains a great deal of room for further useful infiltration. Take, for example, the theory of monopoly. Marx's general analysis of value and distribution, it is true, was worked out primarily with reference to a world of more or less free competition. But his discussion of the interrelations between the growth of monopoly on the one hand and the growth of economic instability on the other was far-reaching and acute, and he foresaw with remarkable accuracy some of the basic features of our contemporary world of monopolies. Thus, starting from what we know of his vision and general method of analysis, it is fairly easy to reconstruct the line of approach which he would probably have adopted in an examination of the contemporary trends. In the first place, he would certainly have emphasized that individual monopolies in different industries should be looked at not in isolation but in the context of a new monopolistic stage in the development of capitalism, a stage in which monopoly had become intimately connected with imperialism and the new functions of the state, and in which the interrelations between monopoly, accumulation, and instability had to some extent taken on new forms. In the second place, he would probably have insisted that monopolistic price phenomena should be studied in close connection with the main characteristics of this new stage of development, that attention might more profitably be directed to analyzing the effects of monopoly on the prices of broad groups of goods and services, wage goods and labor power, for example, than to analyzing its effects on the prices of individual goods and services in isolated markets, and that priority should be given to the analysis of the leading forms of monopoly, notably oligopoly. He would almost certainly have criticized the tendency of many monopoly theorists to lay their main emphasis on the qualitative resemblance between the monopoly position of the small tobacconist at the corner and the monopoly position of a firm like LC.I. Such an approach, he might have said, which starts off by saying in effect that all men are monopolists, is likely to discourage economists from going on to make the vitally necessary distinction between weak monopolists and strong ones. The infiltration of this kind of attitude into orthodox monopoly theory would, I think, be likely to effect an appreciable improvement in the realism and relevance of the theory. The same can be said of the infiltration of a Marxian attitude into the theory of wages. Here it is true that the orthodox theory has certain important achievements to its credit, particularly in the field of the analysis of short-run wage levels in individual industries under monopolistic conditions of various kinds, and it is also true that the general laws which Marx himself formulated concerning long-run trends in wages have been largely invalidated by the unexpected currents and increase in intensity of certain counteracting influences. But this does not mean that some of the key factors upon which Marx's theory of wages depended are not still operative in the modern world. In particular, any new theory of long-run trends in wages which neglected to lay emphasis on the accumulation of capital, and the technological changes and market problems which it brings about, would be likely to possess little interest or relevance. In an important sense, it is still true to say in our modern world that relative surplus population is the pivot upon which the law of demand and supply of labor works. And it should also be borne in mind that the above-mentioned counteracting influences have as yet been unable to eliminate economic instability or to prevent the growth of monopoly, both of which in themselves may have significant effects on wage levels. Once again, there would seem to be a decided advantage in bringing the relations of production in, as Marx always did, on the ground floor. Finally, a brief mention may be made of one of the most important areas of all, the theory of profit. Surely in this field nothing would be lost, and much might be gained, by an attempt to explain the origin and persistence of net profit in terms of, rather than in abstraction from, the existence under capitalism of a class monopoly of capital. And surely Marx's theory of the falling rate of profit, in spite of the failure of the prediction which Marx based on it, may have something to offer those modern theorists who are concerned with the problem of secular changes in the rate of profit. Whatever else may be said about it, at least it puts before us the interesting suggestion that changes in the rate of profit may depend not on technological factors alone but rather on the interaction of these with sociological factors. What I am trying to say here, putting it in general terms, is simply that many modern Western economists have still to learn one fundamental lesson from Marx, that the analysis of economic categories ought so far as possible to be conducted in terms of, rather than in abstraction from, relations of production in Marx's sense. The really original and essential aspects of Marx's economic model are the vision and general method of analysis which Marx employed in building it. Everyone pays lip service nowadays to the aim of bringing sociology back into economics, but somehow no one ever manages actually to achieve this aim, particularly in sensitive spheres like that of the theory of distribution where we most need to achieve it. Whatever one may think about Marx, at least he did achieve it, and by no means least in the sphere of distribution theory. We cannot simply reproduce his achievements today. Official textbooks of Marxian political economy are coming to look more and more antediluvian with every year that passes. But we can experiment with the use of Marx's general economic method. A vision and method which produced such interesting results when applied to the capitalism of Marx's day are surely capable of producing at least some useful results when applied to the not so very different capitalism of our own day.